Chapter 1, Let Me Level Up. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. Ouch. My God, elder brother, it hurts. Use a little more strength, I'm almost done for. On the St. Devil's Sex training grounds, a young boy around the age of 16-17 was standing there crying out in pain, but the painful expression on his face also contained a trace of pleasure. Lin Fan had a secret. He did not originate from here but was instead from Earth. Not only did his soul transmigrate over, even his body transferred over too. When he first came to this mysterious world, Lin Fan's heart was completely overjoyed. Ever read novels before? The protagonists in those books, just which one of them were not full-fledged dominating, with strength, status, money, beauty, all of them within their grasp. In front of a simple movement of their bodies and release of some intimidating pressure, whether it be a peerless beauty or the supreme of a sect, all would have to obediently bow before their feet. But before Lin Fan could even finish his daydream, he realized that something was off. Somehow he ended up as a training punching bag for the disciples of a devil sect. Upon realizing this, Lin Fan was petrified on the spot. He only just transferred over and yet ended up becoming a punching bag. This doesn't make any sense. It would be okay even if he ended up as a complete piece of trash, but at the very least they should have let him hide away in incognito. But instead, he became a mere punching bag. This only made Lin Fan speechless and heartbroken enough to secretly cry away for days. In his first year after arriving at the St. Devil sect, Lin Fan was still very ignorant. The pain he received was also very inhumane, almost to the point of being beaten into a third-class trash. If it weren't for the fact that this St. Devil sect still had a bit of conscience and gave the punching bags a body training manual, he would have long been dead already. Titanium-grade demon body. When he first received this body training manual, Lin Fan's heart was in complete joy. The name alone had enough swag and domination. If he were to master this, wouldn't he become unbeatable? But when Lin Fan began practicing and experimenting a little, he realized this was a complete ripoff. Titanium-grade demon body had 3 levels and was a training technique that had been casually written by the St. Devil sect's founder, an exclusive technique for the punching bags. Even if it was trained to the 3rd level according to the manual after achieving the titanium-grade demon body, it was still merely something the disciples could defeat in one shot with a weapon. But fortunately, God will not forsake those who persevere, and even God couldn't bear to watch Lin's cruel fate. Thus, on the dark and windy night of a certain month, after Lin Fan finished discussing life with the daughter of the Duke in his dreams, he suddenly discovered that he had a data system. Lin Fan researched it for a while but didn't find any kinds of artificial intelligence mentioned in novels. It was something that he had to completely rely on himself to figure out. As for the data system, at first Lin Fan didn't really understand, but later he noticed that underneath his character data panel also was the data of titanium-grade demon body that he trained. Usually, after completion of his daily punching bag work, Lin Fan immediately returned to eat, then train. After all, if he didn't master titanium-grade demon body soon, who knows when he might be killed by someone due to a massive blow. But now, Lin Fan awaited the time when he would get beaten up by those disciples, returning later to sleep and continue his fantastic daydreams. After Lin Fan had yelped out at the red-faced disciple, he opened his character panel. After carefully observing for a while, it seemed that with just a bit more effort, his titanium-grade demon body would rise to the 5th level. Though according to the manual titanium-grade demon body could only be trained to the 3rd level, he had already trained it to the 4th level. What was going on with that? Name, Lin Fan. Level, 1. Experience points, 0. Martial skills, titanium-grade demon body 4th level, 2000 out of 3000. Lin Fan looked at his own character data panel and also felt a little sour. The level was still level 1, and as for leveling up, it was not like Lin Fan never thought about it. It was just that he could never find a way. It had been a year since he came to this world, and even though he was yet to leave the St. Devil's sect, Lin Fan had still inquired about the cultivation levels of this world. Pre-celestial, post-celestial, peri-celestial, lesser celestial, Greater Celestial, each stage divided further into 9 levels. Lin Fan realized that it likely was not limited to just these, but because he was merely a punching bag, to be able to investigate this much was already pretty good. +1. +1. +1. The experience for titanium-grade demon body began slowing to a crawl. Lin Fan looked at the current sect disciple in front of him that was already mustering all his strength inside. Today was an unlucky day for him to meet such a weak disciple. His attack only increased his experience by 1. Furthermore, the punches on his body were so soft and powerless he even thought that they better not stop giving him experience altogether. Sure enough, as soon as he thought that, +0. +0. Seriously, this garbage can't go on any further. He doesn't even give experience anymore. There is simply no point in this. Lin Fan looked around at his fellow punching bags, whose screams echoed to the sky as if they were experiencing the greatest pain they ever received in their entire life. In the Saint Devil sect, no one would care even if punching bags were killed. They would just dig a hole and bury them and move on. Why aren't you screaming? At this moment, the disciple that saw the previously screaming Lin Fan now just looked around, a spark of anger ignited in his heart. When the punching bag was screaming while being beaten by him, even if he was a bit tired, he would still be very excited and feel like he was very strong. But now he was angry. Lin Fan, thinking that he couldn't waste this day anymore, looked at the sect disciple in front of him and said, "What are you barking about? Acting is very tiresome, okay? Your punches are feeble like a sissy." The face of the sect disciple who heard these insulting words began to turn white then blue, and his eyes began quaking with fury. Lin Fan looked at the sect disciple's expressions and laughed out loud, "Your facial performances aren't bad. Go home and drink some more milk. It's like you are scratching my itch." You the sect disciple suddenly became speechless, and his voice became all choked up, his previous aggressive eyes suddenly turning watery. "What, you are bullying me? My punches are not weak." Lin Fan instantly became stunned, watching the wailing disciple run off from the training grounds like a bare-bottomed baby, completely speechless. As a disciple of a devil sect, how can he be so fragile? Lin Fan shook his head, not paying any more heed to that guy, and instead tried to think of a way to hurriedly level up. A 4th-level titanium-grade demon body was already this strong. Who knew what a 5th level would be like? Lin Fan stood there holding his chin and looked around at the surrounding punching bags and sect disciples, as his lips curled into a smile. It seems there was a need to enable the taunting mode. Lin Fan gathered his breath and then roared out loudly. "Everyone stop, I have something to say." Lin Fan's roar could totally compete with the lion's roar in novels. For Lin Fan, wasn't it just a competition to see who was louder? Back on Earth, he was the class exercise leader after all, so it would be no good if his voice were not loud. Those disciples who were training with the punching bags also were stopped by this roar. The screaming punching bags, whose faces were beaten black and blue, looked towards Lin Fan, unsure what their fellow punching bag was about to do. Some punching bags at this moment hurriedly gathered their breath, awaiting the next wave of attacks. Just when would this kind of days ever come to an end? Apparently, if they were to train the titanium-grade demon body to the 3rd level, they would be able to become outer sect disciples, just like these outer sect disciples that were using them as punching bags. But they know it was impossible when they thought about it. After all, some of the senior punching bags that had stayed here for a few years already, even they had only trained titanium-grade demon body to the 1st level. As for the 3rd level, it was practically impossible. At this moment, the punching bags all become dumbfounded after hearing the next words, with the same set of words resounding in their respective heads: "This guy will be beaten to death." Don't look at me with such a confused expression. If I were to be honest, in my eyes, everyone here is absolute trash. Lin Fan, with one hand behind his back, turned towards the outer sect disciples and beckoned them with his finger. Chapter 2, A bunch of trash come hit me. Chapter 2, A bunch of trash come hit me. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. What did he say? Trash, how dare he call us trash? Damn it, we are Saint Devil Sect's outer examination disciples. As long as we pass the examination, we can become outer sect disciples. A mere punching bag dares to say that to us? Despicable. Which one of us isn't a dragon amongst men, descendants of nobility? This puny punching bag dares to insult us. My fellow brothers, don't worry, I will teach this ignorant fool a lesson. At this point, these outer sect examination disciples were completely infuriated. They never would have thought a person of the lowest category in the sect would dare defy them. It was essentially seeking death. At the same time, the hearts of the battered punching bags were filled with gratitude after hearing those hate-seeking words. Bro! Boss! Father! Lin Fan stood there watching the person draw near. Brat, you are far too arrogant. Even though I won't take your worthless life, I will still let you understand that arrogance is wrong. These outer sect examination disciples, even though they had yet to learn the Saint Devil Sect's martial arts, the strength they possessed was impressive compared to average people. Although it wasn't at the point of cracking metal and splitting stone, they could still destroy trees of the thickness of a bull with one punch. Ah! Prepared to teach Lin Fan a lesson, the outer sect examination disciple took a stance and let out a cry, attacking with full force. Bam! Lin Fan looked at the person in front of him as his lips curled into a smile. +2. As expected, this guy is stronger than the previous on. Not bad, not bad. Oh, I said you guys are trash, and you all wouldn't believe me. Completely useless. Can't you use more power? Lin Fan stood there brushing off his chest in disdain. Again. Brat, don't get cocky, eat this. The outer sect examination disciple was unwilling to believe this outcome. +2. +2. At this point, the outer sect examination disciple had both hands shaking, and was heavily gasping for breath, as his forehead began dripping with sweat. What's up, can't continue? Lin Fan smiled while looking at the guy in front of him. Not bad, not bad. He gave me around 100 experience. Even though the attacks, later on, became powerless and didn't really increase experience, the initial attacks were still okay. At this moment, the outer sect examination disciple looked up at Lin Fan with his eyes filled with utter disbelief. This guy, was he possibly made of steel or something? Seeing the guy before him acting so arrogant, the outer sect examination disciple could feel his heart filled with indignation, but he was unable to do anything. He then roared out. Brothers, beat him to death. Lin Fan was awaiting this very moment. To achieve the 5th level of the titanium-grade demon body, he would need to rely on these guys. Who knew just how many levels this titanium-grade demon body had? Currently, the attacks of this group of outer sect examination disciples on his body already felt like nothing. If he were to raise the titanium-grade demon body to the 100th level, then wouldn't he become invincible? Ha, come at me trash, bring out all your strength. Lin Fan laughed out loud. At this point, countless numbers of fists rained down upon Lin Fan's body. Brat, don't get so cocky. Today we'll let you know our power. +2. +1. +1. +0. At this moment, Lin Fan saw a guy's fist land on his body without giving any experience, and yet he stood there taking up space and acting like he was doing something. This greatly displeased Lin Fan. This guy was essentially standing there doing nothing, and thus he immediately kicked him aside, making room for others. Seeing the experience for titanium-grade demon body continue to skyrocket made Lin Fan feel incredibly pleased. As expected, with more people, the experience also rises quicker. The hearts of the surrounding punching bags, who were collapsed on the ground, were further overwhelmed with gratitude seeing Lin Fan being beaten by a group of people. Big bro, rest in peace. After you die, we will continue to remember you. Whoa whoa. Why do I feel like crying seeing this? From now on, you are our big bro. The outer sect examination disciples continued to attack mercilessly, all blows accurately hitting the mark. Brat, let's see you be cocky now. Today, we will beat you until you beg for mercy. Humph, how dare you challenge us? If we don't punish you today, you won't know the difference between heaven and earth. At this point, in order to receive the blows more efficiently, Lin Fan was directly lying face down on the ground. According to Lin Fan's analysis, whether it be toes or fingers, as long as the blow was strong enough, the experience would increase. Soon. 2850/3000. Just 150 experience points left. Please give a little more effort. As for after reaching the 5th level, who knew if these guys' attacks would give titanium-grade demon body any further experience? Originally, at the 1st level, these outer sect examination disciples' hits could bring 10 experience points. But with each increase in level, the amount of experience began to decrease more and more. After reaching the 4th level, it was essentially 1-2 points per hit. Sometimes, there were even no points. Seems like after the level rises, a new method will be needed. Oh crap! Who kicked my butt * goal? Hey, don't get too ahead of yourselves, or I will get mad. Holy! Ding! Titanium-grade demon body has risen to the 5th level. Ding! Activation startup of the strongest upgrade system met. Entering adjustment state, will fall unconscious for 24 hours. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entering unconscious state. The strongest upgrade system entering activation mode. At this point, Lin Fan had lost all consciousness, but he was really looking forward to the capabilities of the strongest upgrade system after its activation. Currently, the outer sect examination disciples had long exhausted all their energy. They were angry, but as for the punching bag that dared provoke them, it was likely that he had long died already. Everyone stop, this guy is likely dead already. That moment, a fairly sturdy-looking outer sect examination disciple, with his face completely beet red and forehead full of sweat, called out. Hey, he's completely motionless. It looks like he actually died. Even if it were an ox, it wouldn't be able to withstand all that beating. At that moment, a disciple came forward and checked Lin Fan's breath, then suddenly exclaimed, Hey, he is still breathing. He's not dead yet. This guy is a monster, even after all that, he's still not dead. Humph, we have shown him what happens to people who act arrogant. If he dares to insult us again, we will take his worthless life. That's right, it's getting late. 3 days later is the outer sect examination. We still need to train some more and go all out. Let's go. When the outer sect examination disciples left the training grounds, the punching bags that had been hiding afar all hurried over. Hurry, bring Big Bro back and take care of his wounds. Big Bro is a real man. I, Ergadan, have never in my entire life looked up to anyone, but I respect Big Bro. What can those outer examination disciples do? In the end, they had to group together to defeat Big Bro. Big Bro must have trained the titanium-grade demon body to the 3rd level. Those so-called outer sect geniuses are nothing. Enough nonsense, hurry up and carry Big Bro back. Right, Big Bro, you must hold on. Chapter 3, The World's Most Terrifying Martial Arts. Chapter 3, The World's Most Terrifying Martial Arts. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Lin Fan opened his eyes, and his expression immediately changed. Upon opening his eyes, several panicked-looking faces appeared before him. This could be incredibly traumatizing for anyone. What are you all doing? Lin Fan's voice shook slightly. Did these guys possibly do some unspeakable things to me while I was unconscious? Such as, Big Bro, you're finally awake. I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily. One of the boys surrounding Lin Fan said excitedly. Ha, Lin Fan blanked for a moment. What's up with these guys, and since when did I become their big bro? That's right, the system should be up. I need to analyze it. Let's ignore these guys for now and directly open it up. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 1. Experience points, 0/10. Martial skills, titanium grade demon body 5th level, 3000/10,000. Others explore on your own. It didn't change much from the previous one, except for the experience points. Big bro must be hungry, hurry up and get big bro some food. Right. Not long after that, a big bowl of delicious smelling chicken soup appeared before him. Lin Fan did not say anything, and with his stomach protesting in hunger, Lin Fan immediately finished off the chicken soup under the envious stares of the surrounding people. He didn't think that amongst his fellow punching bags, there were still some good ones hidden like this. Not bad. Big bro, you must be tired. Let Big bro take a good rest after he finishes eating. Big bro, you have to hold on. Big bro will definitely become a dragon and phoenix amongst men in the future. It was unfortunate that Ergodan was beaten to death this morning. He will not be able to witness the future greatness of Big bro. Saint Devil Sect was a devil sect, and life and death situations were a normal occurrence. Everyday punching bags died, so this sort of thing was no longer shocking. After the surrounding people had left, a single individual remained. His figure was short, not really sturdy looking, and also had a look that seemed sorry to the masses. To be able to survive this long could also be considered a talent for someone like him. Big bro, this is a martial skill passed down in my family. I think, among us, Big bro is the only one who can obtain it as you are the sole genius. So you must continue on. The person brought out a time-worn and tattered secret manual from his chest and gave it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan unreservedly accepted it, then looked at the person in front of him. Okay, if in the future you don't die and I become a person who dominates the world, I will ensure your great success. This was the first time Lin Fan made a promise to someone after coming to this world. Ha! Big bro, don't do this, just want you to try your best. It was evident that this person didn't take Lin Fan's words to his heart. From his perspective, Big bro's bluff was a bit too much. Lin didn't say anything else, as he also knew the other party didn't really believe him. Basically, adding flowers to embroidery could never beat delivering charcoal when it was snowing. As he just started up, Lin Fan would remember in his heart every single person who helped him, and for the person in front of him, Lin Fan silently memorized his appearance. In the future, he would surely repay him. Big bro, you have a good rest. I will go back. Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head and then looked at the secret manual. Ding. 2-bit secret manual monkey steals peach. Learn? Of course learn. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. Particularly in this world, even though Lin Fan wasn't some elite of the sect, he still knew that the sect safeguarded its martial skills very strictly. As for being able to enter a hidden library and choosing any skills after becoming an outer sect disciple, that was complete bullshit. For the sect, the outer sect disciples could range from 10,000 to hundreds of thousands. How could there possibly be that many martial skills for everyone to choose from? A person had to rely on himself. Ding. Learned monkey steals peach. First level 0 out of 10. This monkey steals peach supposedly had only 2 levels, but it was unknown how many level this could rise to now. Even though monkey steals peach is a 2-bit technique, Lin Fan believed that he could raise this seemingly trash martial skill to an unbeatable level. Monkey steals peach had only one move, a move that was absolutely devastating for males, an earth-shattering power, one move that directly crushed one's balls. Lin Fan takes a deep breath, his body instantly moving as his right hand formed a claw, guiding it towards the indescribably wonderful place. +2. +2. Ding. 2-bit martial skill monkey steals peach raised to 2nd level. Character experience plus 10. Ding, character leveled up. Ha, Lin Fan laughed out loud. Who would have thought that not even a minute would pass and Monkey Steals Peach would have already risen to the second level. Looks like I really am a peerless genius. If he were to raise Monkey Steals Peach to the 100th level, even God's balls would be crushed. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 2 pre-celestial stage waiting to be unlocked. Experience points, 0/20. Martial skills, Titanium Grade Demon Body 5th level, 3000/10,000. Monkey Steals Peach 2nd level, 10/50. Lin Fan stood up and hurried towards the direction of the training grounds. This grand opportunity, how could he let it go waste? He must take advantage of this chance. The punching bags in the surroundings couldn't help but be confused seeing Big Bro leave so hastily. Where is Big Bro going? Wasn't Big Bro still heavily injured? From his pace that was full of spring and incredibly lively, was he perhaps all right? Oh no. Yesterday, Big Bro took all the suffering for us. It must be because I mentioned how Ergodan was beaten to death by those outer sect examination disciples. He is now going for revenge. Big Bro values friendship so much, he will definitely stir up trouble. No, we must hurry over. Shortly, Lin Fan arrived at the screen-filled training grounds. Lin Fan looked towards those hard-working outer sect examination disciples, and his heart rejoiced looking at all those experience points. Titanium Grade Demon Body has already reached the 5th level. I wonder how much experience these guys can give. With that in mind, Lin Fan could not hold back any longer. Everyone stop. Just like yesterday, Lin Fan let out a roar, which was even louder than yesterday. The outer sect examination disciples all became stunned after seeing this and then began talking amongst themselves. This guy again. This guy was just beaten half to death by us yesterday, how is he still so lively today? Humph, after yesterday's punishments, even he would dare not be so presumptuous. As soon as these outer sect examination disciples finished talking, Lin Fan put one hand behind his back and pointed straight ahead while shouting. Everyone, if I were to be honest. But this time, before Lin Fan could even finish, the outer sect examination disciples were already riled up. Brothers, this guy is once again provoking us. Using words to insult us, we must make him pay. Lin Fan smiled while looking at the rushing outer sect examination disciples, revealing a very pleased expression. How smart, after yesterday's lesson they can already link things together, not bad, not bad. In that case, let's see how much experience all of you can still give Titanium Grade Demon Body. I just hope it isn't too little. Lin Fan looked at these talented youngsters with expectation and eyes full of hope. +0. +0. At this moment, Lin Fan's previous expression of anticipation suddenly changed. What the hell? This. Brat, I will let you know the definition of misery today. Forgetful fool, do you really think we are easy to be messed with? I am the son of the Prince of Jinan, my purgatory art has long been perfected. I will let you taste the pain of a living hell. Lin Fan looked at this group of angry outer sect examination disciples. If it were yesterday, then he would allow them to be excited, because the harder they tried, the more benefits he gained. But now, little bastards, since you are all so useless, I will let you experience the world's most terrifying martial arts technique, and let you all never forget this pain for eternity. Monkey Steals Peach. Chapter 4, Crushing All Balls in Sight. Chapter 4, Crushing All Balls in Sight. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. At this moment, the world began falling apart, the skies darkened, the seas dried up, and people jumped up and down, wave after wave. Monkey Steals Peach. +2. Monkey Steals Peach. +2. The formerly mighty training grounds was now filled with screams. The voices were soft like cotton, like the delicate breathing of females. Upon listening more carefully, one could feel a kind of endless sorrow and grief contained in them. Currently, Lin Fan was repeating the same action repeatedly, bending his waist, reaching out his hand and crushing with his fingers. Again and again, even if the world were to end, nothing could stop Lin Fan's longing for experience. You despicable little scumbag, using such a dirty move. The outer sect examination disciples were panicking in disarray, both hands covering their crotch, as a cold air rose from the bottom of their feet to the top of their head. Such terror, this was actually petrifying. Ding! 2-bit martial skill monkey steals peach raised to 3rd level. Ding! Defeated lousy 2-bit disciple, experience +5. Ding! Defeated lousy 2-bit disciple, experience +3. Oh, Lin Fan heard these notifications, his heart throbbing wildly with ecstasy. Who would have thought this was how the experience for character level came from? Seems like this is similar to a game, defeating a monster to level up. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the outer sect disciples that suffered greatly at the hands of Lin Fan all looked at this scumbag with despising eyes. But at this point, they suddenly realized that the said SC*bag's eyes now had an intense glare that sent fear throughout their bodies, as if something even more terrible was about to happen. A group of outer sect examination disciples surrounded Lin Fan. Even though the scumbag in front of them utilized a foul move that they were unable to defend against, they still were unable to accept doing something like tucking their tails and running away. Even if they had to pay a great price, they needed to make this nasty scumbag fall here. Lin Fan stared coldly at both of his hands. This pair of hands was about to become tarnished, but if it meant gaining experience, merely staining his hands was utterly trivial. Look, his eyes! The front row of outer sect examination disciples exclaimed. They were carefully observing the dirty scumbag, and the moment Lin Fan's eyes flashed, a sudden realization dawned upon them. Lin Fan looked up, a deep feeling of guilt within his eyes. He looked around at the group of outer sect examination disciples. Innocent lambs, you are all about to be tainted by this pair of wretched hands. But don't worry, I will hold back. Lin Fan stared intensely at the surrounding outer sect examination disciples. Dirty scumbag, what did you say? You think you alone can defeat the hundreds of us? Kneel down and apologize, then we'll spare your life. Oomph, don't be too presumptuous. Monkey steals peach. Suddenly Lin Fan rushed into the group. A 5th-level titanium-grade demon body to these outer sect examination disciples was essentially a tank with perfect defense, rampaging about with no attacks being able to cause any damage. And even though Monkey Steals Peach was only at the 3rd level, it now had reached a point of unstoppable perfection. You dirty little scumbag, I will take you on. Ow, it hurts. Let go, it's being crushed. A certain outer sect examination disciple cried in misery. His vision began to blur, his body shuddered violently, both hands clutching his crotch, and tears containing thousands of indescribable emotions forming at the corner of his eyes. A man must have face no matter what, but you have now destroyed my face. I will never let this go in this life. Monkey Steals Peach. +5. +5. Ding, defeated lousy 2-bit disciple, experience +5. Ding, defeated lousy 2-bit disciple, experience +2. Ding, congratulations, character leveled up. At this moment, Lin Fan was essentially like a wild demon, with both hands outstretched, bringing out the full potential of Monkey Steals Peach, as if writing a whole new law regarding the cultivation of Monkey Steals Peach. A surefire hit with each strike, no matter how one defended, one couldn't stop the godlike hands of Lin Fan from invading. Brothers, this wretched person uses such dirty moves. Even though we are members of a devil sect, we wouldn't stoop so low an attack like that. As the outer sect examination disciples began retreating one by one disciple who could be said to possess an unparalleled beauty began rallying his fellow brothers to unite and bring down Lin Fan. Like a weaving dragon, Lin Fan moved back and forth between the outer sect examination disciples, and this particular outer sect examination disciple acting so arrogant caught his attention. The pretty boy suddenly felt an invasive gaze lock firmly upon him, and his heart jolted with a bad feeling. When his eyes met with Lin Fan's, the pretty boy began cowering back in fear. If Lin Fan's attacks weren't aimed at that unspeakable spot, it would be fine even if he were defeated. His strength may not match against him, but at least he wouldn't be scared. But right now he was terrified. Seeing so many of his fellow brothers fall at the hands of this guy, especially the look of utter tragedy within their eyes, he understood it definitely hurt a lot. As the pretty boy saw the clenched hands of Lin Fan, a cold air began to rise, and his two legs began to involuntarily shudder. Monkey steals peach. No. It hurts. The vision of the pretty boy blurred, as he lightly called out and immediately fell down while twitching. This scene of horrible misery made people unable to even look. When all the outer sect examination disciples fell upon the ground, Lin Fan also had no more peaches to steal. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 9, pre-celestial stage waiting to be unlocked. Experience points, 0 out of 1000. Martial skills, titanium grade demon body 5th level, 3000/10,000. Monkey steals peach 10th level, 1000/10,000. Lin Fan looked at his character data panel and nodded with satisfaction. Now that his level had risen to 9, he was an invincible being to the outer sect examination disciples in front of him. A number was floating above the forehead of all the outer sect examination disciples. Some had level 5, some level 6, some even level 8. None of these outer sect examination disciples had yet reached the pre-celestial stage. Lin Fan had seen the attacks of pre-celestial stage disciples before. Their attacks were nothing like those of these outer sect examination disciples. 3 days later was the outer sect examinations, and even though he didn't possess a competitive heart, he had to become an outer sect disciple. In the end, this place was too small for Lin Fan. If he wanted to become stronger, he would need an even bigger world. Lin Fan turned around and began to leave, but stopped after a few steps. I will come again tomorrow. Those who previously saw this despicable scumbag beginning to leave had started to slowly stand up, but upon hearing those words, their legs lost the strength, and once again collapsed on the ground. After what happened today, they no longer had the heart to fight with him again. Dirty, despicable, shameless, how could such a person appear in this world? Lin Fan sighed. What these outer sect examination disciples thought of him was something Lin Fan also understood in his heart. But how could this all be his fault? After all, he only knew the move monkey steals peach. There is a saying that describes this very well. One move to rule them all. Since he only knew one martial arts technique for now, there was no point in minding it. Also, Lin Fan discovered that body training arts were different from martial arts. When titanium grade demon body rose to a certain level, it needed the help of stronger external forces to further upgrade it. But for martial arts, regardless of the opponent's strength, they all gave experience. Even though there was a difference between the amount strong and weak opponents gave, but no matter how weak or strong the opponent was, they all still gave some experience at least. Chapter 5, Leveling Up Like a Rocket. Chapter 5, Leveling Up Like a Rocket. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Night. A modest-sized tile house, with the inside filled with people. Lin Fan's fight today left the group of punching bags completely speechless. They could only give Lin Fan a thumbs up, expressing their belief. Big bro, the move you used today, was it monkey steals peach? Xiao Liuzi had stayed at the Saint Devil sect for quite a while, and he understood the matters that went on around here. Even though monkey steals peach was a martial arts technique passed down within his family, he understood that compared to the martial arts of the outer sect examination disciples, the difference in power was vast. Yep. Lin Fan nodded his head in affirmation. Amazing, I never thought that my family's technique was this powerful. But only Big Bro is able to bring out the full potential of its power. Xiao Liuzi said excitedly. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed but didn't say anything. Big Bro, 2 days later, the outer sect will begin their examinations. Are you thinking about entering? Xiao Liuzi asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Liuzi, aren't you asking the unnecessary? Why wouldn't Big Bro enter? You think he really wants to stay stuck here with us for his entire life? That is true. Xiao Liuzi nodded. Even though Lin Fan possessed a system, he had been in this world for about a year already. Although he wasn't overly familiar with it, he still knew that this world was very dangerous. Inside the sect, a mere punching bag like him usually wouldn't dare defy the outer sect examination disciples. He also understood that to a sect, talent was the most important. If one had the power, one could provoke anyone, but at one's own risk. If one were to just display a bit of talent and be killed by jealous sect members, then this sect wouldn't have been able to live very long and long ago self-destructed. Lin Fan had two ideas. One was to seriously raise his own power, and the second was to attract the attention of someone from the top and then leave this place. But Lin Fan came to one conclusion: the outer sect examination disciples' training grounds was a completely obsolete and inferior place inside the Saint Devil sectet. What kind of top member would have nothing to do and come here? Therefore, he had to rely on himself. Since he obtained these golden fingers, if he didn't do something big, he would feel sorry for all his life. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early, made some food to fill his stomach, and then hurried on over to the training grounds. Now that he was at the 9th level, Monkey Steel's Peach was also at the 10th level. The experience he gained now would be slow. But no matter what, up to the day of the outer sect examination, he would get as strong as he could get. A light breeze passed across the training grounds. The cool breeze blew up a cloud of dust from the bricks, and a few leaves floated about in the air before finally landing on the ground. Silence, absolute silence. What is this situation? Lin Fan looks at the scene in front of him, completely dumbfounded. Where did all the people go? The previously fiery training grounds were now absolutely silent and completely empty. This, Lin Fan held his chin, looking helplessly in front of him. These outer sect examination disciples were far too brittle. All they did was lose some peaches. Is there any need to be this scared? Looks like there will be nothing for these next few days. I will have to completely rely on myself. Defeating others gave him experience, in which case defeating all those monsters and beasts outside should also net him experience. But if he were to hate, he could only hate himself for only being a mere punching bag in the Saint Devil sect, who didn't have the permissions to leave sect grounds. Otherwise, he would go outside and violently exterminate waves of monsters. At this moment, Lin Fan saw two people approaching from afar. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. Finally, people arrive. But his expression then immediately changed, which was because the number above the head of one of the people was 8th level pre-celestial. Looking towards the young boy standing next to the man in light robes was the unparalleled pretty boy who he had mercilessly beaten yesterday. Lin Fan's heart jolted. Perhaps the guy didn't accept yesterday's results and brought along an expert for revenge. An 8th level pre-celestial who was just 2 steps away from the post-celestial stage. What was a person like him doing in such an obsolete training ground? Furthermore, a person like him should definitely not be the kind of guy to have spare time to go around avenging others. Is this the one you were talking about? The man in light robes asked. Yes, senior brother. He is the person I was speaking of. The unparalleled pretty boy stood respectfully to the side, not daring to make any disrespectful movements. Even though his nemesis Lin Fan stood right in front of him, he dared not show the slightest bit of joy at the other party's misery. No, Lin Fan's heart pondered, this guy was not brought along as a helper. If he were brought along as a helper, the pretty boy would definitely not act like this. It seems there is some sort of unspeakable secret hidden here. The man in light robes looked at Lin Fan and slightly nodded his head. Suddenly Lin Fan felt an energy with the momentum of a wave surge forth. Pooh! Lin Fan only felt a tremendous blow on his chest, completely not knowing what happened. The blood inside of him rolled over as he spit out a chunk of blood. So strong! Lin Fan retreated dozens of steps, clutching his chest while half kneeling on the ground, looking at the man in front of him. Ding, experience plus 30,000. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. Lin Fan was surprised, only feeling how terrifying the attack was. Merely one move and it raised titanium grade demon body by 2 levels. Not bad. A second level pre-celestial full force strike and only spitting out blood. It seems you have trained the titanium grade demon body to a very high level. Come with me. The light-robed man nodded his head, his eyes flashing with extreme curiosity towards this punching bag that was able to train titanium grade demon body to this level. Wait, Lin Fan soothed the blood flow within his body and looked towards the light-robed man. This was true strength. If one didn't possess strength, they would have to let others throw them on the chopping board and be diced. But for Lin Fan, this was a perfect opportunity. How could he let it escape? Whether it was on Earth or now, Lin Fan was a madman, a complete madman. If he didn't utilize all the benefits in front of him, he would never stop. The previous 5th level titanium grade demon body endured after receiving the 2nd level pre-celestial full force strike and only caused him to spit some blood. Who knew what a 7th level titanium grade demon body could do? Lin Fan knew the 8th level pre-celestial sect disciple in front of him most likely wanted him for something, so he definitely wouldn't kill him. But of course, Lin Fan wouldn't foolishly say, "Please come hit me," or similar asking for a beating type of words. You couldn't withstand the shame I put on you yesterday, so today you brought along a helper. Do you think I'll be scared by just this? Let me tell you something. I, Lin Fan, am not afraid of anything. I am completely not afraid of people seeking revenge upon me. As soon as he finished, Lin Fan rushed forward. Come and hit me. The light-robed man looked towards Lin Fan and gave a slight smile, amusing. Bam! He did not see the light-robed man make any movement, only feeling as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, as Lin Fan, who rushed up, was sent flying back. Lin Fan uncontrollably spat out blood again. Ding, experience plus 2,000. At this moment, Lin Fan was in utter ecstasy. Earlier, even when he let those outer sect examination disciples beat him freely, they merely gave a few points. Who would have thought this guy's one hit would increase his experience by so much? Nice, but not enough. Your daddy here needs even more experience. Humph, weak and powerless, this is the helper you brought along? Seems to me like nothing. Lin Fan rose up while saying, "Stop it, you may not disrespect senior brother." The pretty boy's expression changed, and he immediately reprimanded. No matter what, it's a bit interesting for sure. Titanium grade demon body level limit is 3, and even training it to the 3rd level can merely endure one 1st level pre-celestial full force strike. This is getting more and more interesting. So be it. Let's see just how much you can withstand. The light-robed man gave a soft laugh. Chapter 6, Senior Brother, One Step at a Time. Chapter 6, Senior Brother, One Step at a Time. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. The unparalleled pretty boy standing next to the light-robed man was utterly stunned. How was it possible? How could this guy survive against that? You are the most impressive punching bag I have ever seen since I entered this sect. The light-robed man said while laughing softly, after which his expression immediately changed. His previous mildly gently expression now became immensely fierce. But, pure steel is easy to bend. Bam! Lin suffered another blow, as his body was sent flying and splatters of blood drifted through the air. Ding, experience plus 3,000. How refreshing. Lin Fan lied on the ground while feeling the experience increase, his heart almost bursting with excitement. The light-robed man looked towards the collapsed Lin Fan, and a slight smile appeared on his mouth. A half-powered strike of a 3rd level pre-celestial, no matter how high his titanium-grade demon body is, unfortunately, it won't be able to block that. But don't worry, you will not die, as I also held back. Go, pick him up and come with me. The unparalleled pretty boy looked towards the collapsed Lin Fan, gloating as he said with satisfaction. Courting death. The light-robed man turned around, preparing to leave. A talent capable of enduring a half-powered strike of a third-level pre-celestial, he wondered if Senior Brother would be interested in recruiting him. The world contained numerous unusual people, to the point of being uncountable. The Saint Devil sect has existed for thousands of years. What kind of disciples had it never seen before? This punching bag cultivated just the titanium-grade demon body but managed to cultivate it to an even higher level. He undoubtedly was a talent, but this alone was not going to be enough. The light-robed man already saw through him. This punching bag hadn't even reached the pre-celestial stage yet. In his eyes, he was merely a slightly special ant, nothing more than that. But at this moment, the light-robed man's expression abruptly changed to that of slight disbelief. Ah, not bad, not bad. That was stronger than the previous one, but it's still not enough. Lin Fan once again stood up, brushing his chest. It was quite painful, but these kind of formidable free experience-giving people were few. If I don't properly utilize this opportunity, in the future, I'll be full of regret of sure. The light-robed man looked at Lin Fan in dismay. What was up with this guy? How could it be like this? Lin Fan looked at the light-robed man, feeling a trace of vulnerability. This counted as exposing himself. Titanium-grade demon body had a total of 3 levels, and it was impossible to defend against an expert pre-celestial strike. But he had now let this guy beat himself to raise the experience of titanium-grade demon body, which was also all to attain the power to defend himself. If he were to follow this light-robed man, who knew what would happen, whether he would end up dead or alive was uncertain. The punching bags were not yet official disciples of the sect, and no one would care about their life or death. So Lin Fan would have to struggle and take his own chances. Since other people didn't find him special, he would then prove it himself. Alright, let's just see how long you can endure. The light-robed man's momentum surged, as a full-force pre-celestial strike slammed against Lin Fan's body. Ding, experience plus 4,000. Ding, congratulations, titanium-grade demon body leveled up. Currently, Lin Fan was ecstatic to the point of flying. This level up was way too fast, enduring a few hits and the result was a level up. Moreover, this experienced treasure trove even slowly raised his cultivation base, assisting his own efforts and allowing his experience to skyrocket. If the light-robed man had used the full power of an 8th level pre-celestial from the start, even if his titanium-grade demon body were at the 7th level, he would have immediately reduced to nothing. Seeing Lin Fan stand up once again, the light-robed man's previous calm demeanor was now steadily becoming furious. He felt a sense of shame, and even though he was withholding his cultivation base and this guy was beaten to the point of spitting blood, nonetheless, he repeatedly stood up again and again. It was actually becoming unbearable now. Alright then, I refuse to believe this superstition. The light-robed man flared up. Seeing the light-robed man flare up, Lin Fan felt even more delighted inside. Refusing to believe this superstition, that's right, wait until the end. Even if you don't believe, I will make you believe. Bam! Lin Fan was sent flying once again. Ding, experience plus 5,000. He stood up again. Bam! Sent flying again. Ding, experience plus 6,000. Bam! Ding, experience plus 6,000. Ding, congratulations, titanium-grade demon body leveled up. Why can you still stand? The light-robed man was slowly unable to maintain his demeanor. Because of Lin Fan, who stood up again and again, his confidence was now deeply shaken and his ego offended. The unparalleled pretty boy on the side was completely dumbfounded, standing there entirely motionless as if he had seen a ghost. Come, Lin Fan beckoned with his finger, not wanting to say anything more. Damn it, I refuse to believe. I also can't believe, so you have to prove it yourself. Lin Fan looked at the light-robed man and said comfortingly. Damn it, in that case, let's see how you stand against my full power. The light-robed man was also angered by Lin Fan. No matter what, he was just a young man in his 20s, so naturally he still possessed a bit of youthful arrogance. His years of training, at this moment, also disintegrated into a complete mess. Upon hearing the words full power, Lin Fan immediately jolted and was slightly scared. Don't mess around. A full-powered strike of an 8th level pre-celestial, that would utterly decimate me into pieces. Light-robed senior brother, no so fast. You were just a 3rd level pre-celestial. Now should be 4th level pre-celestial, one step at a time, you must not skip. Lin Fan shouted in a hurry. Lin Fan already had a plan in mind. If the other party still insisted upon using full strength, he would definitely kneel down and admit defeat. He couldn't be reduced to a dog just like that. Alright, a half-powered strike of a 4th level pre-celestial. Let's see how you defend against that. The light-robed man roared and his body twisted. From the start to the moment of attack, Lin Fan didn't realize just how the light-robed man carried out the move. Fast, it's too fast. Bam! Lin Fan was sent flying again. This time, Lin Fan was not immersed in the euphoric feeling of his ever-increasing experience but was instead thinking about a problem. It seemed there was a need for him to re-evaluate the disciples of the Saint Devil sect, and this piece of intelligence was a bit moving. At this point, Lin Fan looked towards the light-robed man and couldn't help but feel a bit of love. Of course, this was an appreciative type of love. If more talents like him were to appear in the future, what was there to worry about? Ding, experience plus 7,000. Good, senior brother's strike made my blood circulation flip, throwing up a pot of blood, but it's not enough, again. Lin Fan wiped his mouth as if he were merely just eating and then refusing to pay. Damn it, how can you still stand? I will let you experience my full power. The light-robed man's long black hair flowed along with the wind. No, light-robed senior brother, you just used a half-powered strike of a 4th level pre-celestial. Now should be its full-forced strike. One step at a time, slowly. You must not go back on your word. Lin Fan shouted. All right. Hearing this, Lin Fan secretly wiped his tear. How touching. Ding, experience plus 8,000. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. Ding, experience plus 9,000. Ding, experience plus 10,000. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. 4th level pre-celestial stage half-powered strike. 4th level pre-celestial stage full-forced strike. 5th level pre-celestial stage. 6th level pre-celestial stage. By this time, the unparalleled pretty boy was long on the ground with white foam frothing from his mouth, his entire body twitching. Impossible, this is completely possible. But at this time, the light-robed man had his black hair a mess, his 2 eyes completely red and his expression brutal. Ah! Why can you still stand? The light-robed man's demeanor had collapsed entirely, one strike after another raining down upon Lin Fan's body. Ding, experience plus 1,000. Ding, experience plus 1,000. Lin Fan sighed and looked at his character data. Name, Lin Fan. Level 9, pre-celestial stage waiting to be unlocked. Experience points, 0 out of 1,000. Martial skills, titanium grade demon body 18th level, 0/1000000. Monkey steals peach 10th level, 1,000/10,000. Lin Fan felt that he went a bit too far, really too far. The light-robed senior brother had long used the full power of his 8th level pre-celestial stage, but the current Lin Fan was entirely immune to it. Seeing the light-robed senior brother crazily beat him, Lin Fan could only endure the attacks and wait for after his heart to resign and him to quiet down. Chapter 7, Senior Brother, You Are a Gracious Person. Chapter 7, Senior Brother, You Are a Gracious Person. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. Why? Why, can you still stand? And I Ming Yang, entered the sect at age 4. For the past 18 years, day and night, with non-stop training, I finally attained the 8th level pre-celestial stage, becoming an outer sect disciple. Why can't I defeat a mere disciple that hasn't even yet reached pre-celestial stage? Why? Lin Fan watched as 2 teardrops rolled down from the corner of Ni Ming Yang's eyes, his heart unable to bear the complete result. He seemed to have left a profound impact upon Ni Ming Yang. Even though Saint Devil's sect was a devil sect, but in his year here, Lin Fan had never seen those type of cruel things happen before. Even though punching bags would die time to time, it couldn't be blamed upon others. Since they became a punching bag, they must have had this kind of determination. Lin Fan sighed again, as his hand rested on the shoulder of Ni Ming Yang. Senior brother Ni. Don't say anything, I can endure. When a genius appears, a person like me who can only use my sweat and tears to replace pure talent cannot stand against him. Ni Ming Yang wiped his tears while saying, this kind of thing for anyone would be like a bolt out of the blue. No, senior brother I just wanted to say one thing. I was just hoping you wouldn't get too mad. Lin Fan looked at Ni Ming Yang while saying, in Lin Fan's eyes, Ni Ming Yang was actually not that bad. If he had known this person was not so bad, he wouldn't have gone so far. After all, being knocked down to the ground was not a big deal. But now saying anything was too late. From now on, you and I are brothers of the same sect, no need to be so distant. Those so-called righteous path sects, although they demonize our devil sects, if you continue on you'll discover that our devil sects value friendship much more compared to those so-called righteous path sections. Ni Ming Yang said with emotion. Alright, senior brother Ni's words are very gracious, to the point that this junior brother is moved. In that case, please excuse me. Lin Fan was moved to tears upon hearing this. This is exactly what a sect should be like. What was this about cheating amongst each other, about one's cultivation base being stronger than others and therefore others must die, as depicted in novels? They were all complete lies. I am gracious, so even if you offend me, I will not get mad. When I bring you to see senior brother and initiate you into the sect, you will also be considered my junior brother. Ni Ming Yang stood tall and prideful looking at Lin Fan with an atmosphere a senior brother should have, like a wave surging forth towards Lin Fan. Alright, with senior brother Ni's words, I also feel at ease. Lin Fan's expression was full of joy. No worries, Ni Ming Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. With these words of self-comforting, the almost collapsing heart had now turned over rapidly. But at this moment, the world changed. Ni Ming Yang suddenly realized that even though the sun in the sky was ever so shining brightly, in front of his eyes was pitch darkness, unable to see anything. Only a single phrase traveled to his ear. Monkey steals peach. That moment, at an extremely fast speed, the 10th level Monkey Steals Peach was instantly activated by Lin Fan. At that moment, between heaven and earth, it seemed as if no peach could withstand against Lin Fan's pair of demon hands. The action, fast and straightforward, bent over, reached out and grabbed the peach. Ah! At that moment, an unbeatable powerful sound wave traveled forth. This sound wave contained immense strength and power, making it an unstoppable power. This sudden roar was from the mouth of senior brother Ni. At the moment, Ni Ming Yang's face had turned pale, his trembling hands clutching his crotch while he was collapsed on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Lin Fan looked towards Ni Ming Yang, his heart feeling even more guilty. But whatever the case might be, since he already made senior brother Ni experience a blow, another blow should be no significant matter. Ding, Monkey Steals Peach plus 200. Ding, congratulations on defeating 8th level pre-celestial stage Ni Ming Yang, experience plus 20,000. Ding, congratulations leveled up. Ding, congratulations leveled up. Ding, congratulations on unlocking pre-celestial, entering the pre-celestial stage. At this moment Lin Fan's heart was full of joy. He finally ranked up to the pre-celestial stage. Name, Lin Fan. Level 11, second level pre-celestial stage. Experience points 0/50,000. Martial skills, titanium grade demon body 18th level 0/10000000. Monkey steals peach 10th level 1200/10,000. Lin laughed crazily. Who knew that with the temporary sacrifice of senior brother and I, he would gain such an immense amount of experience, such utter bliss. Currently, the Ming Yang that was collapsed on the ground with one hand clutching his crotch and one hand pointing at Lin Fan, had an enraged expression, as if he were about to get up and fight Lin Fan to death. Gracious, senior brother and I, you are a very gracious person. This junior brother of yours just merely wanted to experiment a little. Lin Fan innocently said. You, and Ming Yang even had the desire to die right now. He stood up with incredible difficulty, the peach below in a tremendous, indescribable pain that made his teeth chatter. Gracious, your senior brother is a very gracious person. Junior brother is still young and playful, your senior brother understands. And Ming Yang recovered with great effort. If any other area of his body had received any other kinds of massive injuries, and Ming Yang would have definitely not been in the state he was right now. But that area was a weak point for men, receiving such a severe blow and still being able to stand was also because of his deep cultivation base. I just knew senior brother is a very gracious person. Lin Fan said while smiling. Alright then, come with me. And Ming Yang swore to the heavens that after this business was finished, he would never ever meet with this guy again. Dangerous, it was far too dangerous. Senior brother, where are we going? Lin Fan could tell that Ming Yang was not a treacherous kind of person, so he directly asked. I will bring you to see senior brother Meng. After that, senior brother Meng will recommend you and let you become an outer sect disciple. Ming Yang frowned slightly as if the pain in his eggs had still not disappeared. Lin Fan jolted with a bit of disbelief, he wasn't here to harm him? Ming Yang saw Lin Fan's expression, and lightly said afterward, Did you think that I was here to harm you? No, Lin Fan said hastily, these novels are going to get me killed. Ming Yang obviously didn't believe what Lin Fan said, those types of treacherous actions are rarely seen inside the Saint Devil sect. The Saint Devil sect has experienced prosperity and failure since its creation, understanding that infighting will always be an utter disaster for a sect. I understand it, senior brother and I. But technically, I could just participate in the outer sect examination in 2 days. Lin Fan said. You're a genius. When he reported it, senior brother Meng didn't believe it, and neither did I. But now, I am even further convinced that you're a genius, and any genius is considered a valuable member of a sect. That's why those type of time-wasting exams are merely an ordinary person's threshold. Ming Yang said. Lin Fan nodded his head, the initially oppressive atmosphere at this moment had completely vanished. Senior brother and I, then what is our threshold? Lin Fan asked. Ming Yang looked at Lin Fan, then murmured, entering the pre-celestial stage is one step, post-celestial is a small step while peri-celestial is an even bigger step. For a sect, out of thousands of people, if even one is able to achieve the peri-celestial stage, it is a joyous occasion. In the future, you will begin to understand. It's getting late, senior brother Meng likely cannot wait any longer. What about him? Lin Fan pointed towards the collapsed pretty boy. He has merits for recommending a talent, so I will reward him in the future. Come. Ming Yang said. Lin Fan heard this and was startled, seriously, so in the end, I was merely a treat, forget it. Seeing Ming Yang's smiling expression, it seemed as if he would also get a reward. The previous guilt in his heart had completely vanished at this point. And if he were to enter the outer sect, in the future, at this moment, Lin Fan smiled perversely. Chapter 8, The Pig Roaming in the Beginner's Zone. Chapter 8, The Pig Roaming in the Beginner's Zone. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Along the way, Lin Fan conversed with Ming Yang and gathered quite a bit of information. At the same time, he began to recognize the Saint Devil sect system. Genius, that was the critical point that needed to be raised. In the Saint Devil sect, the outer sect examination disciples were divided into 9 major sites. The area Lin Fan was in was merely a small portion of one of those sites, and this small fraction alone contained hundreds of people. An overall estimation would likely end up with a terrifying number. The Saint Devil sect, in order to discover those hidden geniuses within the sect, enforced a reward system for identifying and reporting a genius. Senior Brother Ni, what kind of person is Senior Brother Meng? Do you think he will like a genius like myself? Lin Fan asked while cackling. Ni Ming Yang, who was walking in front, stopped suddenly. Lin Fan watched Ni Ming Yang, wondering what kind of result this would bring. Junior Brother Lin, Senior Brother Meng is a solemn person. You must not be disrespectful in front of Senior Brother Meng. Be sure to keep that in mind. Ni Ming Yang said seriously. He was afraid that this innocently playful junior brother might act out of line in front of Senior Brother Meng. Understood. Lin Fan nodded his head, a bit curious towards the so-called Senior Brother Meng, one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses. To be within the top 10 among the thousands of outer sect disciples, he most likely was a very powerful person. While walking, Lin Fan entered the Grand Garden. Since the time he became a punching bag, Lin Fan had never been anywhere else. So naturally, he didn't know how big the Saint Devil sect was. Thus, the sight in front of him brought Lin Fan into an entirely new world. We have arrived. This is where Senior Brother Meng resides. Lin Fan looked at the house in front of him, his heart yearning. One day, I will also possess all of this. Enter, and remember, don't be disrespectful. Ni Ming Yang cautioned again. Okay, I understand Senior Brother Ni. Lin Fan nodded his head. Towards Senior Brother Ni, Lin Fan still had a desire to get closer to him. Even though he would occasionally act tough, but the intelligence and compassion was still very touching. Within the pearly white walls of the garden, the surrounding green willows, and the adorning mountain rocks gave off an impression of magnificence and elegance. So this is the place one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses resides in. It truly is desirable. Senior Brother Meng and Ni Ming Yang stood outside the house and respectfully greeted. Enter. A faint voice came from inside the house, at which point Lin Fan became a bit nervous. Hearing the voice alone, he could sense the toughness which was quite high. Lin Fan followed behind Ni Ming Yang and entered inside. The insides of the house emitted a sense of antiquity, like a place where a scholar would reside. For a devil sect, this kind of place was a bit incongruous. Is this the genius mentioned by the underling? Meng Yangchuan closed the ancient book within his hands, and then carefully observed Lin Fan. Lin Fan also stared directly at this so-called outer sect's top 10 geniuses. Sure enough, a dragon amongst men. As a man, Lin Fan also felt some envious hate. What was up with this world? How could there be so many men that possessed such devilish beauty? And the so-called Senior Brother Meng in front of him, even with his devilish beauty, he didn't possess a sense of overwhelming superiority but instead gave off an indescribable feeling. In more modern terms, an elegant indifference, difficult to speak with, definitely difficult to speak with. And when Lin Fan took a look at the level, he was instantly convinced. 6th level Peri-Celestial. Seriously, with a cultivation base that high and still lying around among the outer sect disciples, this is insane. Breaking through to post-celestial would allow one to become an inner sect disciple. Upon entering the Peri-Celestial stage, they could become a core disciple and even compete for the position of sect head. The weaker ones could still become sect elders or the likes. This is essentially just a max-level pig who is stubbornly refusing to leave the beginner's zone. Of course, this thought was kept inside Lin Fan's heart. Even though his titanium-grade demon body had reached the 18th level, when Lin Fan thought about it, perhaps even with a mere breath of the other party would reduce him to nothing. You're Lin Fan? Meng Yangchuan asked. Yes. Lin Fan silently but non-submissively nodded his head. Even though your cultivation base is quite high, but no matter what, I am someone who possesses the ultimate system. I cannot lose face. Senior brother Meng, the cultivation of junior brother Lin's titanium-grade demon body is really high. It can even withstand my full-powered strike. He is a rare talent for sure. And I Ming Yang said excitedly. Oh. Senior brother Meng's gentle expression slightly changed. Lin Fan suddenly felt as if his whole being was completely exposed in front of senior brother Meng. Lin Fan felt a bit awkward. The cultivation base of senior brother Meng is quite high. How is his style like this? Not long after that, this kind of feeling disappeared. Not bad, he is definitely unusual. Titanium-grade demon body is Saint Devilsec's lowest body training technique. To be able to train it to that level is also an incredible qualification. But your cultivation base is rather low, so you need to work harder. Meng Yangchuan's expression was calm, but felt quite shocked on the inside, with a strong feeling of disbelief. But how could an expert like him reveal a shocked expression in front of the juniors? I thank senior brother Meng for the advice. Lin Fan said. Tomorrow morning, take him to Elder Li's place for initiation. Meng Yangchuan said. Yes. And I Ming Yang nodded his head and prepared to leave. Tomorrow morning. Senior brother? For the intersect exams in 3 months, you should work hard, set aside your other businesses and give it a try. Meng Yangchuan said. Senior brother, wherever you go, I will also be there, and I Ming Yang said with a firm expression. Lin Fan, who stood to the side, silently looked towards the two people and pondered, does I Ming Yang perhaps like men? TCH, I don't want to think about it. Ha, go. Meng Yangchuan sighed. Yes. Outside. Along the way, I Ming Yang didn't say a single word, and Lin Fan became a bit bored. What's the cultivation base of senior brother Meng? Lin Fan pretended to be clueless and asked. After all, for a 6th level peri-celestial to stay in the outer sect, it was quite weird. 3rd level post-celestial. I Ming Yang replied. Lin Fan nodded his head. As expected, there is something up, even hiding the cultivation base and not letting others know. Was Meng Yangchuan perhaps actually a tiger pretending to be a pig type of big shot? Senior brother Meng told you to enter the intersect exams, why won't you go? People strive to aim higher. Do you want to stay in the outer sect for the rest of your life? Lin Fan asked. You don't understand, and I Ming Yang didn't say anything more. Hearing this, Lin Fan instantly exploded in his mind. Seriously, I don't understand? You don't even bother to explain the situation and just say I don't understand. Whatever, just whatever. I am not a gossiping type of person. Who cares if there is some kind of relationship or something between you two? It has nothing to do with me. But it really is intriguing. Lin Fan really wanted to open I Ming Yang's head and carefully investigate what exactly was going on, to the point of him being ready to cast aside his chance for promotion and riches. But upon seeing I Ming Yang's current deadpan expression, Lin Fan didn't bother to pursue the matter. Chapter 9, You're truly a peerless genius that only appears once every thousands of years. Chapter 9, You're truly a peerless genius that only appears once every thousands of years. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Talent Registration Hall. Lin Fan stood underneath the hall's nameplate, lost in thought. This name. Dominating. Perfectly exhibiting the high-end caliber of a genius, it seemed no matter where one was, talent would always be a high-demand commodity. Junior brother, let's go in. I Ming Yang's attitude towards Lin Fan was very friendly, not containing any trace of urgency. The key point was that having a bad attitude just wouldn't do. After all, I Ming Yang's eggs felt quite painful even now. This junior brother's attack is a bit sinister. It seems there is a need to report this incident to senior brother Meng. Yes. Lin Fan returned to himself and nodded while following Nai Ming Yang inside. Along the way here, Lin Fan realized that the Saint Devil sect was indeed a big sect. The size was rather too huge, to the point that one could get lost in it. Outer sect disciple, Nai Ming Yang, recommending a talent, seeking an audience with elderly. Nai Ming Yang said while standing respectfully outside the entrance. Understood. At this time, a faint voice sounded from within the dark hall. This voice sounded a bit scary and cold, making one feel a chill deep down in the bones. Even the fearless Lin Fan involuntarily shuddered. Senior brother and I, how is the voice of elderly this petrifying? Lin secretly asked. Shu, be cautious, junior brother. Remember, in a moment, when you see elderly, absolutely don't panic, understand? Nai Ming Yang suddenly remembered something and was a bit regretful for not telling Lin Fan earlier. But now that they were already standing outside the hall, he couldn't really explain in detail either. Panic? What's there about panicking? Lin Fan was surprised for a moment and didn't quite understand. Was it possible this elderly was a man-eating tiger? But even so, Lin Fan was not scared. If it came down to it, one monkey steal speech should do. Shu, quiet, elderly has arrived. Nai Ming Yang's expression slightly changed while he respectfully stood there. Lin Fan secretly glanced towards the person walking out from the darkness. Dressed in black robes, the figure was a bit burly. Ha! At this moment, as a ray of sunlight shone on the face of elderly, Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were shimmering with disbelief while at the same time reflecting a bit of fear. This. How could a human look like this? Half a human face, half a skeleton, such that one could even see the pulsing brain inside. Incredibly terrifying, it really was incredibly terrifying. Remembering Nai Ming Yang's words, Lin Fan lowered his head, no longer observing elderly. Even if Lin Fan was open-minded, he had never faced this kind of situation before. If it weren't for Nai Ming Yang's previous warning, Lin Fan would have likely shouted out, "A ghost!" Elderly, this is Lin Fan. His titanium-grade demon body has been cultivated to a very high level, and can even defend against my 8th-level pre-celestial full-powered strike. Nai Ming Yang introduced in detail. The talent registration hall was the Saint Devil Sect's foundation point. Countless talented disciples had been required to register with it, and from then tremendous investments allowed it to further develop. Earlier, when the talent registration hall was first created, the sect was highly attentive to the genius disciples, but as time went on, the number of geniuses continued to grow more and more. So the sect obviously couldn't provide an indefinite amount of resources, and thus even though the current talent registration hall still received quite a lot of resources, it wasn't as crazy as it used to be. Oh, is that so? Then I would like to see. With this, elderly showed a hint of interest. Lin Fan stood there, and his weak body gave a sudden shudder. My God! Don't get so close to me. Lin Fan slightly raised his head, and his vision met with the flaring green of Elder Li's eyes and the half-skeleton face. Are you scared of my face? Elder Li smiled while observing the rather new midget sect member. Even though Lin Fan's expression was a bit disrespectful, Elder Li was not angry. No. Don't joke around, I'll really be a complete idiot if I were to speak the truth now. But this Elder Li's face really is rather bone-chilling. You cannot blame the ignorant. In your path, you will meet people even scarier than me. Elderly ridiculed and then rested one hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan immediately felt a stream of energy flow throughout his body, as if it were searching for something. Lin Fan was close to tears at this point. Being infiltrated by people twice in one day, you all will never obtain my virginity. Then, something that made Lin Fan even more panicked happened. The previous calm flaring green of Elder Li's eyes suddenly began jumping and shining with much greater intensity than before, while staring at Lin Fan to the point of giving him goosebumps. My God, what are these people? Their stares make me feel so awkward. Penetrating, this glare has too much penetration power. Genius, elderly excitedly grabbed Lin Fan, peerless genius, to cultivate titanium-grade demon body to such a level, a peerless genius that only appears once every thousands of years, and I Ming Yang, who had been standing there respectfully the whole time, had previously just been thinking about how Elderly was really talkative today. But upon hearing Elder Lee's first words, the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Junior brother is naturally a genius. Otherwise he wouldn't have been recommended here. But when he heard the words that followed, and I Ming Yang was stunned. Peerless genius? Furthermore, a peerless genius that only appears once every thousands of years. Upon hearing those words of Elderly, the already wide eyes of the fidgety Lin Fan became even wider. Ha ha! Genius, peerless genius, a peerless genius that only appears once every thousands of years. Elderly, a peerless genius like myself that only appears once every thousands of years most definitely will receive the full protection of everyone in the entire sect, right? Am I going to become the personal disciple of the sect head and receive personal guidance? Lin Fan was ecstatic at this point towards the Saint Devil sect that treasured geniuses so dearly. A peerless genius that only appears every thousands of years like myself, won't I be treasured to the utmost? The various kinds of tremendous sect resources, on top of his own system, wouldn't that mean his days of becoming an invincible god are drawing near? Ha ha! As he continually thought about it, Lin Fan became thrilled. Who would have thought that in this world, yours truly would be able to dine in such riches? The heavens are quite kind towards me. At this point, the previously excited Elderly suddenly calmed down. Alright, not bad. Come collect your outer sect necessities. And I Ming Yang, this is your reward for recommending a talent. Afterward, bring this newly initiated junior brother to the assigned residence and explain the Saint Devil sect's commandments to him. Elderly regained his calm and said, Yes, Elderly. And I Ming Yang respectfully received the reward and nodded. Ha! At this moment, a basin of ice-cold water poured over Lin Fan from head to toe, fully awakening him. Elderly, but I am a peerless genius that only appears once every thousands of years, is this the only treatment I get? Lin Fan was frustrated. Was the previously excited expression just a lie? I was already prepared to meet the sect head, how did it become like this? All things start from scratch, one step at a time. One must not be too hasty. With these words, Elder Lee's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the hall. F***CK. Lin Fan was completely frustrated at this point. This shouldn't be how things go. The peerless geniuses in novels, if they weren't hacked to death by people, then they would be cradled like a treasure by them. A peerless genius that only appears every thousands of years, and this is the treatment I get. The heavens and great earth, give me an explanation. Chapter 10, Senior Brother, please wait. Chapter 10, Senior Brother, please wait. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Senior Brother and I, did we come to the wrong place? Lin Fan looked towards the incredibly simple building in front of him, then thought about Senior Brother Meng's residence. The difference was on an entirely different level. No, it's not wrong, the residences of the outer sect disciples are all located here. And I Ming Yang said while smiling, Junior brother, work and train hard, do not fall behind. But then again, you're a genius, so you definitely will succeed. Thank you Senior Brother and I. Lin Fan nodded. Senior Brother and I, how come this residence is so different from Senior Brother Meng's? Junior Brother, Senior Brother Meng is one of sect's top 10 genius disciples, so of course the treatment will be a bit different. But as long as Junior Brother works hard in the future, you most definitely will also receive the same treatment as Senior Brother Meng. And I Ming Yang comforted. Lin Fan looked towards and I Ming Yang and nodded his head. Aren't you stating the plain obvious? With the power of yours truly, with just a little bit of effort, even the sect's top 10 genius disciples will become my experienced treasure trove. But for now let's just lay low and go about this slowly, one step at a time. Senior Brother Meng, how many outer sect disciples are there in total? Lin Fan inquired. 8,888 people. And I Ming Yang said. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. More than 8,000 people. It seems after playing around here a bit and obtaining some more experience, securely achieving post-celestial stage is merely child's play. Junior brother, what are you smiling about? And I Ming Yang, seeing Lin Fan smiling alone, asked in confusion. No, I am not smiling, senior brother. I am feeling tired, so I wanted to go rest up. At the moment, Lin Fan wanted to investigate the surroundings, take appropriate measures, and prepare to catch a big one. Alright, then take a good rest, junior brother. Your senior brother will take his leave now. And I Ming Yang said. Goodbye, senior brother, I will come see you in a few days. Lin Fan said while waving his hand. And I Ming Yang, who was preparing to leave, turned white in fear and quickened his pace upon hearing these words. No good, I must move when I return home. If this guy comes to see me, it definitely will be for no good reason. Back inside the house, Lin Fan opened the items he had collected. Medicinal pills contained inside a white bottle, a light-colored long robe, a pair of shoes, a sword, an iron emblem, and a not-too-thick manual, and that was it. Just these many items? Lin Fan sighed, feeling that the sect was a bit stingy. Lin Fan then dumped out a medicinal pill from inside the white bottle. The pill was white, the size of a soybean. Ding, discovered circulation pill. Effects: ingestion by ordinary people will increase inner energy circulation flow, strengthening the body, refining the internal organs, can only take one per day. Ingestion increase, experience plus 100. Lin Fan counted, a total of 30 pills. It seems these are given on a monthly basis. Lin Fan directly poured out all the medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth, gulping them all down at once. Ding, experience plus 3,000. It seems that ingesting medicine will also be a good way to level up in the future, he thought. But for now, he was unfamiliar with this area, and hence there was a need to investigate it thoroughly. Afterward, Lin Fan picked up the distributed sect clothing and felt it with his hands. Not bad, not bad, the material is rather reliable, very smooth. But what's up with this? Why is there a split on the left and right? Is this perhaps a cheongsam? And it was also liftable from the back, saving the trouble of having to undress this. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but become rather sinister. Then Lin Fan picked up the sword, testing it out in both hands. It was merely an ordinary sword, quite useless, so he directly threw it aside. Ding, discovered Saint Devil's secret manual. Learn? Learn! At that moment, inside a variety of information appeared inside Lin Fan's head which he didn't previously know. Not bad, not bad. The next day, training field. The outer sect examination disciples came to the training field one after another. At the same time, the faces of the outer sect examination disciples revealed a blissfully happy smile, as if something joyous had occurred. Heh, senior brother is smart, managing to get rid of that monster. We won't be bullied by him from now. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the unparalleled pretty boy smiled confidently, a mere trivial matter. Clever senior brother. Senior brother is a brilliant person, his brain is better than anyone else's. The surrounding outer sect examination disciples gathered around the unparalleled pretty boy, dousing him in flattery. The pretty boy was also enjoying this current situation and was smiling as bright as a sunflower. In the early morning, Lin Fan hurriedly got up. He couldn't allow his daily plans to be delayed from something like sleeping in. Since he had entered the outer sect, he needed to properly utilize the current resources. Those outer sect disciples are all innocent little lambs that have not been harmed yet. Each one of them is softly calling out, just waiting for yours truly to invade. Lin Fan wore the lightly colored long robes of the outer sect disciples, tied the emblem to his waist, and walked towards the outside. Now, he needed to find the area where the outer sect disciples were training. But when Lin Fan arrived at the place, he was instantly confused. What's this situation? Where did all the outer sect disciples run off to? How was the huge outer sect disciple training field this empty? There were only a few people, easily countable. This was completely different than what Lin Fan had in mind. Under normal circumstances, this outer sect training field should be packed full of people, each one training their hardest. What's up with this current situation? Is it possible that yours truly might need to return over to where the outer sect examination disciples are? Those guys can't even provide much experience anymore, low enough to just completely disregard them. Heavens and earth, is it possible you just want me to decay away like this? I want to train, I want to level up. Lin Fan said nothing and directly stopped one person. Senior brother, may I ask why there is barely anyone on this training field? Lin Fan asked in a friendly manner. The expression of the person stopped by Lin Fan didn't look too good. Carefully looking at Lin Fan and seeing the emblem on his waist, he then asked, "Are you a new outer sect disciple?" Yes, Lin Fan replied while nodding. The outer sect training field usually doesn't have many people. The vast majority of brothers typically train at their own quarters. The dragon-sleeved senior brother lightly replied, seeing that the attitude of this junior brother was quite nice. I see. Lin Fan nodded, but this is quite troublesome. They all train within their own quarters, just what method should he use to lure those guys out? It seems there is a need to think about it and make a plan. But, for now, Lin Fan had a crucial matter that he needed to take care of. Senior brother, may I ask how you are viewed upon amongst the outer sect disciples? Lin Fan curiously asked. Respected by everyone. The dragon-sleeved senior brother raised his head while proudly saying. Lin Fan looked at the other party, he had a bit of swag, so it was likely true. May I ask for senior brother's name? Lin Fan asked humbly. Han Lu. Even though senior brother Han didn't understand why this outer sect junior brother asked this, he still decided to reply to the other party. Senior brother Han, how do you see me? Lin Fan asked. Han Lu looked at Lin Fan in confusion, his heart asking thousands of questions. Just what did this junior brother want? He was currently heading over to Elder Chuan Gong to borrow a manual. If he ended up missing the time, he'd be deeply regretful. This is the first time I met junior brother, so it's hard to say. If there is anything else junior brother needs, let's talk next time. Since your senior brother has business he needs to attend to, I must leave now. Han Lu hurriedly said, as if he didn't want to talk anymore with Lin Fan. Alright, senior brother, take care. Lin Fan said while smiling. Han Lu nodded and then turned around leaving. Senior brother, please wait. Lin Fan spoke up suddenly at this moment. What? Han Lu turned around in doubt. But the instant he turned around, Lin Fan immediately moved. Monkey steals peach. Chapter 11, Not conceding, so just do it. Chapter 11, Not conceding, so just do it. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. A cool breeze blew across, blowing away all the filth from the heaven and earth. On the outer sect training field, a person lied on the ground while constantly twitching, as if he had suffered some kind of heavy injury. Lin Fan returned in high spirits. Although the outer sect training field was rather disappointing, this time's results were not that bad. He stole one peach. The experience didn't increase by much, but his mood was very cheerful. Monkey steals peach experience increased by 200. Character experience points increased by 300. Senior brother Han, I hope you will hate me and call a bunch of backups to mercilessly humiliate me and ravage me. This junior brother will cleanse himself and await you. Upon entering the outer sect, Lin Fan was determined to go all out to level up. After all, if his cultivation base were lower than others, he would not be able to achieve anything. So, no matter, he must be full of swag upon finishing his training. Returning back to his quarters, Lin Fan lied down on his bed, pondering about the outer sect. No matter what, he had to invoke everyone's wrath. Only then would he have a chance. But everybody was training within their own quarters. So, just figuring out what kind of method he should use to turn things around was already painstaking enough. Titanium grade demon body, monkey steals peach, just what are your level limits? Lin Fan looked up at the ceiling and gradually slipped into his thoughts. The time slowly passed by with each second and minute. Lin Fan, who was deep in thought, suddenly sat up. That's right, how could I have forgotten something so important? Monkey steals peach and titanium grade demon body are completely complementary. If I can steal other people's peaches, then I can also steal my own peach. Lin Fan looked down towards his pretty well-developed brother, then looked at his own hand, his inner heart in great turmoil. If this experiment were to succeed, then it really would mean walking down a dark path from then on. No. At this moment Lin Fan remembered the pain his fellow junior and senior brothers were in when they had their peaches stolen by him, and resisted the impulse in his heart. My eggs can only be rubbed, not stolen. At this point, while Lin Fan was still in the middle of this dilemma, far away inside another room, Han Lu's teeth were chattering as he sat down completely powerlessly. Lin Fan, I will never forgive you. Han Lu's eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. To attack for completely no reason, and the place he attacked was that area, no man could withstand that. Han Lu's cultivation base was at 4th level pre-celestial. But no matter how much he trained, he wouldn't be able to train that area to the level of an impregnable fortress. Lin Fan's cultivation base was much lower than Han Lu's, but the technique Monkey Steals Peach was cultivated to an unstoppable level. Han Lu clenched his legs and gingerly stood up, then proceeded over to the doorway and looked around outside. After confirming that there were no people, he settled down. A white jade bottle appeared in his hands. 2 years ago, when Han Lu came to the Saint Devil sect seeking a master, he inadvertently managed to obtain this thing. But, when he first obtained this white jade bottle, Han Lu still didn't know how to use it. Fortunately, this white jade bottle could be hidden within the body, making it undetectable to anyone. But within this half a year, this white jade bottle suddenly appeared again and a signal came from within it. Han Luan then learned that the white jade bottle's name was called Holy Jade Bottle, and at the same time, another signal told him that this Holy Jade Bottle was the personal item of someone called Guanyin Bodhisattva, the pinnacle of mercy, compassion, kindness and love, and world suffrage. Han Lu tried to gather information about this name, but was never able to find out about this person. This Holy Jade Bottle would conceive a drop of water each day, called the Dew of the Gods, consuming which would result in a wondrous effect. Not only could it increase one's cultivation base, but it also could cure any sickness or disease. The reason why Han Lu was able to go from immortal to 4th level pre-celestial in merely half a year was entirely because of this. Han Lu then took out a manual he borrowed from Elder Chuan Gong, which contained the technique Raining Fist of Vastness, and flipped open to the first page, reading the incantations and diligently remembering them. In the past, Han Lu's memory was not that good. But after consuming the Dew of the Gods, not only did his memory become stronger, his comprehension also increased drastically. It could even be said to have reached the caliber of a sex genius. Han Lu treasured this Holy Jade Bottle a lot. Unfortunately, this Holy Jade Bottle was damaged, which he found to be very regrettable. Although damaged, the Holy Jade Bottle was still very powerful. So, if it were in completely good shape, just what would it be like? This was something Han Lu anticipated very much. He didn't think of anything anymore, and carefully swallowed a single Dew of the Gods into his stomach. Suddenly a warm heat flowed throughout his body. Han Lu immediately got into the lotus position and meditated on the incantation of Raining Fist of Vastness. Just cultivating the Raining Fist of Vastness to a small stage would allow him to break through to the 5th level pre-celestial stage. Today's revenge will be remembered and returned on another day. Lin Fan, I will remember you. Achoo. Lin Fan, who was still in a fierce inner struggle with himself, inadvertently sneezed. Is another guy saying bad stuff behind my back? Lin Fan rubbed his nose while wondering. At this point, Lin Fan was still in a dilemma, even though he previously had already decided that he would never steal his own peach. But what if it really did succeed, then what? Such an easy training method, I can't just give it up. Lin Fan paced back and forth, unable to decide. Screw it, what's the use of thinking about it so much? A person must die with dignity, so might as well make a gamble, to become invincible, for a better future. If I am unable to face something this small, what's there to say? Lin Fan at this point went all out, his movements quick like lightning. Monkey steals peach. Bam! At that moment, Lin Fan knelt on the ground immediately. His previously colored face turned ghastly pale, his determined eyes also leaking out a few drops of tears. Lin Fan lowered his head painfully, his two hands clutching his crotch. My God, I regret this. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, now also forced to smell the fart he released because he was kneeling. Ding, monkey steals peach experience +1. Ding, titanium grade demon body experience +1. Ding, congratulations on achieving, not conceding so just do it. Not conceding so just do it, I am even capable of viciously treating myself, let alone you. Effects, activating will double on cultivation base for the duration of 1 incense stick. Usage, 1 time. At this point, Lin Fan didn't care about any of this, because he was feeling a humongous pain, so much pain that he wanted to kill someone. Lin Fan swore to the heavens that he would never again use such a devastating move on himself. From now on, he would settle with using other people to level up. Lin Fan stood up with much difficulty and held onto the side of a table. He walked towards his bed and slowly lied down while silently clutching his crotch in tears. A day can't be wasted. But today, just let me take a good rest and work hard tomorrow. Lin Fan's body trembled as he slowly closed his eyes. His heart was silently weeping, feeling that he indeed was an idiot. Something like this, just how could he do something like this? But after this experiment, he now understood just how much pain his fellow brothers were in. I wonder if senior brother Han will gather a bunch of backups tomorrow to seek revenge. It is something I am really looking forward to. As for today, let's just forget it. Senior brother Han is most likely also lying on the bed, trying to ease his pain. Chapter 12, Can you give me a chance? Chapter 12, Can you give me a chance? Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Talent Registration Hall. The fingers of the outstretched hand couldn't be seen. Wearing a black cloak, Elderly seemed as if he could disregard the darkness, as he searched for a book from the top of the bookshelf. This book recorded the experience of the sect founder's entire life. In the darkness, only those pair of green flames hidden within the black cloak moved. The surroundings were completely silent, except for the sound of Elderly flipping open books. Why can that disciple cultivate titanium-grade demon body to such a high level? This has never happened before. Elderly said to himself. The titanium-grade demon body recorded in the book was merely a body training method causally written by the sect's founder, specially made for the punching bags to train. And yet, a person actually managed to train it to that level. The next day, Lin Fan sat up, and the first thing he did was pull down his pants and check. Seeing his brother entirely lively, safe, and sound, he was relieved. From now on, Lin Fan promised that he would never do such a thing again. This **T was practically life-threatening. At that time, a knock came from the door. Lin Fan was a bit suspicious, just who would come see me? Did Han Lu come over? But that wouldn't do. With the severe thing he did yesterday, if senior brother Han Lu didn't just directly kick down his door, it would be rather sorrowful. Lin Fan didn't think much and got ready before opening the door. You are? Lin looked at the unfamiliar person in front of him, a bit doubtful. I live next door. You're the newly initiated outer sect junior brother Lin, right? The person had a smile, looking at Lin Fan like an older brother looking at a younger brother. Oh, so you are a senior brother. Come, come. Senior brother, please enter. Lin Fan heard this and was suddenly ecstatic. Experience delivering itself. Hee, junior brother Lin is quite polite. Senior brother and I told me yesterday to take good care of junior brother Lin. Right now is the outer sex dining time. Since junior brother Lin is newly initiated, you probably don't know where it's at, so I will lead you. Emo-chan looked at Ling Fan and felt this newly initiated junior brother was a pretty good person. He was very warm towards other people. In the future, if there is a chance, he should visit him more. Alright, then I will rely on senior brother. Lin Fan said joyfully. The entire way, Lin Fan was rather buoyant, and Emo-chan answered all his questions. Senior brother-in, this dining hall is a bit big. Lin Fan looked around and saw a sea of people, each head having a cultivation level floating above their heads. To Lin Fan, they were all just experience. Junior brother Lin, all the outer sex disciples dine here. So naturally, this dining hall is huge. Emo-chan replied. Oh. Under Emo-chan's lead, Lin Fan received some food from the dining hall's catering area. There is meat and vegetables, so it's pretty bountiful. Just what kind of vegetable is this, and what kind of meat is this? I have never seen these before, and the food also smells very delicious. It arouses my appetite greatly. Lin Fan's stomach was empty, and after entering pre-celestial stage, Lin Fan's appetite also increased greatly. So without any words, he quickly finished off all the food. As expected, this was not regular food. After Lin Fan had finished eating the food, his experience increased a little bit. Lin Fan looked up, and saw Emo-chan staring dumbfoundedly. Senior brother, why are you staring at me like that? Whenever Lin Fan saw eyes full of such expression, he would feel his entire body shudder, as if there was someone thinking about his innocent body. Emo-chan smiled, it's nothing. Just junior brother Lin's ravaging eating method was an eye-opener for me. Senior brother-in, can each person only receive one serving of this food? Lin Fan asked. Yes, these are all prepared in advance. Emo-chan said while smiling. Lin Fan heard this, and suddenly was ecstatic. Since to Lin Fan, everyone was merely experience, it just wouldn't do if he didn't initiate mocking mode. After receiving this confirmation from senior brother-in, Lin Fan decisively started mocking. Lin Fan looked with a calm expression, then took senior brother Yin's food and placed it in front of himself, and then looked towards senior brother-in, awaiting his anger. Senior brother-in, I am still not full, so you just watch me eat. Lin Fan said. At this moment Lin Fan's inner heart was fully anticipating, senior brother-in, hurry up and attack me, hurry up, flip the table, and beat me up. Though your personality is quite nice, who can blame me since your junior brother relies on this to level up? What Lin Fan didn't expect was that after senior brother-in appeared startled for a bit, he then smiled. Right, this is your senior brother's fault. Since junior brother is still not full, senior brother doesn't mind giving his food to junior brother. Emo-chan said. Lin Fan heard this and exploded, this. Suddenly Lin Fan realized, mocking nowadays is so hard. What's up with people nowadays? Why are their hearts so generous? Senior brother-in, aren't you hungry? Lin Fan asked. I am hungry. Emo-chan nodded. Then, since I took your food, aren't you angry? Lin Fan felt a sudden urge to cry, can't you just cooperate and beat me up? Emo-chan smiled while shaking his head, as a senior brother, it is necessary to take care of junior brother. Since junior brother is hungry, your senior brother will, of course, let junior brother eat his fill. I concede. If there weren't any people in the surroundings right now, Lin Fan definitely would have cried a lot. Why are all the people in the outer sect like this, so saintly? Where am I supposed to go for mocking from now on? Senior brother, I suddenly don't feel hungry anymore. Here's your food back. Lin Fan pushed the food in front of him back. Junior brother, if you really are hungry, your senior brother is completely fine. Inem-ochan said. No need. Lin Fan said while shaking his head. At this moment, the sound of a table being slammed came from ahead. Give me your food. Lin Fan looked towards the sound and saw a mountain-sized guy standing there, stealing another person's food. Senior brother, that is mine. From the crowd, a bell-like voice traveled over. Judging from the voice, it must be a girl. Now it's mine. Do you have any problem with that? Lin Fan stood up at this moment, his heart filled with joy. Finally meeting this type of person. Lin Fan wouldn't believe that among more than 8,000 disciples, there wouldn't be a single arrogant one. Junior brother Lin, don't cause trouble. He is senior brother Yi's person. Inem-ochan said a bit fearfully. Lin Fan heard this and was even more joyful, so, he even has someone backing him. Not bad, not bad. Senior brother Yi, who is this senior brother Yi? Lin Fan asked. He is one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses like senior brother Meng. His standing in the outer sect is very high. This person is one of Yi Zhongtian's people. Though this type of thing doesn't usually happen in the outer sect, it's not non-existent. Junior brother, listen to senior brother's words and don't mind other people's business. Inem-ochan warned. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. Inem-ochan felt relieved. He was afraid that junior brother Lin would be utterly fearless and unable to ignore injustice. Although the sect strictly prohibited infighting, but where there were people, there would be clashes. It was impossible to fully prohibit it. But when Inem-ochan raised his head, he realized that junior brother Lin was already walking over there. Startled, he hurriedly shoveled a few mouthfuls of food and immediately followed him. Just what is junior brother Lin trying to do? Absolutely don't get involved in this. Chapter 13, this rhythm is quite good. Chapter 13, this rhythm is quite good. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Currently, among the crowd, many disciples were sitting in their seats or standing there watching the situation, just like a bunch of rubbernecks. Some were whispering amongst each other, feeling sorry for this unfortunate junior sister for a few seconds. They all recognized the person in front of them, one of outer sect's top 10 genius, Yi Zhongtian's Jr. He was usually very arrogant and particularly bullied people. I will take yours today, what are you going to do about it? Wang Tianyuan was incredibly rough and crude, not understanding the concept of caring for precious beauties. If an ordinary person saw such a cute and beautiful junior sister, how could they even think about doing anything to her? They would instead be trying their utmost to protect her. Lin Fan looked at the current situation. What kind of beauty had he not seen before? But this junior sister in front of him, who was being bullied, was especially beautiful. Lin Fan had just finished eating, and that meat and vegetables could increase his experience. So obviously, it wasn't ordinary food and naturally attracted his attention. This crude giant, most likely due to that very reason, decided to find small fries to pick on. Fan Yusin clenched her teeth while staring coldly straight at the giant in front of her, but unable to do anything. Humph! The crude giant Wang Tianfeng laughed dismissively, without any trace of the appearance of a senior brother in him. Compared to an Iming Yang or Inem-ochan, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing the incident in front of them, the surrounding disciples also didn't say anything. Although the junior sister was immensely beautiful, they still dared not provoke the Wang Tianfeng in front of them. At this point, Han Lu stood among the crowd watching the current situation, his expression indifferent, without making even a single movement. Train some more, the strong eat the weak, becoming stronger is the only way. Han Lu clenched his two hands tightly and then lowered his head, preparing to leave. Stop. At this time, a sudden outburst sounded throughout the entire dining hall. Everyone confusedly looked around for the person who the voice belonged to. Han Lu, who was initially leaving, stopped, the reason being that this voice was a bit familiar. It's him. When Han Lu turned towards that person, his calm expression suddenly clouded over, as if he had possessed a deep hatred of some sorts. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Tianfeng, a 6th-level pre-celestial. Then Lin Fan glanced over at the girl, 1st-level pre-celestial, but it was followed by a few question marks. This made Lin Fan a bit suspicious. What's up with that? But for now, that was unimportant, because Lin Fan was about to begin his taunting. A vast amount of experience was currently waving at him. No matter what, he had to cause some commotion. Who are you? Wang Tianfeng's voice thundered angrily upon seeing a person coming out to interfere. Lin Fan glanced towards Wang Tianfeng, then waved his hand grandly, jumped on the table and immediately began insulting. A person as shoddy as you is considered a senior brother, and is even bullying your junior brothers and sisters. I even feel shame for you, trash, useless moron, Lin Fan spouted endlessly, using all kinds of colorful insulting words, surprising the surrounding outer sect disciples and leaving them dumbfounded. As for the previously angry Fan Yusin, the corners of her mouth inadvertently formed a subtle smile. Hearing Lin Fan insulting Wang Tianfeng while pointing at his nose, the surrounding outer sect disciples all began to laugh. But when they laughed, Lin Fan instead snapped at them. What are you laughing about? Each one of you is a complete trash. As a man, you just stand by and watch as a weak junior sister is being bullied by this kind of a despicable, dirty little scumbag. I even feel embarrassed for all of you. What are you looking at? Don't like what I am saying? If you have guts, then come hit me. Lin Fan pointed towards the surrounding brothers and scolded. Enmo Chen, who had just run over upon hearing Lin Fan's words, was scared to the point of paling. Junior brother, why are you making things so difficult for yourself? You just offended everyone, even your senior brother can't save you now. No, I must hurry and notify senior brother and I. Otherwise, this will turn awful. Enmo Chen didn't think any further and immediately dashed towards outside. At this point, Enmo Chen could only wish he could grow more legs so he could run faster. At this point, Lin Fan stood there, slowly closing his eyes, and gave a sigh. I just insulted all of you so much. If you still don't attack me, then yours truly really will look down on all of you. Without further ado, Lin Fan jumped down from the table and then walked in front of Wang Tianfeng. What? Come hit me if you have the guts. I look down upon you. Lin Fan looked at Wang Tianfeng's already enraged red face and continued taunting. Today's success or failure, all depends on this one punch. Seeking death, Wang Tianfeng's eyes flashed dangerously at this point, and a punch flew towards Lin Fan. The surrounding outer sect disciples gasped. To them, it looked like someone would die today for sure. Fan Yusin also watched nervously. Bam! Ding! Titanium grade demon body experience plus 2000. Lin Fan's current body strength was capable of enduring an I Mingyang's full-powered 8th level pre-celestial strike, so naturally, Wang Tianfeng's punch meant nothing to him. Feeling his experience skyrocket once again, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. As Lin Fan was awaiting the next wave of attacks, he then realized Wang Tianfeng was vigilantly watching him. At this moment Lin Fan suddenly realized that Wang Tianfeng had just used his full-powered punch, yet he was still standing there as if nothing had happened. As long as one wasn't an idiot, anyone could tell there was something wrong. Lin Fan, who derived from the school of acting, at this point exhibited the full talent of his powerful acting skills. Phew! Lin Fan's expression suddenly flushed, as spurts of blood spewed forth from his mouth. In order to add to the realism, Lin Fan even deliberately spat a few extra ones. Right now, blood was not worth much. The experience was the most valuable thing. Ha, brat, let's see if you still dare to act arrogant. Wang Tianfeng began laughing loudly after seeing this ignorant junior brother crazily spitting out blood. With the previous punch he just dished out, Wang Tianfeng was very satisfied. Now, this was the feeling he wanted. Han Lu, who had never left, gave a shallow laugh seeing the situation in front of him, his inner rage inadvertently decreasing by quite a bit. Lin Fan was swaying around, the corners of his mouth dyed with blood. Lifting his finger, he pointed and said, "I despise you." Wang Tianfeng, seeing the brat in front of him still disrespecting him, became even further enraged. His two fists rained forth, each punch beating down onto Lin Fan's body. Ding, Titanium Grade Demon Body Experience plus 2000. Ding, Titanium Grade Demon Body Experience plus 2000. At this point, in order to make things easier for Wang Tianfeng, Lin Fan just lied down on the floor, allowing Wang Tianfeng to beat him freely. Lin Fan, who was lying on the floor, secretly gave a sigh. This isn't easy after all. After entering the outer sect, only today is the best. As Lin Fan was thinking about such things, Wang Tianfeng suddenly stopped. After today's lesson, let's see if next time you dare defy me. Wang Tianfeng snorted coolly, and then turned around, preparing to leave. Stop, you piece of trash. In the surrounding people's eyes, Lin Fan was already half dead at this time, but he abruptly stood up. He already appeared rather weak but still didn't let up with his verbal insults, crazily taunting Wang Tianfeng. Wang Tianfeng was stunned and in a bit of disbelief. This guy, how can he still stand up? Let alone you, even the surrounding people in my eyes are all complete trash. What now? What's up with that expression? That's right, I am talking about you lot. If you don't like it, come beat me up together. Your grandfather, yours truly, is not afraid of you all. Lin Fan was about to cry at this time. Isn't leveling up quite difficult? Aside from the taunting, he even needed to think of a variety of methods of taunting. If they didn't take the bait, then all would be for naught. My fellow brothers, we are men amongst men, and now we are being humiliated as if we are nothing by this person. A warrior can be killed but not shamed. Today, let's make him understand what words one can say and what words one can't. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd rallying them. Lin Fan glanced over and suddenly felt joyful. The one who provided this marvelous contribution was none other than senior brother Han Lu. Lin Fan's heart leaped with great joy. Senior brother Han, today's grace, this junior brother will return to you in the future. As expected, once Han Lu said these words, the surrounding outer sect disciples were unable to hold back any longer. Some lowered their head in silence, probably at a loss due to the earlier insult, and the ones with bad tempers started to flare up after hearing those words. At this point, Lin Fan was in full joy and immediately lied down on the floor. Today's rhythm is quite good. Ding, Titanium Grade Demon Body Experience plus 1000. Ding, Titanium Grade Demon Body Experience plus 5000. Rate Translation Quality. Chapter 14, Fake Crying, Bring Out Their Hidden Potential. Chapter 14, Fake Crying, Bring Out Their Hidden Potential. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. Ding, congratulations, Titanium Grade Demon Body leveled up. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Fan revealed a cheerful smile. Hard work does pay off. As long as you try, your efforts will be returned. Brothers, stop now. It seems he is about to die. Just when Lin Fan was immersed in joy, an outer sect disciple exclaimed loudly. What? We were rash, we are all of the same sect. How could we do something like this? Hurry! Take him to the medics, it'll be bad if something really happened. Han Lu had been standing at a distance watching everything. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. If this guy really did die, then it would be well deserved. At this point, Lin Fan hastily shouted out a taunt. You scrubs, you think you can kill me? You are all just over-glorifying yourselves. When I said I looked down on all of you, I actually meant I looked down all of you. The previously smiling Han Lu couldn't help but change his expression in an instant. He was a bit shocked, and also a bit in disbelief. He's still alright, this is impossible. Damn, you brat. Still trying to act tough? After seeing this guy still refusing to repent and even continuing to taunt them, the outer sect disciples who had just relented became enraged and began attacking again. Ding, titanium grade demon body experience plus 2000. Ding, titanium grade demon body experience plus 3000. Ding, titanium grade demon body experience plus 1000. Lin Fan indulged himself in the sensation of his skyrocketing experience. The more these experienced treasure troves tried, the happier Lin Fan became. The only regret Lin Fan felt was that there were still many outer sect disciples that were just standing there solemnly and not giving experience to him. Damn brat, hurry up and admit you're wrong. Wang Tianfeng shouted angrily. You're telling me to lower my head to a bunch of girl-bullying lowlifes? In your dreams. Lin Fan joyfully shouted. We didn't bully anyone, you brat. Why are you insulting us? The outer sect disciples that were punishing Lin Fan all shouted in anger. They were just bystanders, and all they did was just watch from the sidelines, yet they ended up being insulted. So what if I insulted all of you? I want to insult all of you, come hit me. Lin Fan, who was just asking for a beating, shouted. Brothers, why are we even bothering with him? Let's make him understand today what happens to people who spout nonsense. Wang Tianfeng snapped. Ever since he became one of Senior Brother Yi's followers, no one had actually dared to talk to him like that. This guy was definitely the first. In order to make them feel a sense of achievement, Lin Fan also did some fake crying, his cries bordering onto being earth-shattering. Every time the experienced treasure troves were about to stop, Lin Fan would once again start taunting. Bam, bam. Currently, the dining hall was a complete mess, and many outer sect disciples were gathered together unknowingly. They had seen everything from start to finish. To this fellow sect member who was being beaten, screaming out in pain but still refusing to yield, they also felt admiration inside their hearts. With a temper like that, how could one not suffer? Since one can't beat this many person, can't he just give up? Just wait till one's cultivation base rises in the future, then come back for revenge one by one. There was no need to be so unyielding. Do you concede? Wang Tianfeng was a bit tired at this point. Although logically speaking, with a 6th level pre-celestial cultivation base and a deep inner energy, this should not have been so. Initially, Wang Tianfeng didn't use his full strength to beat Lin Fan, but afterward, he realized that all this guy ever did was cry out and never fainted, and this made Wang Tianfeng impatient. So afterward, Wang Tianfeng began using all his strength. Concede my A*S. Lin Fan, don't concede to the heavens, don't concede to the earth, and even if you scrubs beat me to death, I still won't concede. Lin Fan replied. Wang Tianfeng held his breath while pointing at Lin Fan, not knowing what to say. Is this guy perhaps made of steel? Ding, titanium grade demon body experience plus 800. Ding, titanium grade demon body experience plus 600. Lin Fan was startled, what's up with this? How is the experience so little? Then Lin Fan slightly glanced around a bit and realized that these outer sect disciples that were beating him were all red in the face as if they were all very tired. Screw it. Lin Fan was beyond himself now. These guys, are they all fast finishers perhaps? We're only at this point, and they are already about done for. No, yours truly needs to scream a bit more painfully and stimulate their hidden potential. If this experience continues to grow so slowly, it will take years before I level up. Ow, it hurts so much. I'm about to die. You bunch of scrubs, I will never lower my head to you all. Girl bullying lowlife * and, at. As Fan Yusin watched the person who stood up for her being surrounded by hordes of people, a killing intent flashed through her gentle eyes. Just when she was about to speak up, the corners of Fan Yusin's eyes glanced outside. Stop. Upon hearing junior brother Ian Mo Chen's report, N.I. Ming Yang startled for a moment before immediately rushing over. This junior brother Lin is really completely fearless, angering whoever he wants. Inside the sect, it was peaceful usually, but fights were still very intense, and the slightest mistake could put one beyond redemption. Enai Ming Yang, an 8th level pre-celestial, instantly pushed aside all the people surrounding Lin Fan, his one hand as if possessing an infinite amount of power. Wang Tianfeng, what are you doing? Enai Ming Yang glared at Wang Tianfeng while asking. Imochen hurried forth and helped the collapsed Lin Fan up, and then began checking him up in panic. Junior brother Lin, you must hold on. At this moment, Lin Fan was utterly dumbfounded. What happened? Everything was going so smoothly, why did they all disperse? Junior brother Lin, it's all right. Senior brother Enai is here. When Imochen saw junior brother Lin's silly look, he thought junior brother Lin must have been scared silly by this group of people, and immediately comforted him. Lin Fan stared stiffly at Imochen. If looks could kill, Imochen would have long died thousands of times already. This was a rip-off, after shouting out so many taunts, only to bring out half its effect. Seeing the place Lin Fan was lying down on drenched in a pool of blood, Imochen immediately shouted out angrily at the surrounding outer sect disciples, as members of the same sect, how could you be so brutal? Do you not possess any sect kinship? At this point, those fellow brothers who had been beating Lin Fan glanced at the blood on the ground and came back to themselves, then lowered their heads down in shame. Senior brother and I, after this incident I think you should properly control this junior brother, and teach him not to blather about. Wang Tianfeng looked at Enai Ming Yang while saying. Even though his cultivation base wasn't higher than Enai Ming Yang's, Wang Tianfeng didn't fear him the slightest. A piece of trash that trained for many years yet was still merely an 8th-level pre-celestial, he completely didn't even consider him worthy. Humph, Wang Tianfeng, I will relay this incident to senior brother Meng, and let's see if all the people under senior brother E are people who go about in the dining hall stealing fellow sect members' food? Enai Ming Yang said. Seeing the current situation, Lin Fan gave a sigh inside. Today was his own fault for choosing the wrong place. Next time, he must learn from this lesson and must not causally choose a place like he did today. Otherwise all his previous verbal efforts would just be a waste. Senior brother, I feel a bit weak. I want to go back and rest. At this point, Lin Fan also felt hurt, his heart drowned in pain. Junior brother, hold on. I will help you back now. Imochen quickly said. Enai Ming Yang looked at Wang Tianfeng, knowing that this situation couldn't be solved, and sighed coldly while assisting junior brother Lin and left. Fan Yusin stood among the crowd, and then silently left as well. Chapter 15, This Cookie from the Heavens, I Won't Tell Anyone. Chapter 15, This Cookie from the Heavens, I Won't Tell Anyone. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Inside the house. Lin Fan lied powerlessly on the bed, looking at the medicinal pill senior brother Enai Ming Yang left behind. He was entirely fine though. Looks like staying inside this sect to level up is rather unreliable. I should probably think about going outside and trying my luck. But the sect rules state outer sect disciples aren't allowed to leave the mountain. This is also quite troubling. Lin Fan sighed, then dumped the medicinal pill left by senior brother Enai onto his hand. Ding, discovered healing medicinal pill, rejuvenation pill, after ingestion, experience plus 50. Rejuvenation pill, Saint Devil Sect's common medicinal pill, made from blue vanilla extract. Lin Fan sighed once again, then stuffed the medicinal pill into his mouth and gulped it down instantly. Lin Fan then opened up his character data panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 11, 2nd level pre-celestial stage. Experience points, 7,000/50,000. Martial skills, titanium grade demon body 19th level, 6,000/20000000. Monkey steals peach 10th level, 1400/10,000. Title, Not Conceding is dry, cultivation base is doubled, time limit is 1 incense candle, one-time use. Lin Fan looked at the experience of titanium grade demon body and felt his head hurt, 2 million experience. Relying on these outer sect disciples to beat me up will take me years. Lin Fan sighed yet again, and then closed his eyes, deciding to take a good rest and wait till nighttime before proceeding. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lin Fan sensed a light scent within his room. This light scent made Lin Fan very suspicious. I am a straight-up man, so I never use goods like perfume. Where in my room would this scent come from? Strange. Lin Fan opened his eyes, and there was not a single soul inside his room, not even a ghost. Then this light scent, where is it coming from? Perhaps it's some girl who snuck into my room, trying to take advantage of me being asleep and take off my pants, lift up my brother and turn the world upside down? Upon thinking this, Lin Fan felt a bit scared, then looked down at his crotch. Thankfully, it was safe and sound and had not been infiltrated. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who to go crying to. Oh, Lin Fan jolted again, and then lifted up a jade bottle next to his bed. What's this thing? The jade bottle was very normal, didn't have any patterns, and seemed unlikely to hold any treasure. Lin Fan held it, then shook it, causing the insides to rattle about as if there was something inside. Lin Fan was sure that before he went to sleep, there was nothing like this next to his bed. Who put this here then? Lin Fan got up and opened the door. It was pitch black outside, and not a single person could be seen. The confused Lin Fan then returned inside, sat on his bed and thought it over, but was unable to come up with anything. So Lin Fan then dumped out the contents of the jade bottle. A golden medicinal herb with a powerful scent came into sight, upon smelling which brought about a refreshing feel. Ding, discovered St. Class medicinal pill, Supreme Pill, after ingesting plus 4 million experience. Supreme Pill, formed through a collection of ghost dimension 1000-year ice crystals, dozens of high-quality 1000-year monster materials. Effects, acquiring 1000-year ultimate qualification, comprehension. The previously still hazy Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide. What the hell? What kind of medicinal pill is this? How is it so overpowered? 4 million experience points. *T, 4 million experience points. Wow! Currently, Lin Fan felt like he was about to go crazy. This was basically a cookie from the heavens. Lin Fan, who was desperately trying to become stronger, directly threw the medicinal pill into his mouth without a second thought and started chewing ferociously. Oh, it's a bit hard. I can't chew it. Well, yours truly refuses to believe this. Whatever, let's just directly swallow it instead then. Ding, ingested St. Class medicinal pill, Supreme Pill plus 4 million experience. At this moment Lin Fan felt an irresistible thunderous energy within his body as if his entire body was about to explode. Ding, activating experience upgrade function bar. His previous practically stuffed body suddenly returned to normal. Lin Fan was stunned, and stiffened a bit, then opened his character data and inspected it closely. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 11, second level pre-celestial stage. Experience points, 7,000/50,000. Storage experience, 4 million. Can upgrade character level, can upgrade martial skill level? Martial skills, titanium grade demon body 19th level, 6,000/20000000. Monkey steals peach 10th level, 1400/10,000. Title, not conceding is dry, cultivation base is doubled, time limit is 1 incense candle, one-time use. Lin Fan looked at the extra 4 million experience and smiled brighter than anyone else, just like a sunflower. His cultivation base was still only second level pre-celestial, so he couldn't quite stand it. As a man completely full of swag, how could he allow his own cultivation base to remain so low? No, I must upgrade. Ding, congratulations character level 12, third level pre-celestial. Ding, congratulations character level 13, fourth level pre-celestial. Ding, congratulations character level 14, fifth level pre-celestial. Lin Fan clicked crazily, feeling as if he were to meet a god, he would kill God, meet Buddha kill Buddha, in other words completely unstoppable. Ding, insufficient experience, unable to level up. Lin Fan, who was clicking away happily, was suddenly startled in a bit disbelief. He had merely reached 9th level pre-celestial and he already couldn't level anymore. This was a complete rip-off. But when Lin Fan carefully inspected it, he realized that to go from 9th level pre-celestial to post-celestial, it actually needed 10 million experience points. At this point Lin Fan was dumbfounded. This was too scary. Even though Lin Fan didn't really look, he couldn't help but wonder, from 8th level pre-celestial to 9th level pre-celestial should have only required around 200,000 experience points or so. How come when it reached here, it needs 10 million experience points? If this upgrade system had a customer service, Lin Fan would definitely complain, ferociously complain. This was a complete rip-off product. Looking at the remainder 2 million experience points, Lin Fan was speechless. Whatever, let's use the remainder on leveling up the martial skills. In an instant, I became an expert 9th level pre-celestial, so it was not so bad. If other people were to find out, they most definitely would be coughing up blood and die. He. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up. Ding, congratulations, titanium grade demon body leveled up to 20, martial skill advanced to eternal demon body. Ding. Eternal demon body first level, 0/30000000. Upon seeing titanium grade demon body convert to eternal demon body, Lin Fan's heart almost jumped out. As expected, the martial skills can automatically advance, and from the looks of it, it's probably unlimited. If I gather enough experience, then in the future I will essentially become a walking tank. Then, Lin Fan directly added the remaining experience to Monkey Steals Peach. Although Monkey Steals Peach was a very garbage martial skill, Lin Fan was a very nostalgic type of person. Monkey Steals Peach had achieved illustrious merits for himself, so as a person with a good conscience, how could he give it up? In the future, he would make Monkey Steals Peach flourish greatly and become a legendary existence. Ding, congratulations, Monkey Steals Peach level up. Ding, congratulations, Monkey Steals Peach level up. At this point, Lin Fan was very happy and looked once again at his character data panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 18, 9th level pre-celestial stage. Experience points, 0/100000000. Storage experience, 400, can upgrade character level, can upgrade martial skill level. Martial skills, Eternal Demon Body 1 RST level 0/30000000. Monkey Steals Peach 12th level, 1400//30,000. Title, Not Conceding is dry, cultivation base is doubled, time limit is 1 incense candle, one-time use. Lin Fan smiled contently, trying hard to calm his excited heart. This cookie from the heavens, Lin Fan swore to the heavens he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Just as Lin Fan prepared to continue lying down and fantasize for a while, he discovered a note next to his bed. Lin Fan picked up the note, glanced through it, and then nodded. The handwriting was beautiful, but somehow it also had a dominating feel to it. No, he must be overthinking it. It must be so. But when Lin Fan finished reading the contents of the note, his expression changed, then he threw the note aside and bitterly murmured. Screw it, I already ate it all. What's the point of saying anything? At this moment, in the dark night sky, a pair of bright eyes sparkled dazzlingly, just like the stars in the sky. Oh, stupid, that's not meant for eating. Chapter 16, Unlocking Professions. Chapter 16, Unlocking Professions. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The next day, Lin Fan walked around the vicinity of the Saint Devil Sect's outer sect. Today was the outer sect disciple examination and could be considered one of the more important occasions of the Saint Devil Sect. Many other outer sect disciples also went to the venue to observe, wanting to see just who would become their fellow brothers and sisters. For Lin Fan, these matters had nothing to do with him. Since the majority of the outer sect disciples went to see the examinations, there was no one left to play with him. Ah, Lin Fan sighed, so boring. Not knowing where he walked to, Lin Fan suddenly felt that the smell of coal was strong there. Dong dong. Lin Fan heard the sound of striking iron and glanced around. Rows of houses were lined up, and on top of the roof of one small house, a chimney was spewing out thick black smoke. Lin Fan frowned. These guys were completely damaging the environment. Though Lin Fan thought that, he still bounded forward happily. This was after all the weapons forge of the outer sect disciples. Each month, every outer sect disciple had a chance to receive a new piece of equipment. Furthermore, these blacksmiths were specially trained by the sect. For a sect, aside from strong martial powers, it also needed talents from various areas, a blacksmith being one of them. Of course, the weapons used by the outer sect disciples were of the lower grades, but even these lower grades were considered top-tier weapons amongst the dynasties. Being able to cut through iron like clay, able to split single strands of hair, weapons of this caliber all actually existed. He had been in the sect for some time now but still didn't possess a single quality weapon. Since he was already here, naturally he would go and obtain one. Lin Fan stood there and inadvertently thought of something. When I leave the sect, I will wreak havoc. No, I meant, be heroic. With a sword behind his back, long hair flowing clean in tidy light robes, fighting against evil and saving damsels in distress would also be a rather nice thing. Dong dong. The sound of hammering entered Lin Fan's ears, and he suddenly woke up from his daydream, hurriedly going inside with a huge stride. Upon entering inside, Lin Fan discovered a buff-looking blacksmith with a hammer in one hand and a metal plate in the other, currently vigorously pounding away. Those sturdy-looking muscles made Lin Fan jump in surprise. Strong, definitely very strong. This was totally a humanoid monster. Realizing someone had entered, the blacksmith looked towards the emblem on Lin Fan's waist. Look for yourself the kind of weapon you want. The blacksmith's voice was husky but also natural, as if he were already used to this sort of thing. Lin Fan looked at the blacksmith and smiled. You won't have the kind of weapon I want. Also, you won't be able to make it. The previously calm blacksmith was startled after hearing Lin Fan's words. His rough hands quivered slightly, and then he stopped his hammering. Are you perhaps here looking for trouble? The blacksmith looked in a disgruntled manner at Lin Fan and asked. No, just being honest. Lin Fan said. Humph, I have never seen an outer sect disciple with a mouth like yours. Fine, you do it then. If you can make a weapon I have never seen before, then I will give you my most prized possession. The blacksmith said in annoyance. An outer sect disciple that talked big like him, he really did never see before in the decades he had been at the St. Debbie sect. The weapons he had made were uncountable, only he knew best 100 kinds of weapons, and at this point, someone had told him he didn't know how to forge weapons. This made the blacksmith very unhappy. All right. Lin Fan smiled and slightly glanced at the blacksmith. Should I perhaps tell him that his past hobby was actually blacksmithing? The blacksmith put down the hammer and stepped aside, his intentions obvious. If you can do it, then go ahead. Lin Fan also went forth, holding the large and heavy hammer with his hand. Ha, you don't even know how to hold the hammer properly, and you say you can forge weapons, utterly laughable. An expert could tell right off the bat if one was experienced or not. As soon as Lin Fan held the hammer, the blacksmith started laughing. Lin Fan then rolled his eyes. This is a secret household technique, understood? Humph, you are obviously a complete novice. Blacksmithing is a type of skill, impossible to master without decades of training. You won't be able to make a single decent weapon like this. You should. In Lin Fan's eyes, this blacksmith was yet another wordy person, currently just endlessly explaining, as if he were trying to show off his knowledge in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan generally held in disdain these type of people who only knew how to show off and weren't the slightest bit humble, completely detestable. Ding, unlocking profession, blacksmith. Ding, level 1 blacksmith, 0 out of 10, dot. Blacksmith, an expert at forging, able to craft anything seen before into various weapons. At this moment, Lin Fan was stunned. What's this situation? What's with this profession? Just picking up a hammer and then hearing this show-off blacksmith say a few words was enough to unlock a profession. At this point, Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. There was a feeling of being cheated. Get lost, just randomly pick a weapon and hurry up and leave. Seeing that Lin Fan was just a beginner, the blacksmith didn't want to say anything more and rushed Lin Fan to leave. I know how to forge. Seeing that he had become a blacksmith, Lin Fan immediately refused and retorted. Hurry up and leave, don't bother me. The blacksmith picked up his hammer once again and started pounding away, not paying any attention to Lin Fan. Just watch me make an unparalleled legendary weapon. Lin Fan grimaced while saying. Just you, the blacksmith said disdainfully. Lin Fan glanced at the blacksmith, After leaving, Lin Fan hurried on back to his house. Lin Fan was very curious towards his new profession. What's with this blacksmith? Was it possible that if someone just stood beside him and explained a bit, he could then learn their profession? Lin Fan opened his data panel and clicked on the blacksmith profession. Suddenly, a huge furnace appeared within his mind. This thing. Lin Fan held his chin, experiencing a need to carefully research this. Lin Fan looked left and right, not seeing a single good material. Oh. At this moment, Lin Fan realized that in the corner of the courtyard were some abandoned bricks. He then hurried forth, grabbing a few bricks and throwing them into the furnace. Ding! Congratulations on crafting a pile of useless clay, experience +1. At this point, a pile of useless sticky black clay appeared in Lin Fan's hands. He then laughed with contentment. Even something like this could level him up. After that, Lin Fan eagerly picked up another brick. Ding! Congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Ding! Congratulations on crafting a pile of useless clay, experience +1. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, level 2 blacksmith, 0/50. Ding! Congratulations on crafting slightly broken tilepiece, experience +1. Chapter 17, a weakling that only gave 10 experience points. Chapter 17, a weakling that only gave 10 experience points. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. At this moment, Lin Fan was crazily throwing bricks one after another into the furnace as if he were possessed by a demon. Aside from increasing his experience, the stuff he crafted was either broken tiles or useless clay. His blacksmith profession was already level 4, but all the stuff he crafted was complete trash. Lin Fan was now already full of doubts. Is it possible that even though I unlocked professions, I still can only craft piles of junk? Actually, this couldn't even be considered junk. Lin Fan stared at the junk in front of him while breathing hard, about to go mad. Yours truly just won't accept this, Lin Fan roared out angrily, opening crazy mode as he began throwing the piles of junk once again into the furnace. Ding! The material breaks and disappears. Ding! The material breaks and disappears. How can this be? Lin Fan looked helplessly at the empty courtyard. The original 3 walls were now non-existent. Aside from leveling his blacksmith skill to level 4, he didn't craft a single useful item. At this point, Lin Fan doubted life itself and also doubted his own forging level. This doesn't make sense, this completely doesn't make sense. In the modern era, I was an enthusiastic fan of forging after all. How come after arriving here, I can't even craft a piece of garbage? After working hard all day, the sky was already darkening, and the outer sect disciples that went out to observe the exam should have already returned. Junior brother Lin, what happened to the walls around your courtyard? Inem-o-chen, who had just returned back to his house, asked curiously after seeing Lin Fan's buck-naked house. Oh, I don't know. When I woke up, it was all gone. Senior brother, how was today's outer sect examination? Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more, the reason being the topic was too painful. Excellent. There were many potential seedlings, so the sect was very excited. Nemo Chen also said this a bit excitedly. But upon seeing junior brother Lin's expression looking a bit down, Nemo Chen became slightly worried. Junior brother Lin, are you alright? You don't look too well. Is it possible you are still injured from last time? This is despicable. Senior brother is just busy shielding and didn't even bother to give a reply. Tomorrow, I will go demand some justice for you. Nemo Chen said. It's not that, senior brother. I am just tired. I will be returning now. Lin Fan lowered his head and said. Junior brother, Nemo Chen watched Lin Fan worriedly. His figure seemed somewhat depressed. Is he really alright? Lin Fan lied down on his bed and gave a sigh. Today was a complete waste. All my efforts were for nothing. At least give me something useful and let me feel a bit happy. But this entire day, it was either rubbish or broken, with not a single decent item appearing. F***ck, Lin Fan covered himself with his bed sheets and without a further word went to sleep. At this moment, the room became silent. The fire flickered about inside the lantern on the table, as if it were reacting to Lin Fan. The sky became darker, and aside from the moonlight and bright stars shining down upon the earth, all was silent and peaceful. Ah, I refuse to accept this. Lin Fan suddenly sat up, throwing aside his bedsheets, now fully awake. Without another word, Lin Fan rose up and left the room, slowly disappearing into the darkness. In a certain outer sect disciple's house, the insides were still bright, and the person inside was obviously not asleep. Currently, inside the house, Wang Tianfeng smiled while taking out a manual he had just obtained today from his senior brother Yi Zhongyu. Burning Palm. The world's martial skills were divided into 4 categories: heaven, earth, dark, and light. Though this manual Burning Palm was a lower martial skill of the dark category, to Wang Tianfeng, this was a precious martial skill. Outer sect disciples could only practice martial skills under the light category. As for the dark category, only inner sect disciples could study them. Wang Tianfeng hastily opened the manual and began diligently remembering the incantations. As long as he mastered the Burning Palm, even Enai Mingyang wouldn't be a match for him. Upon thinking about Enai Mingyang, Wang Tianfeng was filled with anger. That despicable guy actually went and snitched on him to senior brother Yi. Luckily, senior brother Yi is open-minded and took no notice of that guy. Of course, Wang Tianfeng understood that the reason senior brother Yi ignored that guy was because he couldn't be bothered with it, as that person still wasn't of concern to him. After remembering a few lines of incantations, Wang Tianfeng carefully stored the manual away within his chest and got into a lotus position while focusing on the incantations. Dong dong. At this time, Wang Tianfeng frowned. Who would come this late at night? Dong dong, the knocking continued endlessly. I'm coming. Not going to sleep even though it's so late. Just what do you want? Wang Tianfeng shouted while swearing. But when Wang Tianfeng opened his door, he was stunned. There was not a single person in sight. He then swore loudly and closed the door, hastily getting back into the lotus position in his bed. Dong dong, a knock sounded on the door once again at this moment. Who's there? At this point, Wang Tianfeng didn't get out of bed and instead impatiently shouted. After hearing the person outside continually knocking on the door, Wang Tianfeng became livid, immediately rushing off the bed and opening the door. But what made Wang Tianfeng even more enraged was the fact that there wasn't a single person outside. Who's there? Show yourself, coming to disturb me in middle of the night. I will kill you. Wang Tianfeng shouted while swearing. Lin Fan, who was hiding in the shadows, began laughing upon seeing the flustered-looking Wang Tianfeng, his previous depression now all swept away. After Wang Tianfeng closed his door again, Lin Fan silently crept forth, preparing another wave. But when Lin Fan arrived in front of the entrance, Wang Tianfeng suddenly opened the door. Lin Fan jolted, obviously surprised. Damn, it seems Wang Tianfeng also knows how to be sly. Alright then, so it was you. It seems yesterday's punishment wasn't enough. In that case, I will let you know what happens to people like you. After seeing it was Lin Fan, Wang Tianfeng immediately launched a fist forth without a second word. Brat, let's see who can save you now. Wang Tianfeng was enraged at this point. This guy repeatedly tried to provoke him, he was simply testing his patience. Bam! The punch which contained all of Wang Tianfeng's anger smashed upon Lin Fan. According to Wang Tianfeng, it seemed that this time he would be gravely injured. Ding, congratulations Eternal Demon Body Experience plus 10. Ha! Lin Fan was a bit surprised. Ha! Wang Tianfeng was in disbelief. Wang Tianfeng looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. How is this guy still alright? As for Lin Fan, he didn't think that this guy would merely increase his experience by 10 points. What the hell? You brat, yours truly just didn't use his full strength. Just letting you settle in a bit. Wang Tianfeng did not believe that his punch had no effect on the other party. He gave an angry roar, prepared to use his full strength to make this guy understand just what kind of horrible thing would happen to people who provoked him. But at this point, Wang Tianfeng's angry expression suddenly changed. There was a bit of ecstasy along with a bit of sourness. Seriously, only 10 points? Useless. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, then turned around and left in disdain. Ding, congratulations Monkey steals Peach plus 100. Ding, defeated 6th level pre-celestial, Wang Tianfeng, experience plus 500. The previously enraged Wang Tianfeng held his crotch while crouching down, as tears streamed down his face. The pain within his eggs swept throughout his entire body. Lin Fan, I will never forgive you. Wang Tianfeng roared out with his last ounce of strength as tears surged forth. In the darkness, Lin Fan's dull reply echoed forth. Weakling that only gives 10 experience points. Chapter 18, Senior Brother Licks Crazily. Chapter 18, Senior Brother Licks Crazily. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. Lin Fan was a bit disappointed. The 6th level pre-celestial Wang Tianfeng beat upon him and merely increased his experience by 10 points. Just what was he supposed to do in the future? Though there were many outer sect disciples and ones with higher cultivation base than Wang Tianfeng did exist, the difference was merely 1 or 2 levels. Just how much experience could they give? Lin Fan gave a soft sigh, displaying his helplessness. Lin Fan didn't feel that he really belonged in the Saint Devil sect. After all, as a modern person, he didn't concede to anyone. But there were still some people inside the Saint Devil sect that Lin Fan had a good impression of. For example, both Senior Brother Ni and Senior Brother Een. Lin Fan walked aimlessly on the path then stopped, standing in front of a house in surprise for a moment. Wasn't this Senior Brother Han Lu's place? As for Senior Brother Han, Lin Fan felt really disappointed. He had previously used Monkey Steals Peach in the hope that Senior Brother Han would play the senior role and bring a wave of people to beat him up. But in the end, who would have thought that Senior Brother Han instead just acted like nothing happened? This was far too lenient. Now that Titanium Grade Demon Body had upgraded to Eternal Demon Body, the 4th level pre-celestial Senior Brother Han wouldn't be able to bring any experience to Lin Fan. But Lin Fan felt that since he was already here, he might as well talk with him and improve their relationship or something. Lin Fan clenched his hand and gave a smile. To be truthful, his main goal was still to steal a peach and increase the experience of Monkey Steals Peach. I will do it. Lin Fan tidied up clothes, felt his hair and brushed his hands in a satisfactory manner, preparing for an uninvited surprise. Inside the house, Han Luan was currently continuing his cultivation. Day and night, aside from resting 5 hours each day, Han Lu didn't waste any of his time. He had entered the sect late and missed out on the prime opportunity for training. At the same time, his qualifications were very average. Upon his entrance, this had already been determined, and he had not made much progress since. But Han Lu didn't give up, for he had the Holy Jade Bottle. He believed that as long as he had this treasure, he would most definitely become a top-notch warrior. He had been stuck on 4th level pre-celestial for a month now, but tonight, Han Lu was prepared to break through to become a 5th level pre-celestial. Han Lu was a low-key person and very enduring. He would never act too high and mighty until his cultivation base had reached a certain level. At this moment, Han Lu picked up a porcelain bowl. Inside was a mysterious liquid that gave off a nice scent. Han Lu smelled the scent, his mouth twisting into a smile. The liquid inside this bowl contained the monthly circulation pill given by the sect. Han Lu worked hard and accumulated 2 months' worth of it before grounding it into powder and adding hot water, then finally adding in a drop of the dew of the gods. With this, maybe he could even break through to the 6th level pre-celestial. Han Lu excitedly clenched his fist. As long as his cultivation continually rose in the future, he would definitely catch the attention of the higher-ups. And as long as he caught their attention, he would be able to attain much more resources, and wouldn't have to be as sparing as now. The cultivation pill was a low-quality medicinal pill, but Han Lu still needed to carefully save it every month. Han Lu held his month's worth of hard work and brought out the holy jade bottle, dropping a single god's dew inside. The previously already enticing aroma became even more enticing after that. Han Lu nodded contently, then carried the bowl to the door and looked outside at the night sky through the door's peephole. I will definitely become a dragon amongst men, awe-inspiring, and let the entire world worship me, Han Lu. Han Lu passionately spoke about his future dreams, then held up the bowl, preparing to drink it in one gulp. Bam! Senior brother Han, I came unannounced today in hopes we could improve our relationship. Do you have time? Lin Fan directly pushed open the door and gave a smile while shouting, as if he were entering his own house. Ishum, senior brother Han, where are you? Seeing that the room was empty, Lin Fan was suddenly confused. Where did senior brother Han run off to? At this time, Lin found that his feet were a bit wet. When he looked down, he realized that the floor was completely wet with numerous water stains. Senior brother Han, why are you behind the door? Lin Fan was startled. He pulled aside the door and discovered Han Lu standing stupidly behind the door, both his eyes dull as if he had lost all hope. Han Lu's body began trembling, his dull eyes glanced at the water stains on the floor. His month's worth of medicinal pill. Lin Fan squinted, judging from senior brother Han's expression, it seems like he lost something precious to him. Lin Fan then realized he perhaps had done something bad. Not knowing what to do, Lin Fan then rubbed his head. Oh, it seems I came to the wrong house. Senior brother Han, I thought this was my house. So please excuse me, I will take my leave now. Not waiting for Han Lu's response, Lin Fan hastily opened the door, preparing to close it and quickly retreat. Stop. But just when Lin Fan was preparing his retreat, Han Lu spoke up. Lin Fan looked towards senior brother Han and gave a foolhardy smile. Senior brother Han, is there something else? Lin Fan asked. No, you can leave. Han Lu's body trembled violently, but he tried his best to keep his composure. Lin Fan, who was watching this, became a bit scared. When people tried to bottle up their anger, it could sometimes be rather bad for their body. Lin Fan immediately retreated without another word. When Lin Fan left, Han Lu then closed the door. But the moment the door closed, Han Lu exploded. Splash! Han Lu knelt down, tears streaming down his face, as he looked at the puddle of water on the floor. Just what have I, Han Lu, ever done to deserve this sort of thing? Lin Fan, if I don't kill you in this life, then my life would have been in vain. At this moment, Han Lu's expression changed, becoming ferocious yet grim, his grievances piercing through the heavens. Han Lu stood up, his face filled with tears, then slightly opens the door and carefully looked outside. After confirming there was no one there, he immediately shut the door and instantly crouched down on the floor. At this moment inside the silent room, only the sound of slurping could be heard. If Lin Fan were still here, he most definitely would cover his eyes in disbelief. Dirty, it was far too dirty. The medicinal powers are still there. The previously grieving Han Lu let out a crazy smile, then began frantically licking away. His licking was completely earth-shattering. The floor seemed as if it would give away to his licking. It wasn't until after the floor was completely dry that he then instantly got into a lotus position and began his cultivation. Half the medicinal powers were lost, so a 6th-level pre-celestial was out of the question. But there was still a glimmer of hope left for a 5th-level pre-celestial. Lin Fan returned to his house and lifted his legs, his 2 hands behind his head as he lied down on the bed. It seems senior brother Han isn't an easy opponent, Lin Fan said to himself. The puddle of water on the floor gave off an enticing aroma. As long as one wasn't a fool, anyone would realize that it must be valuable. And Lin Fan knew what it was. He understood that it definitely wasn't something a regular outer sect disciple could obtain. Just how did senior brother Han get it then? Lin Fan wasn't too sure about that point. But for Lin Fan, this wasn't that important a matter. He was more than overpowered enough since he already had his own system. Chapter 19, This Junior Brother is a Bit Cold. Chapter 19, This Junior Brother is a Bit Cold. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. The next day, in the morning. Lin Fan always believed in this one saying. The early bird gets the worm. In an outer sect where the competition was this intense, Lin Fan needed to make use of every second and minute. Morning, noon, afternoon. Every day, Lin Fan could only utilize these times to go observe the outer sect disciples. The rest of the time, the outer sect disciples would hold themselves up in their own homes to train. To Lin Fan, he felt that the houses were cramped to the point one would easily catch a disease from being in there too much. Lin Fan wandered about in the dining hall, his bright 2 eyes glancing all about the surroundings. But at this moment, Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he discovered his target. In front of him, 2 people were bitterly quarreling away as if any moment a fight could break out. My fellow 2 brothers, calm down. If there is any issue, just talk it out. Don't ruin your relationship. Lin Fan immediately stepped forward and said. Junior brother, you came at just the right time. Hear this, last time he borrowed 10 of my circulation pills saying that he wanted to raise his current cultivation base, and that next month he would give me 10 extra circulation pills. But, he now refuses to pay up. Isn't this despicable? The person talking didn't look particularly strong. His expression was angry, but the moment Lin Fan appeared, it gave him an opportunity to vent out his anger. The other outer sect disciple was unable to hold back upon hearing this. You are completely lying. I never said I would give you 10 extra pills. Junior brother, don't listen to him. I only said I would give him 1 extra pill. Seeing what the 2 persons were arguing about, Lin Fan gave a slight smile. Who would have thought that within the sect there would be lone sharks? My fellow 2 brothers, listen to me. So any of you have a written testimony? Lin Fan asked with a serious face. No, I trusted him, that's why I gave it to him. Who would have thought he was this kind of a person? You are just making stuff up. What do you mean this kind of person? It was decided beforehand I would only give 1 extra pill for this deal. Seeing the 2 once again starting to argue, Lin Fan hastily grabbed the 2 people. My fellow 2 brothers, please just listen to me. Alright, junior brother, go ahead then. Right. Lin Fan looked at the 2 people. My fellow 2 brothers, it seems as if both of you were friends, correct? Humph. That was the past. We're not friends anymore. I also don't want a friend like you. Lin Fan smiled and said very seriously, my fellow 2 brothers, becoming enemies over something like this, don't you think it's quite a loss? After hearing Lin Fan say this, the 2 people both paused for a moment. If he gives me my 10 medicinal pills, then we'll still be friends. Impossible. If you admit you're wrong, then I'll continue being your friend. After that, the 2 people began arguing again. Lin Fan gave a sigh and flexed his hands. My fellow two brothers, don't argue. This issue, just leave it to me to handle. I will definitely make sure you two become friends again. The two looked at Lin Fan suspiciously, not understanding just what this junior brother was trying to do. But the next second, they both instantly experienced it. Monkey steals peach. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach experience plus 300. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach experience plus 300. Ding, congratulations on defeating 5th level pre-celestial disciple, experience plus 400. Ding, congratulations on defeating 4th level pre-celestial disciple, experience plus 300. Lin Fan then looked down towards the two people who were crouching down while clutching their crotch in pain, gave a wave and then went on his merry way. For Lin Fan, he felt that if these two people had a common enemy, they would surely become friends. So, in order to allow these two people to rekindle their pure friendship, so what if he played the role of the bad guy? Who could blame him since he was such a good person who was determined to help others? Along the way, Lin Fan ran into several problems, and each time, Lin Fan would be the first to step up to resolve the issue. Even though this made the other parties hate him, none of this mattered to Lin Fan. Because what he was doing was for their own good, so one day they would come to surely understand it. Oh, senior brother Han. At this time, Lin Fan saw Han Lu and remembered what happened last night. Lin Fan then began feeling a bit guilty about it. Han Lu seemed to be in a good mood today. Yesterday night, he had successfully attained 5th level pre-celestial. Although he couldn't make it to 6th level pre-celestial, at least he made a good start. But at this moment, Han Lu heard someone call him and looked around puzzled. But when he saw the person calling him, his expression immediately changed. He lowered his head and quickened his pace, pretending he didn't see this person. Because Han Lu feared that he wouldn't be able to control his emotions and would try to mercilessly kill the said person. Senior brother, senior brother. Lin Fan shouted out a few times, but upon seeing Han Lu ignore him, he let out a sigh. That senior brother was far too stingy. Lin Fan then went back to business as usual, continuing his good deeds solving the problems of his fellow sect brothers. After Lin Fan's continuous efforts, the experience of Monkey Steals Peach rose quickly. Ding, congratulations, Monkey Steals Peach level up. Lin felt immensely joyful at this point. His Monkey Steals Peach leveled up. He wondered what Monkey Steals Peach would become like after it was upgraded. With Lin Fan's continuous use of Monkey Steals Peach, he then realized this underhanded martial skill, if raised to a certain level, would be a powerful existence. It seemed that the world's martial skills all started from simple to advanced, even the top-tier martial skills were also created by others. The origin of these creations most likely also started from the basic. Only through continuous experimenting and continuous cultivation did they finally become top-tier martial skills. Monkey Steals Peach only had one move, so the only person able to master it to such an extent and raise it to beyond its original level was most likely only Lin Fan. Even the creator of Monkey Steals Peach couldn't compare to him. Lin Fan had one dream at the moment, which was to raise the underhanded martial skill Monkey Steals Peach to a top-tier martial skill. When Lin Fan walked into the dining hall and looked around, he realized that there were several people gathered in the vicinity. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. All right. It seems another big incident is about to happen. Lin Fan then immediately bounded forward. But when Lin Fan saw the situation inside, he lost all motivation. Wang Tianfeng, this 10 experience points guy again? Currently, Wang Tianfeng had found yet another weakling. The person who had his food stolen was likely a newly initiated junior brother, but this junior brother was a bit strange. His face was very calm, but Lin Fan sensed an immense anger burning within this junior brother's eyes. And the anger wasn't the average type of anger, but instead a killing intent kind of anger. The surrounding people whispered about. Fong Han is quite unlucky. Yeah, only just entering and having to deal with this, it's rather sad. You can get lost now. Wang Tianfeng looked at Feng Han and said disdainfully. Wang Tianfeng recently had been through a lot of failures, so picking on these weaklings felt really good to him. At this point, Feng Han clenched his teeth while looking at Wang Tianfeng. He understood that the person backing up Wang Tianfeng was Yi Zhangyu, so he could only endure. In the future, he definitely would obliterate this scumbag. Even Yi Zhangyu was merely a small stepping stone towards his future. And what gave Feng Han this much confidence was the fact that he possessed the heritage of the ancient great devil emperor of the Devil's Way. Lin Fan looked at the current situation unfolding in front of him. Seeing the newly initiated junior brother being bullied by Wang Tianfeng, he felt that since he was a senior brother, he should also act like one. Lin Fan coughed a few times lightly. Wang Tianfeng, do you want to eat peaches again? At this moment the still very arrogant Wang Tianfeng heard this sentence and was stunned for a bit, then turned around and saw Lin Fan. His expression slightly changed as he felt his crotch become chilly. Then without saying a word, he placed the meal back on the table, turned around and walked away. Upon seeing Wang Tianfeng leave, Lin Fan also didn't bother to stop him. After all, he was merely a scrub that was only worth 10 experience points. What else was there to say? Thank you, senior brother. Feng Han coldly said, then took his meal and left. Oh, so he's also a bit cold. Not bad, Lin Fan smiled. The more attitude a person had, the better, because a person with more attitude would also grow better in the future, and become his experience farm. Chapter 20 of Professions, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 20 of Professions, I will fight you to the death. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. When night fell, the area where the Saint Devil sect's outer disciples lived would become very silent. The quietness was to the point where it actually got somewhat scary. But at this moment, there was one person in the darkness creeping about the houses of various outer sect disciples. After all, since Lin Fan couldn't find a way to level up in the outer sect, he decided to put all his efforts on his profession's skill. Lin Fan was rather stubborn. His blacksmith profession was already level 4, yet he still couldn't make a single decent item. This made Lin Fan quite dissatisfied. In between all the houses of the outer sect disciples was a small channel, and these channels were Lin Fan's hiding spot. When Lin Fan went about looking for targets, he didn't just look around randomly. Instead, he would go about looking for disciples that had already turned the lights off and gone to sleep. At this point, Lin Fan successfully found a target and prepared to attack. Lin Fan then took a brick from an area of the wall that was already loose, and tossed it into the furnace and began forging. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Today's first shot was unsuccessfully fired. Lin Fan gave a small cackle, mocking me? I see. Then, I will see how long you can keep this up. I dare you to keep giving me trash. Without another word, Lin Fan began his hard work, picking up a brick, tossing it into the furnace. Ding, congratulations on crafting a pile of useless clay, experience +1. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. With the passage of time, Lin Fan's heart was about to explode. Are you serious? Can't you just give me a somewhat decent item already? Lin Fan felt flushed, his eyes flashing as he muttered about. At this time, as Lin Fan was focusing on his path to forging, inside a separate house, Feng Han lied on his bed without a single breath. Feng Han obtained the Devil Emperor's heritage, so his starting point was higher than anyone else. His cultivation method was also, of course, seemingly peerless. What Feng Han was currently cultivating was the Devil Emperor's exclusive martial skill, Demon Dimension. Just slightly cultivating this martial skill could allow him to open a monstrous demon realm, where he could then gather demon energy and at the same time summon numerous kinds of powerful demons. But now, Feng Han was at the most crucial moment, sealing himself away and cultivating the Demon Dimension seed, unable to sense anything that was going on outside. Even if there were a person causing a ruckus next to him, he still wouldn't be able to sense it. Currently, Lin Fan's expression was becoming more and more livid. An entire wall of bricks had already been thrown into the furnace. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Ding, congratulations blacksmith leveled up, rank +1. Lin Fan, whose heart was about to collapse, after hearing the level up notification suddenly smiled. The blacksmith skill was already level 5, it couldn't possibly still give trash, right? Lin Fan stopped and rubbed his hands, his good fortune was coming. The shot of a level 5, it definitely would succeed. Lin Fan then picked up a piece of brick and tossed it into the furnace. Come now, my little companion. Lin Fan's inside screamed, his eyes bright, awaiting for his legendary weapon to appear. Ding, congratulations on crafting slightly broken tilepiece, experience +1. F***CK. Lin Fan, who was originally full of expectations, suddenly felt like sh*t as his expression changed and a desire to just die emerged. The blacksmith skill is already level 5, can't you at least give me a little bit of hope? Do you really have to fight me to the death? Lin Fan went crazy at this moment. Alright, I refuse to believe that you won't give me a legendary weapon. Lin Fan's heart roared. Not caring about anything anymore, he started tossing brick after brick into the furnace. Ding, congratulations on crafting slightly broken tilepiece, experience +1. Ding, congratulations on crafting a slightly better pile of useless clay, experience +1. Ding, congratulations on crafting slightly better tilepiece, experience +1. Lin Fan's vision was completely lost with only bricks within his eyes. Wherever the bricks were, Lin Fan's pair of demon hands would also be there. After an unknown amount of time, as the sky became a little lighter, Lin Fan could be seen gasping for breath. In a single night, his blacksmith level had gone up 3 levels. The bricks he crafted ranged into the thousands, but this detestable profession, in the end, didn't give him a single useful weapon. If it weren't broken tile pieces, it would instead be piles of clay. Lin Fan wiped away the sweat from his brow. Alright then, since you want to play, yours truly will play with you to the death. I refuse to believe my luck is this bad. Oh. At this moment, Lin Fan gasped, isn't that junior brother Fong? Just why is junior brother Fong sleeping outside? Lin Fan was enraged. What bastard could be this cruel and force junior brother Fong to sleep outside? As his senior brother, I must investigate. I can't let my junior brother suffer this injustice after all. Junior brother Fong, wake up. Without another thought, Lin Fan ran forth and started slapping Fong Han's face. But Fong Han didn't even move the slightest, as if he were dead. And just when Lin Fan was about to perform his heroic deed of saving his junior brother, he suddenly froze up. This isn't right, Lin Fan was stunned, then he stood there stupidly while glancing around. This is, at this point, Lin Fan suddenly realized and without another word ran off as fast as he could. Damn it! Yesterday, I was too focused on my work and ended up dismantling my junior brother's house. If junior brother wakes up and sees that his house is gone, he will definitely try and fight me to the death. So the best choice at the moment is to immediately retreat and just act like the rest of the ignorant masses. After returning to his house, Lin Fan then blocked the door with his back while gasping for breath, as if he had done something bad. Looks like I need to be more careful. Dismantling a house even by accident is a rather immoral thing. For tonight's operation, I must keep my composure. Currently in the morning. Fong Han, who was lying on his bed, opened his eyes, his mouth revealing a trace of a smile. Success! The Demon Dimension seed has been successfully cultivated. My future cultivation path will be easy now. As long as nothing happens, the future Devil Emperor will be I, Fong Han. As for the current Saint Devil sect, Fong Han didn't even consider it anything. When he became the Devil Emperor, a mere Saint Devil sect like this will also be worshipping him. Because I, Devil Emperor Fong Han, once stayed here after all. After Fong Han had adjusted his mentality, he prepared to get up and go eat at the dining hall, but at this moment Fong Han froze. How is it so bright in my room? The air is also very fresh, huh? Fong Han gasped and immediately sat up. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the *CK happened? Currently, multiple outer sect disciples were outside of Fong Han's house pointing curiously. Fong Han's expression turned cold, he then got dressed. Damn, who did this? Inside Fong Han's cold eyes, a raging fire burned forth. If he ever discovered who did this, he would make them pay dearly. As for those ants that are laughing at me, when I achieve my full cultivation, I will send you all into the deepest depths of hell. Chapter 21, Legendary Weapon, 9-5 Red Brick. Chapter 21, Legendary Weapon, 9-5 Red Brick. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Last night he did something bad, so Lin Fan felt a little sad within his heart. But this was only temporary. Upon exiting his house, Lin Fan's heart suddenly rose. Aside from the outer sect's top 10 geniuses holding some potential, the others were essentially nothing. But no matter how small the fly, it was still meat. Though they couldn't provide Eternal Demon Body with any more experience points, they could still properly provide Monkey Steel's Peach with some. When Lin Fan arrived at the dining hall, he glanced about with his bright eyes. I wonder what I might run into today. I am rather looking forward to it. Oh. At this time, Lin Fan saw a situation up ahead, his heart leaping with joy as he waved towards his experience farm. Lin Fan quickened his pace, giving a shout, "My fellow two brothers, don't argue. I will help you resolve the issue." After hearing Lin Fan's words, the two arguing disciples glanced over and became scared out of their wits. Hurry, it's that guy. Recently, many fellow brothers have fallen to him. The previously arguing two people at this point acted like friends that hadn't seen each other in days. They grabbed each other by the shoulders and instantly retreated, not even bothering to wait for the calling Lin Fan, and just hastily ran away. *CK, seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Fan became speechless. What's with them? Lin Fan sighed while shaking his head. This situation had caught him totally off guard. But Lin Fan's heart was very strong, one failure wouldn't be able to stop his advance. Lin Fan ran forward once again, looking for more opportunities. Though the outer sect disciples area was rather peaceful, arguments and fights still would break out quite often. So Lin Fan wasn't afraid that he would have nothing to do. Currently, Lin Fan's eyes lit up again as he bounded forth, but this time, Lin Fan played it smart and waited until he was in front of the two people before asking. But then something that made Lin Fan feel a bit hurt happened. The two people's expression immediately changed after seeing Lin Fan, as if they had just met a ghost. Crazy peach stealing demon. The disciples blurted out but immediately closed their mouth in fear, as if they had done something bad, and without another care instantly ran away. The previously excited Lin Fan couldn't help but have his expression changed upon hearing those words, displaying a bit of disbelief. Crazy peach stealing demon? Are those guys talking about me? Lin Fan's heart jumped with joy. How long had he been in the outer sect? I now finally have obtained a nickname. Crazy peach stealing demon, not bad, not bad. Just like that, whenever Lin Fan called out to the other party, they would always run away as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan also felt a bit helpless. Did his reputation perhaps really become this bad in the outer sect? This doesn't make sense, this doesn't make any sense at all. Later on that day, the previously excited Lin Fan was feeling utterly helpless. When the outer sect disciples saw him, they would always react like they saw a ghost. One glimpse at him and they would immediately run away. When other disciples saw him, their already calm expressions would become even more cautious, as if they were afraid their peaches would also be stolen. Lin Fan sighed. It looked like the methods he came up with wouldn't work on those outer sect disciples anymore. He would need to change his strategy from now on. Lin Fan then suddenly remembered the outer sect's top 10 geniuses. It seemed there was a need to go investigate them. These outer sect's top 10 geniuses, if their cultivation base was too high, then eternal demon body might not be able to withstand against them. I need to take this slowly. If he could do it, then it would definitely be another wave of mockery. At night, Lin Fan stealthily sneaked outside. Since the sect's disciples had already gone to sleep, the outside was empty, which allowed Lin Fan to begin his path of forging. During the morning, Lin Fan thought of a problem. This profession perhaps had something to do with the material he exchanged. After all, how could a legendary weapon be formed with something like a single brick? So Lin Fan decided to experiment on this tomorrow. For tonight, he would just use these bricks to level up his blacksmith profession that was already level 7. Just a bit more effort tonight and he might be able to raise it to level 8. Lin Fan came to an unnamed disciple's house and made a promise that tonight he would definitely be careful and only dismantle the wall, not the entire house. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Ding, congratulations on crafting a pile of useless clay, experience +1. The experience increased little by little as usual. The material was still just tile pieces or clay, but Lin Fan had already relaxed his heart. It was most likely what he thought of earlier about how trash material couldn't be used to craft anything good. The night sky was exquisite and the surroundings quiet, as Lin Fan worked away like a diligent little honeybee. One brick after another was tossed into the furnace. Once one side of the wall was dismantled, Lin Fan would switch to another. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Ding, congratulations on crafting broken tilepiece, experience +1. Once the sky started becoming brighter, Lin Fan would then stop and quietly left. Tonight's speed was not bad, he had dismantled 4 walls. His blacksmith profession had already reached level 9, and the distance to leveling up again was quite short. Just when he was leaving, Lin Fan picked up the last brick, preparing to call it a night. Although profession might not seem like an important thing, Lin Fan had played games before, so he understood that professions were one of the most powerful existences. If he were able to raise it to the strongest level, then it would become something that could easily wipe the whole field clean. Lin Fan then threw the last brick into the furnace, not really paying any attention to it, and prepared to leave. He understood that it would most likely just be another broken tile piece. Ding, congratulations crafted legendary weapon 9-5 red brick. Ding, congratulations on crafting legendary weapon, blacksmith rank +1. Ding, congratulations, blacksmith upgraded to advanced blacksmith. Ding, congratulations on crafting legendary weapon, character experience +8 million. Ding, congratulations on unlocking character storage space. Lin Fan, who was preparing to leave, heard this notification and completely froze up. F***CK, jackpot. Lin Fan couldn't believe this moment as if he were in a dream. He had already long given up on the bricks. After all, one would never be able to craft a diamond from a pile of clay. They were in 2 completely different categories. But Lin Fan became very excited at this moment. Just how many days, just how many bricks had he destroyed, and right at the moment he was prepared to return, a legendary weapon appeared. What was with this concept? This was God finally rewarding him. Lin Fan didn't think anything more and suppressed his excitement. He then began running. After all, he needed to return back and carefully inspect this. If he were to be caught here by some outer sect disciples, it would be difficult to explain. Inside the house, Lin Fan immediately closed the doors and then excitedly lied down on his bed. The blacksmith profession had a total of 10 levels and had now upgraded to advanced blacksmith. At the same time, it also gave him 8 million experience points. The experience he obtained from crafting a legendary weapon was even more than the time he consumed the supreme pill. This was completely unbelievable for Lin Fan. If it had just given 1 million more experience points, he would have broken through to the post-celestial stage. Once one attained post-celestial, they would have formally entered the path of cultivation. All the things one considered impossible before would become possible after entering the post-celestial stage. According to Hai, this character's storage space was similar to the inventory spaces within games, and could be used to store things and such. Lin Fan felt that these were all good stuff. He rubbed his hands and began carefully inspecting the legendary weapon. Chapter 22, A Weapons Salesman is About to be Born. Chapter 22, A Weapons Salesman is About to be Born. Translator, Cow's Editor, Hitesh. 9.5 Red brick, length 9 centimeters, width 5 centimeters, overall usage, the basic building structure for houses. Rank, Legendary Weapon. Effects, 1 brick in hand can dominate the entire world, able to ignore all defensive capabilities. 1 hit on the head will 100% guarantee knockout for 1 minute, can repeatedly be used, not effective on other parts of the body. Description, this is a violation of equivalent forging, a legendary weapon that should be impossible to craft. Lin Fan was currently at a loss. Although this legendary weapon wasn't particularly on the strong side, its effects were way too fabulous. Just 1 smack on the head and 100% guaranteed knockout, and it could even be used repeatedly. This basically meant that in the future, if any unlucky fellow were to be smacked on the head by him, unless he stopped, the other person would never wake up. Especially the part about ignoring all defensive capabilities. Even if the world's scariest person were to show up in front of me, just 1 smack on the head and he would be at the mercy of yours truly. Strong. Way too strong. It was strong to the point where Lin Fan nearly wet himself. Lin Fan was a person with a high amount of curiosity. He had to test out the power of this brick for himself to see if it truly could ignore all defenses. His defensive power was already unusually high, so he wondered what would happen if he smacked himself on the head with it. Although this was seemingly stupid, Lin Fan had to experience it himself so he could get an accurate measure of its capabilities. Let's do it. Lin Fan held the 9.5 red brick up, judging the power and area, then clenched his teeth as he smacked it onto his own head. The instant the 95 red brick touched his head, Lin Fan felt as if he had heard something, then went unconscious and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. The last thought Lin Fan had in mind was, this legendary weapon really deserves to be called a legendary weapon. Definitely impressive. A minute later, Lin Fan woke up and rubbed his head. There was no pain, and just as the effects said, 1 smack on the head and guaranteed knockout. Where's my legendary weapon? Lin Fan looked around for his 9.5 red brick but realized that it had suddenly disappeared. This gave Lin Fan quite a scare. His hard-earned legendary weapon didn't just disappear from just that, did it? It was then that Lin Fan felt a brick within his bag and gave a sigh of relief. It turned out the 9.5 brick had automatically returned to its bag. What a scary moment! Since Lin Fan tested it out, he could confirm that the 9.5 brick didn't cause any harm towards the person, but a smack on the head and one would definitely faint. Lin Fan understood that for an expert what a minute of knockout could entail. Within a minute, one would have probably been killed hundreds of times already. But Lin Fan was troubled. Although this 9.5 brick is strong, who would be stupid enough to stand there and let you smack them? It looks like there is a need to think this one over. But to be able to craft a legendary weapon from a normal brick, this only made Lin Fan feel very satisfied. This was basically the feeling of achievement, just like obtaining a legendary drop from killing a lobby. It's a type of character. Lin Fan was euphoric and full of spirit. This kind of refreshing feeling is the best. Although he hadn't slept for an entire night, for a hard-working person like Lin Fan, sleep meant nothing. Since time was limited, he needed to make use of every second. Lin Fan now understood that the profession skill normally required equal exchange and would then craft raw materials into finished products. The final product would be better, and also at the same time there would also be a slight chance of a legendary weapon appearing. As for how much the probability was, needless to say, it was most likely tough. Lin Fan then flipped through his drawers to see if there was anything good within his room. As long as it was metal, Lin Fan would take it. After scavenging around for a bit, Lin Fan then placed all the scraps of metal he had gathered on the table. Although it wasn't much, Lin Fan still wanted to see just what could be crafted. Lin Fan directly tossed all the materials he gathered into the furnace. Ding, discovered small amounts of craftable materials can craft 3 weapons, please choose the type. Great swords, axes, maces, daggers. Lin Fan looked through the types, and at the very least it ranged in the hundreds. Just looking at it was overwhelming. Luckily, there was another option in the back, random production. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan directly started random production, since these weapons were something he was just preparing to sell to the outer sect disciples. Lin Fan trusted his blacksmith rank. Since he had already reached advanced blacksmith level, who knew, maybe he might even be a master. It wasn't that Lin Fan underestimated those outer sect blacksmiths, their knowledge was immense, but the weapons they forged to a normal person were only slightly above average. Ding, congratulations on crafting a low-grade sword, profession experience plus 100. Ding, congratulations on crafting a low-grade mace, profession experience plus 100. Ding, congratulations on crafting a low-grade great sword, profession experience plus 100. Lin Fan was full of joy. He was an advanced blacksmith after all. Even these scraps of metal could be crafted into low-grade weapons by him. Wasn't this quite impressive? According to Lin Fan's knowledge, the weapons the outer sect disciples possessed were all made by the outer sect blacksmith. The materials used were all high-quality metals, so compared to the scraps of metal Lin Fan used, they were far better. Yet, the weapons crafted weren't even graded weapons. To the dynasties outside, the weapons crafted by these blacksmiths might be considered legendary, but for people on the path of cultivation, these weapons were mere trash. To be more general, all non-graded weapons were complete trash. At this moment, Lin Fan remembered that the weapon senior brotherine used was a sword. He then immediately grabbed a sword and ran towards the house of Mo Chen. Bang bang! Senior brotherine, open the door. Currently, Mo Chen, who had just awakened, smiled upon seeing the one who was knocking while saying, "Junior brother Lin, you sure woke up early today." For Mo Chen, seeing junior brother Lin up this early was indeed actually a first. "Senior brotherine, where's your weapon?" Lin Fan asked. "Over there." Mo Chen was puzzled as to why junior brother Lin asked this. But he still gave a truthful reply. All the outer sect disciples obtained their weapons from the outer sect blacksmith. Although they were all non-graded weapons, for outer sect disciples, they were more than enough. After all, graded weapons were rare treasures. Unless the sect rewarded one or a disciple provided his own materials, it was impossible to attain one. "Junior brother, what's with all the hurry?" Mo Chen asked in puzzlement. Lin Fan didn't reply and instantly rushed in. He drew out senior brother Yin's sword and clashed it together with the sword he crafted. Clang! Just like Lin Fan expected, senior brother Yin's sword was sliced into 2 pieces. Lin Fan tested out its feel, which was like slicing through clay. Senior brother Yin's sword felt like clay and offered no resistance. The puzzled senior brother Yin instantly collapsed to his knees upon seeing the current scene. At this time, Lin Fan was utterly delighted. "Senior brother, I will give this sword to you. In return, I will be taking these scraps of metal." Lin Fan then tossed the sword he had just crafted to senior brother Yin, then grabbed the 2 broken pieces of senior brother Yin's sword before hastily retreating. Mo Chen watched Lin Fan dumbfoundedly. How was junior brother Lin's sword that strong? He then carefully inspected the sword junior brother Lin had tossed to him and instantly gasped. Shining sharply, this was a low-grade sword. Junior brother, Mo Chen immediately came back to himself. Such a precious weapon, how could junior brother give this to him? But when Mo Chen chased after him, he saw junior brother Lin close the door with a slam and from inside a few words travel out. "Senior brother, don't disturb me. I am very busy right now." Chapter 23, Isn't This a Loss? Chapter 23, Isn't This a Loss? Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. In the outer sect dining hall, there was a rumor of a crazy peach-stealing demon appearing there recently, who targeted the peaches of arguing brothers. This made many outer sect disciples fear for themselves, not knowing when the crazy peach-stealing demon would target them. And lately, many strange incidents have been occurring in the outer sect. In a single night, entire walls were stolen. This made everyone wonder who in the world would go and steal bricks. Some disciples feared they would end up like Fanghan, waking up and discovering their entire house had disappeared. So before going to sleep, they would set up bells around their walls. If the wall demolition thief appeared and triggered the traps, they would be sure to capture him on the spot. Guys, be careful, the crazy peach-stealing demon has come. At this moment, the peaceful outer sect dining hall broke into an uproar because one disciple had discovered that the crazy peach-stealing demon was heading their way. Several outer sect disciples had suffered his attacks and had been reduced to lying in their rooms for the entire day, unable to move. This kind of pain was completely unbearable for an ordinary person. Lin Fan, who was carrying a big bag, walked over from afar. To the fellow brothers that were avoiding him, Lin Fan paid them no heed, because he believed in a few moments they would all come running over to him begging and revering him as a treasure. Lin Fan then came to an empty spot next to the dining hall entrance and lowered the bag he was carrying. He then took out a banner from within his chest and tied it to one of the entrance pillars. Those who are passing don't miss out. Lower graded weapons flash sale. Lin Fan stood there and shouted. The surrounding outer sect disciples saw him crazily shouting and expressed their disdain, but upon hearing the words lower graded weapons flash sale, they all became enticed. At this point, though the surrounding outer sect disciples were attracted by Lin Fan's words, not a single person dared to step forth to ask, as they were afraid that upon being attracted over, their peaches would be stolen. Lin Fan shouted with all his might, and seeing that he had caught everyone's attention, he nodded in satisfaction. But a certain matter left Lin Fan speechless. Why aren't any of these guys coming forth? Perhaps low-grade weapons aren't attractive enough? Lin Fan knew that for outer sect disciples, possessing a graded weapon was an extremely impressive feat. Lin Fan refused to accept this and started glancing around, then found a disciple who was standing near him. You, come here, Lin Fan beckoned. That disciple froze for a bit and retreated a few steps in fear, but Lin Fan did not give him a chance and directly went forth and started dragging him. Come with me. Lin Fan wanted to make this guy believe his words. No, senior brother, I just entered the outer sect a few days ago. Please don't steal my peach. The outer sect disciple dragged by Lin Fan was scared stiff. Although he had just entered the outer sect, he was familiar with the dining hall's infamous crazy peach-stealing demon. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, not caring how this junior brother cried or begged, and directly dragged him in front of his stand, then removed the sect weapon on his back. Everyone take a look, behold, this is the weapon made by the outer sect blacksmith. Lin Fan held the weapon up high while shouting and then picked up a sword from his stand. Now look over here, this is a lower graded weapon. You are about to witness a miracle, so don't blink. Lin Fan glanced at the outer sect disciples whose interest he had attracted and smiled. I refuse to believe you all aren't interested. Watch carefully, Lin Fan shouted out as the two swords clashed. Clang! The sword crafted by the outer sect blacksmith was instantly sliced into two pieces, as one piece fell to the ground nosily. How's that? There are only 3, to the highest bidder. Lin Fan then threw the other piece of the broken weapon onto the ground before returning to his stand, awaiting everyone to rush up. Senior brother, my sword. The junior brother who saw his weapon being sliced into 2 by his senior brother was about to cry. Your sword is my sword, Lin Fan replied with indifference. It was then that the surrounding outer sect disciples who were watching all came rushing forth crazily. They had all seen clearly what had just happened. The weapon crafted by the outer sect blacksmith had been easily sliced in half as if it was slicing through clay. At the same time, the sword gave off a shiny and sleek appearance. It was obviously a graded weapon from one glance. Junior brother Lin, how are you selling this sword? Junior brother Lin, you name a price, I'll buy it. At this moment, seeing the outer sect disciples scrambling in front of him, Lin Fan let out a bright smile within his heart. I already said yours truly would become a hot commodity. It was difficult to rely on them to level up now, so he could only rely on medicine. When yours truly reaches post-celestial and applies for admission into the inner sect, at that time this entire world will be mine to enjoy. At the same time, Lin Fan also expressed deep resentment for these despicable disciples who hadn't broken through to the post-celestial stage yet. It's because of these guys yours truly has such difficulty leveling up. The heaven-piercing sword, starting off at 30 circulation pills, goes to the highest bidder. Lin Fan held up the sword in his hand and shouted. The heaven-piercing sword, what a good name! Such domination! I must have this sword. I bid 31 pills. Humph, only 31 pills and trying to get a lower graded weapon. In your dreams, I bid 40 pills. 45 pills. 50 pills. Seeing his fellow brothers fiercely bidding away, Lin Fan gave off a brilliant smile within his heart. Just slightly fix up a pile of scrap metal and I can then sell it. This is such a steal. I bid 100 pills. As soon as this person shouted out 100 pills, everyone went silent. The outer sect disciples were able to collect 30 circulation pills each month. Though the circulation pill was a common item in the outer sect, because it was a pill that assisted with training, many disciples usually just ate them all within the days. So, very few disciples saved up that many. 150 pills. Lin Fan glanced at the disciple that bid 150 pills. He had never seen him before. Although he stood there calmly, Lin Fan could tell from his eyes the desire he had for this sword. Though Lin Fan had only been in the sect for more than a year, he still understood one thing. In this world, everyone only cared about one thing. There was no end to cultivation, to begin with, so who would spend time cultivating something else? Cultivators were cultivators, blacksmiths were blacksmiths, alchemists were alchemists. Cultivation didn't have much to do with becoming the last two unless one was one of those top-level experts whose cultivation base had already reached a certain level and couldn't go any further in the meantime. Only then would one usually focus on other areas. Though the Saint Devil's sect was a big sect, they still couldn't provide every disciple with a graded weapon. 200 pills. 250 pills. The bidding became very intense. Lin Fan realized many disciples weren't bidding and were only silently standing there watching. It seemed like they were waiting for the next weapon. 1,000 pills, and at this time, a man wearing white robes who was standing far away slowly walked over. The expressions of the surrounding outer disciples changed instantly upon seeing this person. Then everyone stepped aside, opening a path while staring in awe. It's Senior Brother E. One of outer sect's top 10 geniuses, Yi Zhongyu. Looks like there is no hope for us. Since Senior Brother E has bid, there is no room for us. If we continue, Senior Brother E will take offense. Many onlooking outer sect disciples understood that this lower-graded weapon now had a master. But at this moment, Lin was thinking of one problem. Isn't this a loss for me? Chapter 24, My fellow two brothers, hurry up, smash me to death with your circulation pills. Chapter 24, My fellow two brothers, hurry up, smash me to death with your circulation pills. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. At this time, Lin Fan was ecstatic. A big shot had arrived. Yi Zhongyu was one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses. His worth was most likely very high. Able to get within the top 10 of over 8,000 outer sect disciples, he was definitely not bad. Currently, among the outer sect's top 10 geniuses, Lin Fan had only met Meng Yangxuan, whose cultivation base was a 6th level peri-celestial, yet he still pretended to be a pig roaming in the beginner's zone. Lin Fan was really grateful he had this system that allowed him to see any person's cultivation base. Otherwise one day he might really be swallowed by that fake pig Meng Yangxuan. Your sword, I will buy for 1,000 pills. Yi Zhongyu's white robes fluttered about, his mighty presence and prideful aura could be distinguished in one glance. Senior brother, though a price of 1,000 pills is very high, we still need to see if there are any other competing prices. Though Lin Fan naturally knew he was one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses, he pretended to not know. If he ended up messing up his flow and ended up getting decimated by this guy, who would he go cry to? Not even knowing who senior brother he is, Wang Tianfeng, who was unfriendly towards Lin Fan, snorted coldly. Yi Zhongyu smiled and confidently said, I believe my price is the highest. Among the fellow brothers here, no one will be able to offer more than me. Yi Zhongyu was very confident and looked around, making the surrounding disciples sigh. Although 1,000 circulation pills were a lot, it was not like no one had more. It was all because of Yi Zhongyu's position. Naturally, they couldn't offend one of the sect's top 10 for a fleeting interest. Lin Fan smiled and glanced at Yi Zhongyu. Above his head floated the words 6th level post-celestial. To Lin Fan, the cultivation base was just a little bit high, but compared to Meng Yangquan, the difference was still huge. And he had already reached post-celestial but still remained in the outer sect, yet another stubborn person. When an outer sect disciple reached post-celestial stage, they could become an inner sect disciple. But this option was entirely voluntarily. Some outer sect disciples still refused to leave the outer sect even after reaching post-celestial stage because upon entering the inner sect, all their fellow disciples would have high cultivation bases, so it wouldn't be as relaxing as in the outer sect. Although the training resources differed vastly, for some stubborn people, they would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. A bit later, under a certain roof, two figures stood there silently. The female was incredibly beautiful like a celestial maiden, while the male devilishly handsome but also a bit cold. Senior brother Meng, the lust and streak of that sword, it's so pretty. The eyelashes of the woman fluttered as she gentle whispered with a delicate demeanor. Junior sister, since you like it, your senior brother will, of course, satisfy your desire. The icy demeanor of the cold-looking man melted when facing the woman. His expression brightened, and his eyes became filled with the color of love. Senior brother Meng, it's not worth upsetting Yi Zhongyu over this mere lower-graded sword. And I Ming Yang, who was standing behind those two, said carefully. Ming Yang, no need to say so much. It's fine as long as junior sister Chenyu likes it. Meng Yangquan's mind had already been made up. And I Ming Yang didn't say anything more as he looked at the wrinkled brows of Chenyu. She is essentially a succubus. Senior brother Meng's entire future has been destroyed by this succubus. Senior brother Meng's decision couldn't be changed clearly, so N.I. Ming Yang also became speechless. Just how did a talented person like senior brother Meng get to know a succubus like her? Senior brother does all he can to raise his cultivation base, but this Chenyu trash just won't advance and has remained stuck at 4th level pre-celestial. The amount of medicinal pills senior brother prepared, even if one were a pig, they would have long reached post-celestial level. Just when Yi Zhongyu was certain this lower-graded weapon would be his, a faint voice came from far away. 2,000 pills. The surrounding disciples were all startled. Senior brother Yi had already named his price, and now someone dared to bid against him. Did they perhaps have a death wish? But upon seeing the bidder, everyone became even more shocked. No one had expected to see senior brother Meng. Ranked number 1 of the sect's top 10 geniuses, senior brother Meng. Yi Zhongyu frowned slightly, looking to see who dared to compete against him. But upon seeing the person, his expression immediately changed. At this point, Lin Fan's heart was bursting with joy. The head big shot just appeared. Junior brother Lin, you, and I Ming Yang followed senior brother Meng, and seeing that the person conducting the lower graded weapons flash sale was his junior brother Lin, was surprised and also in disbelief. Oh, senior brother and I. Lin Fan smiled. Junior brother Lin, this is a little unexpected. And I Ming Yang smiled at the moment. He was rather amazed towards junior brother Lin, who had somehow managed to obtain these lower-graded weapons to sell since he had just entered the sect recently. While Lin Fan was conversing with N.I. Ming Yang, Yi Zhongyu also began conversing with Meng Yangquan. So senior brother Meng is trying to compete with his junior. Yi Zhongyu was bitter inside but kept a smile on his face. Though the outer sect seemed rather calm, in truth, within the ranks of the sect's top 10 geniuses there had been quite a few fights. All the top 10 disciples had a rank, with Meng Yangchuan steadily claiming the number 1 spot. While the remainder although appeared friendly on the surface, the infighting between them was actually rather fierce. Junior brother E is mistaken. Your senior brother isn't actually interested in the sword. Just that junior sister Chinyu rather likes it, so I can only hope junior brother will endure the pain. Meng Yangchuan said dismissively. Yi Zhongyu glanced at the woman standing next to Meng Yangchuan, his heart enraged. Being so enticed by a single woman, how is this self-discipline? It's just a disgrace to oneself. Senior brother Meng, junior sister Chinyu already has a middle-graded weapon, the Jade Bell Dragon you gifted her. I believe she has no use for this lower-graded sword. So how about letting me have it? Although Meng Yangchuan had already spoken, Yi Zhongyu refused to concede. I already have to be under you in rankings, don't expect me to let you on other things. Meng Yangchuan shook his head, in that case, the highest bidder shall have it. Lin Fan had been talking with senior brother and I but at the same time still kept an ear on the two people's conversation. Upon seeing them coming to a disagreement, Lin Fan's heart became even more joyful. It's good they came to a disagreement. Only then can I earn more profit. I already said this before, professions were where all the money came from. 3,000 circulation pills, junior brother E, go ahead with your bid. Meng Yangchuan said with a smile. Yi Zhongyu's expression was livid. For the 6th level post-celestial Yi Zhongyu, he didn't actually have any need for a lower-graded weapon. It was just in his earlier years he had fallen down a cliff and managed to come across a manual containing a mysterious martial skill. The cultivation of this martial skill didn't require him to train his body but instead needed him to absorb various graded weapons into his body. Named Infinite Swords. This lower-graded sword at most was only worth around 3,000 circulation pills. If he continued to bid, it wouldn't be worth it. But at this point, they weren't merely just competing for a sword anymore, they were competing for their pride. Especially when Yi Zhongyu saw the bland expression on Meng Yangchuan's face, he became further enraged. Lin Fan at this point brushed aside an eye Ming Yang and awaited the upcoming storm. My fellow two brothers, please hurry up, smash me to death with your circulation pills. Chapter 25, Senior Brother, you may not insult my intelligence. Chapter 25, Senior Brother, you may not insult my intelligence. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. 3,500 pills. Yi Zhongyu had been one of the sect's top 10 geniuses for many years, so the amount of circulation pills he possessed is quite numerous. Although the lower-graded sword wasn't worth that much, Yi Zhongyu didn't care anymore in order to maintain his pride. The surrounding outer sect disciples watching the current scene were all in amazement. This kind of situation was a first for some people. This was a fight between the sect's top 10 geniuses. Even if they wanted to see one, it wasn't that easy to come across. Lin Fan stood to the side in a good mood. The more fiercely the two competed, the better for him. 4,000 pills. Meng Yangchuan said causally. Circulation pills were a necessary medicinal pill for the newly initiated in order to train. But for Meng Yangchuan, whose true cultivation base was at the 6th level Peri-Celestial, they meant nothing. 4,500 pills. Junior brothery, us competing like this is meaningless. I will bid 10,000 pills. The two had been slowly raising their bid, but Meng Yangchuan felt that this was a waste of time. Heine, he directly went straight to 10,000 pills. Lin Fan, who was standing to the side, nearly wet himself after hearing this. One pill was 100 experience, 10,000 pills would be 1 million experience. Holy crap, jackpot, this is a complete jackpot. The surrounding outer sect disciples were all shocked after hearing the bid as well and stared at Lin Fan with unmasked jealousy. 10,000 pills for a mere lower-graded sword, this. Lin Fan looked at Meng Yangxuan, his two eyes prideful and extravagant, very extravagant. Spending that much for a single girl. At what time would a man be most attractive? The hypocritical ones would say when they were working, but what all girls really thought was that a man was most attractive when he spent money on them. Yi Zhongyu's expression became cold. He couldn't afford to bring out 10,000 pills. It wasn't that Yi Zhongyu was poor, rather he just hadn't saved up that high a number of this kind of a medicinal pill. And Yi Zhongyu wasn't foolish enough to bring out his advanced medicinal pills. Those were hard to come by even for him. Senior brother Meng is prideful, willing to spend that much for junior sister Qingyu. I will concede and take my leave. Yi Zhongyu saw that the remaining weapons on Lin Fan's stand weren't swords, so he was uninterested. Junior brother Yi, please wait a moment. Meng Yangxuan said. Ying Zhongyu's expression slightly changed as he was preparing to leave. Does he perhaps want to humiliate me? It looks like junior brother is in need of a lower-graded sword. I happen to also have one. If junior brother doesn't mind, I can give this to you. Meng Yangxuan took out a sword and said. Yi Zhongyu was surprised for a bit, then said in an utterly cold voice, No, senior brother should keep that for himself. I will take my leave. Seeing the enraged junior brother leave, Meng Yangxuan also slightly shook his head, then reached down into a pocket near his waist. Junior brother Lin, this bag contains 10,000 circulation pills. Lin Fan received the bag and was slightly startled. 10,000 circulation pills inside this measly bag? Stop lying. Ding, discovered beginner space bag. Used for storing items, made from small sky crystals. Junior brother Lin, you can also have that bag too. Meng Yangxuan said. Lin Fan was very joyful at this moment. He only then realized that senior brother Meng was an utterly amazing guy. Thank you, senior brother Meng. Lin Fan naturally didn't need this beginner space bag as he had his own bag which could store even more items than this one. But since it was a token of goodwill from his senior brother, he couldn't turn it down. So he planned on waiting for a perfect time to exchange it for circulation pills instead. Senior brother, here is the heaven-piercing sword. Lin Fan handed the lower-graded sword to senior brother Meng. Senior brother Meng received it and praised, not bad. Exquisite craftsmanship. It's a lot better compared to the average lower-graded sword. Just this name is a bit, how about this? This sword is very sleek, and the surface is also smooth like water. I believe it's more appropriate to call it Lingdong sword. Junior sister, what do you think? I will go with whatever senior brother wants. Mu Chenyu blushed slightly and lightly nodded. Lin Fan looked at the two people, a beautiful sword paired with a beautiful woman, what a perfect match. Meng Yangxuan smiled upon hearing this. And I Ming Yang looked at him in surprise. Today senior brother smiled a lot more in front of outsiders than he usually did. It was quite rare. Junior brother, I do have to warn you though. You are actually prohibited from setting up a stall here. If the sex patrol were to catch you, it would be a bit troublesome. Meng Yangxuan said. Lin Fan was startled upon hearing this. Are there perhaps law enforcement in this world too? Thank you for the warning senior brother, I will keep that in mind. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and gave thanks. Meng Yangxuan nodded, then said to Anai Ming Yang, you stay here and help our junior brother sell the rest of his weapons. If the patrol team comes, you can also help out. Yes, senior brother. Anai Ming Yang nodded. Junior sister, let's go. Meng Yangxuan said. Yes, senior brother. Humph, succubus. When senior brother Meng left, Anai Ming Yang cried out angrily. Lin Fan heard this and was shocked. Was it possible Anai Ming Yang really did have some sort of relationship with senior brother Meng? Senior brother, is that junior sister perhaps senior brother Meng's partner? Lin Fan asked. Humph, she's just a succubus. Alright, enough of her. Junior brother, let's hurry up and sell the remaining 2 weapons. If the patrol team catches us, it will be quite troublesome. And I Ming Yang said. Alright, although Lin Fan liked gossiping, for now, business was more important. Now that he had obtained 10,000 circulation pills, with just a bit more effort, he would be completely satisfied. The remaining 2 weapons were named Moonlit Mace and Heaven-Splitting Axe, the names of these 2 weapons being, of course, dominating as usual. Though the price they were sold for couldn't compete with Senior Brother Meng's 10,000 circulation pills, but since it was a first-time sale, the items were in serious demand, and at the same time there were many rich outer sect disciples. The 2 weapons were sold for a total of 7,000 pills. The outer sect disciples who didn't have enough circulation pills were all regretful. With this, all the amazing lower-graded weapons were gone. As for whether there would be any more next time, there was no need to think about it. Obviously, there wouldn't be more of these. Lower-graded weapons weren't your average vegetables after all. There was no way they could be obtained that easily. As Lin Fan was preparing to pack up and leave, a familiar voice reached his ears. Senior brother, my sword. This voice sounded very pitiful and also a bit choked up. Lin Fan also felt a bit uneasy. Junior brother, you're still here? Senior brother, that is my sword I just received yesterday. The newly initiated junior brother was really pitiful as he spoke with teary eyes. Alright. A man shouldn't be crying. Wait for me here tomorrow at this time. I will compensate you with a lower-graded sword. How's that now? Lin Fan said. Senior brother, you can yell at me, hit me, but you may not insult my intelligence. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. I am not insulting your intelligence. Senior brother and I is also here as a witness. How can I lie to you? Lin Fan said. In the end, due to N.I. Ming Yang being there, the newly initiated junior brother left half-heartedly. This also made Lin Fan feel a bit exasperated. Lin Fan also had a good item in hand, a middle-graded weapon he crafted using Yin Mo Chen's broken sword. But Lin Fan didn't bring it out this time because, with just a mere outer sect, it was unlikely they could afford it. So he was planning to wait until he had entered the inner sect and met with the rich ones in there. On the way, N.I. Ming Yang repeatedly questioned. Junior brother, where did you get these weapons? I made them. Really? Honestly, it's not a lie. Junior brother, you see we are also pretty close, so how about also making one for me? Sure, prepare your own materials and let me steal a peach. No problem. What kind of materials? Fine iron. Senior brother, where did you go? When Lin Fan had turned around, he realized N.I. Ming Yang had disappeared. Junior brother, wait for me. I will go get some fine iron right now. From far away, N.I. Ming Yang's slightly excited voice could be heard. Chapter 26, Your junior brother isn't that kind of person. Chapter 26, Your junior brother isn't that kind of person. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Today's profit was not bad, selling the 3 lower-graded weapons for a total of 17,000 pills. The Saint Devil sect being a training haven could provide every outer sect disciple with circulation pills monthly, though it wasn't much. The number of outer sect disciples was over 8,000, and with each person receiving 30 pills, that got over 200,000 pills each month. Obviously, the circulation pill wasn't some top-quality medicinal pill and was merely a supplementary item to help assist with the training of the disciples. He was only 2 million experience away from post-celestial stage. And once he reached post-celestial, he could enter the inner sect, thus becoming a middle-level power of the sect. At that time, he would be able to come into contact with far more advanced things. Lin Fan now also understood why with Meng Yangchuan's cultivation base of 6th level peri-celestial, which within the sect would definitely be a rank 1 talent, he still decided to stay within the outer sect. If Lin Fan hadn't seen Mu Chenyu, he really wouldn't have understood why senior brother Meng was like that. But now, Lin Fan finally understood that Meng Yangchuan wanted to stay beside Mu Chenyu. Humans strived to reach the top while water flowed downwards, and still, Meng Yangchuan abandoned his great future for a girl that was also admirable. Lin Fan didn't think about it anymore and immediately took out the storage bag, raised it to his mouth and started dumping them in. Ding, consumed circulation pill, experience plus 100. Ding, consumed circulation pill, experience plus 100. Vast amounts of circulation pills turned into experience, and his character experience points soared endlessly. After consuming all the circulation pills, Lin Fan opened his character data panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 19, half step away from post-celestial. Experience points, 9703400/100000000. Storage experience, 0, can upgrade character level, can upgrade martial skill level. Martial skills, Eternal Demon Body First Level 10/30000000. Monkey Steals Peach 13th Level, 1500/40,000. Professions, Advanced Blacksmith First Level 1000/5000. Equipment, 9-5 Red Brick, Legendary Weapon. Title, Not Conceding So Just Do It, Cultivation Bases Doubled, Time Limit is 1 incense candle, one-time use. He was half a step away from post-celestial, and now only needed around 300,000 more experience to enter the post-celestial stage. There was only a one-word difference between pre-celestial and post-celestial, but the change that would happen between them was huge. Pre-celestial was blood energy while post-celestial was true energy. Only after entering post-celestial did one's body generate true energy and draw upon the power of the heavens and earth, truly entering the path of cultivation. Bang, 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 bang. Upon hearing the knocking sound, Lin Fan immediately knew who it was. It seemed lower-graded weapons was quite alluring for senior brother and I. Lin Fan opened the door and was startled as a big sack entered his view. Junior brother, step aside really quick so I can come in. And I Ming Yang's back was currently facing Lin Fan. Lin Fan hastily stepped aside, and Ai Ming Yang stepped forth a few steps, placing the sack on the floor. Bang, a dull sound rose, as pieces of silver-gray fine iron emerged from the sack, glowing with a dazzling silvery light. Senior brother, where did you get all this from? Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. As expected of senior brother, he is really fast in obtaining these materials. I got all of this from the blacksmith. The amount of fine iron they have over there is to the point where there's no room left to place anymore. Every year those dynasties would transport vast quantities of fine iron over. Us disciples are allowed to go whenever we want to grab some. And Ai Ming Yang brushed off his hands. In order to get these fine irons, he had gotten dust all over himself. But the allure of lower-graded weapons was far too great, so Ai Ming Yang just couldn't wait. Lin Fan heard this and froze up. It seemed he was still very ignorant. These fine irons were obtainable anytime he wanted and he had been to his house looking for scrap metals. It was rather ironic. Junior brother, come at me. At this time, Ai Ming Yang spread out his two legs, taking a horse stance while clenching his teeth, as if he had made a great decision. Senior brother, what are you doing? Lin Fan became surprised to the point where he could barely speak. Was it possible senior brother had one of those unspeakable fetishes? Junior brother, didn't you say you had to steal a peach to be willing to craft a lower-graded weapon for me? For a lower-graded weapon, I will go all out. And Ai Ming Yang said. Senior brother, what are you doing? Do you really think I am that kind of person? Stand straight, your junior brother isn't that kind of person. It's an honor that senior brother will allow me to forge a lower-graded weapon for himself. Lin Fan hastily patted Ai Ming Yang's shoulder while saying, Junior brother, at this moment, Ai Ming Yang gave a sigh of relief, then his voice became choked. Junior brother, this gracious act of yours, your senior brother will remember it. Oh, senior brother is overreacting, it's a trivial matter. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands causally. Junior brother, and I Ming Yang looked at Lin Fan with appreciation, his eyes overflowing with moved tears. Senior brother. Junior brother. Senior brother. Junior brother, and I Ming Yang hated himself for not being a girl. That way, he could repay his junior brother. Monkey steals peach, and at this moment, Lin Fan instantly reached forth. This was essentially self-delivering experience. It'd be a waste if he didn't receive it. Ding, congratulations Monkey steals peach experience plus 300. Junior brother, you. The expression of the previously moved I Ming Yang changed, only feeling an immense pain surging through his crotch and at the same time, disbelief in his mind. Didn't we already have an agreement? Lin Fan took a small breath, his expression full of color, then his expression instantly turned serious, as if he was lecturing a student. Senior brother, the path of training is full of peril. I saw that senior brother was far too sincere, and this made me afraid that senior brother will suffer big in the future. So I could only do this. I hope senior brother can forgive me. Lin Fan words contained love and affection, full of sincerity. Junior brother is right, I will take this lesson to heart. Just junior brother, when will the lower graded weapon be finished? And I Ming Yang couldn't take his mind off the lower graded weapon. Lin Fan looked exasperatedly at I Ming Yang. Senior brother, for a mere lower graded weapon you're even willing to forsake your manhood? This leaves me speechless. Senior brother, don't worry. I will be waiting tomorrow morning at the dining hall for you to come pick up your weapon. Lin Fan said. Alright then, I will leave it to you, junior brother. Your senior brother's body is feeling a bit under the weather, so I will take my leave now. And I Ming Yang's face was red as he said this with much effort. All right. Lin Fan nodded. Then I Ming Yang walked outside and personally closed the door himself. Before leaving, he even said, "Don't mind me, junior brother, I will be fine by myself." When the door closed, I Ming Yang's teeth started chattering as he instantly knelt down on the ground, then left slowly step by step. Seeing I Ming Yang leave, Lin Fan gave a slight laugh and looked down enthusiastically at the glowing fine iron on the ground. Not bad, not bad, these fine irons will be enough for to play around quite a bit. He was already a level 1 advanced blacksmith. Using just scrap metal was already enough to craft lower graded weapons, and these fine irons were enough to craft middle graded weapons. Also, the professions had another benefit, which was when one material was enough to craft a middle graded weapon, then using that same material, one could also produce 2 lower graded weapons. In the outer sect, lower graded weapons were already the leading commodity. If he brought out middle graded weapons to sell, who could afford them? Chapter 27, I will do it, I will do it. Chapter 27, I will do it, I will do it. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Ding, discovered craftable material fine iron produced from the Great Yin Dynasty. Lin Fan weighed it in his hand. The weight was quite heavy, but this amount of metal alone wouldn't be enough to forge a weapon for a normal blacksmith. But this wasn't a problem for Lin Fan, who possessed a system, so this one piece alone was enough to forge a middle-grade weapon. According to common sense, no matter how skilled the blacksmith was, it would still be impossible to forge a middle-graded weapon from mere fine iron. But for Lin Fan, his blacksmith profession obviously had a sort of buff on it that enabled it to raise the grade of a weapon. Lin Fan threw a piece of fine iron into the furnace. Ding, congratulations on crafting a low-graded sword, advanced blacksmith experience plus 100. Ding, congratulations on crafting a low-graded dagger, advanced blacksmith experience plus 100. At the moment, middle-graded weapons had no use for him, but in the outer sect, lower-graded weapons had the most use. If he could just exchange them for enough circulation pills, he would be able to level up and then enter the inner sect to wreak havoc. Ding, congratulations on leveling up professions, advanced blacksmith level 2. As Lin Fan was repeating this action, he heard a notification coincidentally when the fine iron was completely exhausted. Now, within his bag, there were a total of 40 lower-graded weapons. As long as nothing untoward happened and he sold all these weapons, he would definitely level up. Knock, knock. At this time a knock sounded on the door. Senior brother Ian, what's wrong? Lin Fan smiled and asked. In the outer sect, those he was somewhat familiar with were only senior brother Ian and senior brother Ni. Junior brother Lin, today the inner sect disciples are holding a competition in the outer sect. Do you want to go watch? Ian Mo Chen said a bit excitedly. Competition? Lin Fan froze. Senior brother Ian, why are the inner sect disciples holding their competition in the outer sect instead of the inner sect? This is a long-held tradition of the sect. The point of having the inner sect disciples hold their competition here is to give us outer sect disciples some motivation, and secondly, allow us outer sect disciples to consult the inner sect disciples for any problems we encounter during training after the competition is over. Ian Mo Chen said. Lin Fan nodded. It seemed this was similar to schools inviting upperclassmen who were admitted into Tsinghua back to encourage underclassmen and motivate them to also aim for entering Tsinghua University. However, although Lin Fan wasn't really interested, he wanted to go and see the cultivation base of the inner sect disciples. Okay, senior brother, let's go then, Lin Fan said. Alright, let's hurry then. Otherwise, there won't be any room left to even stand. Ian Mo Chen quickly said. Every year, the outer sect disciples would be most excited around this time because their troubles could then be resolved by the inner sect disciples. By the time Lin Fan and senior brother Ian arrived, the place was already packed with people. In the front was a square-shaped fighting stage made of neatly stacked lightly colored bricks, and dragon pillars were placed at each corner of the stage, making it seem quite mighty. Junior brother, let's go over there. There are fewer people. Ian Mo Chen looked left and right and finally saw an area on the other side with fewer people. If they continued to stand here, they wouldn't be able to see the stage. This was a once-in-a-year occasion where they could witness the matches between the inner sect disciples. If they were to miss it, they could only wait till next year. Just when Lin Fan and Ian Mo Chen found their spot, people finally came onto the stage. A group of brightly robed men and women came soaring from the sky as if they were celestials. When these inner sect disciples landed, the cheers of the surrounding outer sect disciples became more intense. The group of inner sect disciples attracted the eyes of thousands like popular celebrities and indulged in the cheers of others. Lin Fan glanced at the group of inner sect disciples on stage and carefully compared them. 5th level post-celestial. 4th level post-celestial. 8th level post-celestial. 9th level post-celestial. Among the group of inner sect disciples, the one with the highest cultivation base was only at a 2nd level peri-celestial. Compared to Meng Yangxuan, they were still far off. The 2nd level peri-celestial inner sect disciple was likely the one in charge for this event. After saying a few words to the others around him, he then led them forward to the high podium. Lin Fan observed the 2nd level peri-celestial inner sect disciple and could feel a strong convergence of energy around his body. Start the competition. At this time, someone sitting on the upper stone seat spoke out. Though the voice wasn't loud, it was like thunder and shocked the surrounding outer sect disciples, causing them to pale. So strong, Lin Fan was surprised. It seemed he couldn't underestimate any of them. Pre-celestial and post-celestial were already on two entirely different planes, so the difference between post-celestial and peri-celestial would be like heaven and earth. Then two inner sect disciples drifted onto the stage, faced each other and placed their hands over their fist. These two inner sect disciples were both 7th level post-celestials, and though their energy wasn't as strong as the 2nd level peri-celestial, they still gave Lin Fan a sense of danger. Begin. The one inner sect disciple sitting on top spoke out as if he was an emperor controlling his subordinates, his each word full of dignity making everyone unable to resist. Boom! At this moment a thunderous sound traveled through the heaven and earth. The two disciples quickly brought forth the swords on their backs, the swords shining brightly as they glimmered with light. Strong, they are too strong. Ian Mo Chen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the two disciples on stage. So this is post-celestial. Lin Fan watched the two inner sect disciples competing fiercely on stage, his heart pounding away. Bought as asterisk, this is completely bought as star. So this is martial arts. It seems I will need to go to the hidden library and borrow a few manuals and carefully research them. It's just so elegant, so glamorous. Junior brother, do you see this? This is what the inner sect disciples are, so strong. I don't know when I can become like them. Emo-chan watched enviously, not knowing what to say. Soon, Lin Fan watched unwaveringly, his heart also a bit excited. Ha, junior brother, I know that it's probably impossible for me to reach the inner sect in this life. Emo-chan said regretfully. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He wanted to tell his senior brother that he was actually talking about himself. But upon seeing senior brother lacking such confidence, Lin Fan felt he needed to properly enlighten him. When the two inner sect disciples finished their match, the surrounding outer sect disciples cheered loudly with even more vigor than before. Next is the guidance segment. Is there anyone willingly to spar a bit with these two seniors? Of course there will be no casualties. The seated second-level peri-celestial inner sect disciple said. At this time, the surrounding disciples began whispering amongst each other. This segment was very interesting, and many outer sect disciples wanted to participate but were too embarrassed. They were afraid their cultivation bases were too low and wouldn't catch the eyes of their seniors, and hence would be evaluated poorly by them. This had actually happened before in the past. There was one disciple who decided to participate in the guidance segment but was then evaluated as worthless by the senior brother he was sparring against. After that, because his mind wasn't strong enough, he was unable to rise and wasted away. Currently, Lin Fan, who was amongst the audience, became gleeful. Going up to spar and no casualties. Furthermore, if he were to successfully steal a peach, then he would have gained big time. I will do it. At this time, Lin Fan raised his hand up without even thinking. Junior brother, Emo-chan froze and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Chapter 28, What Can You Do? Chapter 28, What Can You Do? Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Under Emo-chan's surprised expression, Lin Fan jumped on stage, full of grace with his head held high and at the same time waving towards the surrounding disciples. This feeling of having thousands of people watch you is not bad. No wonder so many people wanted to participate. The surrounding outer sect disciples gave a thumbs up within their hearts seeing his courage, but when they saw who the person was, became instantly startled. At the same time, their previously excited expression also became a bit fearful. The Crazy Peach Stealing Demon. The Crazy Peach Stealing Demon was a living nightmare in the hearts of some outer sect disciples. The disciples who experienced the feeling of having their peach stolen were all scared out of their minds. Just hearing the voice only was enough to make their crotches tighten. Off stage, one outer sect disciple hid within the crowd staring coldly at Lin Fan. When Han Lu saw the smiling Lin Fan on stage, his heart burned with rage. In the Saint Devil sect, he hated no one except Lin Fan. He had ruined his plans many times. This hatred, Han Lu would always remember within his heart. But for the current Han Lu, it was not the time for revenge yet. For now, Han Lu's sole purpose was to quickly raise his own cultivation base. What others needed months to reach, Han Lu merely needed days. By chance, Han Lu had discovered that by placing a circulation pill into a god's dew overnight, it could then improve its quality. This discovery greatly startled Han Lu, and so within this short period of time, he had relied on the upgraded circulation pills to steadily raise his cultivation base. Thus, his cultivation base currently was at a 5th level pre-celestial. And by relying on the upgraded circulation pills, Han Lu was positive he could break through to a 6th level pre-celestial within a month. And by half a year, he would definitely reach post-celestial stage and become an inner sect disciple. At this moment, Lin Fan stood on stage, looked at the inner sect disciple in front of him. He brought his hands together and politely said, "Outer sect disciple Lin Fan seeking guidance from senior brother." Lin Fan had been pondering about one thing: do all high-class people have high cultivation bases? These inner sect disciples in front of him all had jade-like faces, red lips, white teeth, slim and handsome bodies. Even in the modern era, they would be the dream men of countless girls. "How is your cultivation base?" the inner sect disciple asked coolly like the wind, but on the inside, he frowned. "I can't believe I am unable to see this junior brother's cultivation base. Senior brother Bing, I am a half a step away from post-celestial." Lin Fan knew that since he had a system, others wouldn't be able to see his cultivation base. But Lin Fan was an honest and upright person who would never pretend to a fake tiger-eating pig and hide his cultivation base, so he refused to hide. Ian Emochin, who stood in the audience, was utterly speechless after hearing junior brother Lin's words. How could this be? Junior brother is half a step away from post-celestial? This. The previously calm Han Lu was suddenly startled. He didn't think that person's cultivation base was actually a half a step away from post-celestial. The difference between them was far too big. But upon thinking this, Han Lu then immediately cast this thought deep down: this guy must just be the son of some powerful person and was given high-quality medicinal pills since he was small. That's why his cultivation base is this high. After finding an excuse, Han Lu then regained his calm, because he believed as long as he had the holy jade bottle, he definitely would be able to trample Lin Fan under his foot in the future. Humph, pre-celestial is pre-celestial. There is no such thing as half a step away. If you haven't entered post-celestial, then you never can be considered post-celestial. The concept of half a step away is merely a saying of mortals. Yufeng frowned and then sternly rebuked. In front of these outer sect disciples, Yufeng was done putting on airs. Every year, Yufeng would beat down upon these ambitious outer sect disciples. For Yufeng, these outer sect disciples were merely frogs in a well and very arrogant, just a slightly high cultivation base and they would get ahead of themselves. Lin Fan gave a glance. Mortal Maya's asterisk. An overpowered system like this, and I just said it was half a step away from post-celestial, as if the system isn't stronger than you. But Lin Fan was an easygoing person, so he obviously wouldn't argue with his senior. After all, it was not like he was stepping on stage for nothing. If he didn't get at least some benefits out of it, he would have lost big. Since there were so many people watching, cultivating eternal demon body on the long term wasn't reliable, but if he could steal a peach, then he would have made it big. A 7th level post-celestial master, if he could steal the peach of a 7th level post-celestial, then wouldn't that be utterly refreshing? But Lin Fan still needed to pretend a little. Just look at this inner sect disciple's position, he would definitely not forgive him otherwise. After hearing senior brother's words, I feel the words are most definitely true. So I will bear that in mind. Lin Fan brought his hands together and replied while nodding. Yes. At this time Yufeng nodded his head in a satisfied manner. The boy was worth teaching. It was good that he knew how to admit he was wrong. Good, since your cultivation base is at 9th level pre-celestial, I will also match my cultivation base with yours. You must have been in the outer sect for quite a while now, so you must be familiar with the outer sect's martial skills. In that case, use the outer sect's martial skill Fist of 7 Demons to attack me and I will give you some advice. Yufeng said. In the inner sect, Yufeng was also considered as someone with a high cultivation base, talented and with high level of perception. He could actually be considered a genius within the sect. Yufeng had trained himself from a mortal to post-celestial within 3 years in the outer sect, and at the same time was completely familiar with the outer sect's martial skills. The Fist of 7 Demons was a required martial skill of the outer sect because it was easy to understand yet powerful. It was just that the amount of people who could fully master this technique were few, although Yufeng was one of those who did fully master it. Why are you not attacking? Upon seeing the outer sect disciple still standing there, Yufeng asked in a somewhat displeased manner. Senior brother, I don't know how to use that, Lin said somewhat helplessly. As a Saint Devil sect's outer sect disciple, you don't even know this martial skill? Yufeng froze and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Then Sword Art of Light, would you must know that? Lin Fan stood there and scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Senior brother, I don't know that either. At this point, all the surrounding disciples began laughing. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The two martial skills senior brother Yufeng had just mentioned were the ones they all were familiar with, as they were both rather easy to cultivate lower-level martial skills. They didn't expect Lin Fan to not know them, which was completely hilarious. Yufeng was also now displeased, and he looked at Lin Fan unhappily. Then what do you know? Yufeng no longer had any hopes left for this junior. Not even knowing such simple martial skills, what use was there? Seeing Yufeng ask this, Lin Fan became a bit embarrassed to reply. This monkey steals peach was now a bit difficult to say. Enough, you don't have to say it, come. Yufeng didn't want to say anything more. Yes, senior brother. Lin Fan nodded and went forth step by step, then gave a shout. Senior brother, take this, ninth heaven destruction of the gods. Lin Fan was currently full of momentum and rushed forth with a sense of unstoppable air floating about him. Yufeng secretly shook his head seeing Lin Fan charge, full of openings, zero momentum. He prepared to extend a finger and break his attack. But at the moment Lin Fan drew close to Yufeng, the atmosphere around him changed. Monkey steals peach. Humph. Yufeng coldly snorted, foolish tricks. And was utterly disappointed. But at this moment, Yufeng's expression suddenly changed. He then realized that this move was somehow inescapable. How can this be? Although Yufeng had suppressed his cultivation base to a 9th level pre-celestial, his own cultivation base still existed. This completely ordinary move somehow had an overwhelming feeling. He was an inner sect disciple, his cultivation base was at the 7th level post-celestial, how could his defenses be breached? This was completely impossible. 9th turn of mixed element. Suddenly the atmosphere around Yufeng changed, his palm striking against Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan saw that he was about to succeed but then realized that his chest had received a heavy blow. But he was completely alright even after that blow. Ding! Congratulations, eternal demon body experience plus 6,000. Lin Fan brushed off his chest. What kind of martial skill was 9th turn of mixed element? Yufeng previously was completely unable to dodge his monkey steals peach, but suddenly his body warped and a palm landed on his chest. It seemed martial skills were a rather useful thing. After I successfully steal a peach, I must return and learn a few more martial skills. Chapter 29, Unyielding Willpower. Chapter 29, Unyielding Willpower. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. How could you use such an underhanded technique? Yufeng had sent Lin Fan flying away with one hit, but his expression was livid. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have really fallen under that move. What do you mean underhanded? Senior brother, my technique is completely just and proper, though senior brother's last hit on me left my chest still hurts a bit, but I still have a technique left that I would like senior brother to advise me on. Naturally, Lin Fan wouldn't admit that his technique was underhanded. Though monkey steals peach was a dubious technique, under yours truly, it will become upright and just. And just now, Lin Fan realized that the growth of monkey steals peach was still very high. Senior brother, I would also like you to advise on this technique 18 palms of the dragon. Lin Fan gave a cackle, moving to his own rhythm and giving an exuberant display as he rushed forth at Yufeng. And just when Lin Fan rushed right in front of Yufeng, he leaned down and shouted. Monkey steals peach. Yufeng was surprised and struck forth again. 9th turn of mixed element. Bam! Lin Fan was sent flying away again. Ding! Congratulations, eternal demon body experience plus 6,000. Lin Fan immediately got up upon hitting the ground. Yufeng had suppressed his cultivation base to a 9th level pre-celestial, so one strike could only provide 6,000 experience. Facing eternal demon body with an experience requirement of 3 million, this was essentially worthless. He needed to make him raise his cultivation base to maximize the benefits. Senior brother, I have been stuck at 9th level pre-celestial for many days and haven't been able to break through. Would senior brother please raise his cultivation base up to the 3rd level post-celestial, so that way I can be pressured a bit? Lin Fan shouted. Yufeng looked at Lin Fan and was momentarily speechless. The previous 2 times, Yufeng had already been angered. But upon hearing this, he also felt that punishment was in order. The only issue was that his seniors were currently sitting up on the top watching, and if something were to happen, it would be difficult to explain. Junior brother, if I do that I am afraid there will be casualties. Yufeng said. Life and death are common on the path to cultivation, so I would ask senior brother to accept my request. Lin Fan said with righteousness and without any fear. Alright, in that case, junior brother should be careful. Yufeng gave a slight cold smile. Since he was seeking death himself, no one could blame him for what happened next. Lin Fan glanced at Yufeng. As expected of an inner sect disciple, he is likely a veteran compared to these simple-minded outer sect disciples. The difference is like heaven and earth. After entering the inner sect, one would be able to go out, train and experience many things, causing even the personality to change. And upon entering post-celestial stage, one could also protect themselves outside. After all, the ones who hadn't entered post-celestials were just mere ants on the path of true cultivation. The Saint Devil sect didn't allow outer sect disciples to leave the sect grounds in order to protect them. And the inner sect was essentially part of the sect's core, so they would be involved in more matters, and thus, have more experience. At that time, the senior sitting on the upper podium's stone seat narrowed his eyes, somewhat interested. Lin Fan then felt Yufeng's presence grow. If one just compared power alone, the suppressed 3rd level post-celestial Yufeng was more than enough to send him flying. Though he had the protection of the eternal demon body, one strike from a 3rd level post-celestial was still enough to make him cough up a potful. However, Lin Fan was not afraid at all. A mere 3rd level post-celestial wasn't enough to kill him. Senior brother, take this, Buddha's divine poem. This is a legendary technique from the heavens. Lin Fan causally said, then bent his legs and jumped towards the sky with a loud sound. Completely fake. Yufeng muttered in his heart without paying any heed to the charade. Lin Fan, who was currently in the sky, became a little hurt upon seeing Yufeng looking indifferent. As expected of an old-timer, he was not falling for it at all. Lin Fan was in no hurry, as he refused to believe there wouldn't be a moment where the opponent would falter. Senior brother, take this, Lin Fan warned. Yufeng's eyelids slightly moved, and when Lin Fan drew near, he struck out. Lin Fan felt his chest become hot as the power was far stronger than the previous ones, and was sent flying away, crashing to the ground. Ding, congratulations eternal demon body experience plus 30,000. Pooh, Lin Fan spat forth a mouthful of blood. It really was strong. The difference between pre-celestial and post-celestial was indeed on an entirely different level. Lin Fan was completely unable to see Yufeng's movements. Pre-celestial was blood energy while post-celestial was true energy. And Lin Fan also felt a fierce flow of red true energy enter into his body, but the true energy was instantly absorbed not long after it rampaged about a little. Han Luopan became utterly delighted seeing Lin Fan's condition. He was completely asking for it after all. But when he saw Lin Fan stand up, he became startled and in disbelief. Senior brother, that strike was very strong. I was completely unable to see it. Again, Lin Fan gave a small sigh and said. Yufeng was in disbelief that he was still able to stand up. That strike just now was suppressed, but it still shouldn't be something a pre-celestial could withstand. Yufeng stepped forth with his momentum turning ferocious. Well then, junior brother is indeed surprising. I will just have to see what kind of moves junior brother has. Return of Thousand Swords. Lin Fan, of course, didn't know any of these moves. He was merely borrowing the name of techniques from novels to set off the mood. But the outer sect disciples off stage were watching in excitement, feeling that junior brother Lin had quite a good naming sense. Just what the hell was this return of Thousand Swords? Yufeng obviously knew it was a bluff, so he naturally wasn't deceived. Bam! Yufeng instantly caught Lin Fan's arm and sent him flying, not even giving him the slightest room for resistance. Ding, congratulations Eternal Demon Body Experience plus 40,000. Lin Fan was sent flying into the sky, but his heart raced faster and faster. As expected, death brought no limits, continually pushing the limits was the way to go. This feeling of rapidly increasing experience was really the best. Ha, senior brother is strong. I am in full admiration. Again, Lin Fan's momentum became stronger and stronger, fiercer and fiercer with each strike. Lin Fan's previously lightly colored robe became gradually splattered with blood. The previously rowdy outer sect disciples off stage became quiet one by one, not daring to believe the maniac on stage. He was already that injured, yet he was still like that? Imo-chen was currently worried, junior brother is far too rash. If this continues, he will really die. Senior brother take this, returning energy of 3. Bam! Ding, congratulations Eternal Demon Body Experience plus 40,000. Senior brother take this, North Star Sacred Arts. Bam! Ding, congratulations Eternal Demon Body Experience plus 40,000. At that point, the surrounding audience were utterly stunned and speechless as they saw Lin Fan engage in an endless cycle of falling to the ground and rising up, seemingly without any signs of stopping. Although Lin Fan was repeatedly beaten, his spirit of standing up yet, again and again, left even the inner sect disciples deeply surprised. Yufeng was currently stunned. Bam! Yufeng struck out again, but this time Lin Fan wasn't sent flying. Senior brother, Lin Fan's hand grasped onto the arm of Yufeng. Phew! Lin Fan opened his mouth, and a pool of blood surged forth. Junior brother, enough! Yufeng was moved at this point. Senior brother, to be able to spar against a master like you, I am fully satisfied. Lin Fan threw up twice already in that one sentence. Junior brother, this is a blood circulation pill. Eat it, and it will stabilize your injury. Although Lin Fan's cultivation base was low, he had taken on so many of Yufeng's attacks that even he couldn't remember the number. And every time he was able to stand up, his willpower left even Yufeng in admiration. Senior brother, Lin Fan initially wanted to refuse and instead just say some emotional words, but then suddenly changed his mind. Ding, discovered rare healing medicinal pill, blood circulation pill, after ingestion, experience plus 100000. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Fan weakly raised his hand and brought the blood-red blood circulation pill to his mouth. Junior brother, just based on your willpower alone, there will definitely be a place for you in the inner sect in the future. Yufeng praised without any hesitation. This was the first time Yufeng ever gave an outer sect disciple such a high evaluation. Senior brother, Lin Fan looked gratefully at Yufeng and then slowly opened up his arms, wanting to embrace Yufeng. Yufeng paused, then a slight smile appeared on his handsome face. Since junior brother wishes to embrace me, I will grant him that wish. Senior brother, Lin Fan called softly. Yes. Senior brother, I will return today's favor in the future. Lin Fan's previous grayed-out eyes began to gradually brighten, but Yufeng didn't notice them. Doesn't matter, it was just a mere blood circulation pill. Junior brother, rest up your body. I will wait for you in the inner sect. Yufeng said. It's not that. Lin Fan slightly shook his head. What is it then? Yufeng asked, puzzled. Senior brother. Yes, Yufeng quietly said in confusion. Monkey steals peach. At that moment the sky changed as if it were the end of the world. Life was full of shortcuts after all. Chapter 30, Successfully Faking My Death. Chapter 30, Successfully Faking My Death. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. I finally succeeded. At this moment Lin Fan's heart was utterly joyful. Although Lin Fan felt slightly guilty about Yufeng, he had already decided that he would definitely pay him back in the future. Since obtaining this system and learning Monkey Steals Peach, if he were to say which peach was most rewarding out of all the peaches he stole, it definitely would be Yufeng's peach. Lin Fan wasn't happy for too long before his expression changed, as an unstoppable surge of momentum rushed over him like a wave. Yufeng's face was utterly pale with no color, and bright red flames suddenly appeared within his palms. Lin Fan's face became extremely hot as he was currently standing right in front of Yufeng. F***ck. Lin Fan turned pale at the moment. Yufeng was trying to kill his rhythm, and if the full strength of a 7th level post-celestial attacked him, even if he didn't die, he would be a cripple for life. Go die. Yufeng lost all reason upon having his peach stolen by Lin Fan. That pain which could surpass all defenses. At this point, all he wanted to do was to kill the current person in front of him. Burning Palm. Though Burning Palm was a lower rank martial skill of the dark category, it still possessed immense power. A life-extinguishing palm landed on Lin Fan's chest. Bam! Lin Fan's chest became hot, a burning hot energy surging crazily into his body. Even with the protection of eternal demon body, the clothes covering his chest were burnt black. Lin Fan's entire body was lifted into the air and sent flying outside the stage, landing on the ground motionless. The outer sect disciples off stage were all dumbfounded. The momentum from Yufeng releasing the power of his 7th level post-celestial stage had caused them to freeze, and it wasn't until after the attack was dealt did they all come back to themselves. This is bad. Junior brother Lin's life must be in danger. Junior brother Lin, Chen came back to himself and hastily ran over to Lin Fan. Upon seeing his junior's chest burnt black and scarred flesh, he went into full panic. Yufeng also came back to himself, and seeing Lin Fan lying far away, he couldn't believe what he had done. Yufeng wanted to go forth and check, but his crotch was in a lot of pain, so he was unable to move. In the end, he could only half kneel onto the ground, clench his teeth and endure the waves of pain. After entering post-celestial and attaining the steel body of a post-celestial, normal knives or swords were completely unable to harm him. Yet, how was a mere 9th level pre-celestial able to do this to him? Yufeng couldn't understand it at all. Yufeng, as a fellow sect member, how could you attack so brutally? At this time, the 2nd level peri-celestial senior brother who had been sitting on top came drifting down. His previous calm face had become slightly angry. Senior brother, Yufeng didn't know what to say. He had been unable to control himself. That kind of pain would be impossible to understand if one didn't personally experience it themselves. Enough. You will receive your punishment when we go back to Winter Sec's Correctional Hall. Li Chujun scolded. He didn't think something like this would happen. As fellow sect members, to attack a junior with such force was not forgivable. The previous strike would be hard to withstand even for a post-celestial junior. It seemed that this outer sect junior's life could not be saved. Li Chujun sighed, then without giving Yufeng another look, he rushed quickly over to Lin Fan. Senior brother, please save junior brother Lin. Chen begged. Although Chen hadn't known Lin Fan for long, he felt the bonds of friendship between him and Lin Fan were still very deep. It's all my fault. If I didn't call junior brother Lin out with me to watch the competition, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault. Chen said, full of regret. Let me see. Li Chujun had a serious expression as he checked on the status of Lin Fan. The insides were scarred by the burning energy, pubic region and tendons destroyed, vitality diminishing. Essentially there were no hopes of saving him. Phew, Lin Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his previously colorful complex becoming mud-like. Senior brother, Lin Fan had just received the system's level up notification. Ding, congratulations, eternal demon body experience plus 300 million. Ding, congratulations, eternal demon body level plus 1. Ding, congratulations monkey steals peach experience plus 1000000. Ding, congratulations monkey steals peach level plus 1. Ding, congratulations monkey steals peach level plus 1. Ding, congratulations on defeating 7th level post-celestial euphone, character experience plus 2000000. Ding, congratulations, character rank upgraded to post-celestial stage. Ding, the system will begin updating for 24 hours, the host will enter false death mode and then fully revive, countdown 1 minute. 59. Junior brother, don't speak. Senior brother Lee will save you. Emo-chan began panicking upon seeing junior brother Lin became weaker and weaker. Lin Fan gave a slight smile in his heart. Just a moment ago, he nearly scared himself to death. He had thought he nearly did just get himself killed there for a moment. But unexpectedly, upon going from pre-celestial to post-celestial, the system would fully resurrect him, but it needed 24 hours to update. But before the final countdown ended, Lin Fan wanted to get a little emotional. When he entered false death mode, they would all really think he did die and would then bury him. After that, he would be able to leave the sect and secretly kill monsters on the outside and slowly level up. After he became all-powerful, he would then come back and give them a surprise. That was also quite a proper plan. Senior brother, no need. I know my own situation, I just want to ask one thing of you right now. Lin Fan said. Go ahead, junior brother. Emo-chan endured the sadness in his heart and listened to the last words of Lin Fan. Lin Fan lifted his hand with difficulty and removed the storage bag from his waist and brought out 2 swords from the inside. Senior brother Ian, this is the lower graded sword I promised to make for senior brother and I. The other one, please give it the newly initiated junior that I owe. Also, there's no point in me keeping this storage bag, so I will give it to you. In the future, if you miss me, you can just look at this storage bag. Lin Fan's breath became weaker and weaker as if he were about to die soon. Junior brother. Senior brother, I am sorry for attacking you before in the past. Do you hate me? Lin Fan asked emotionally. No, junior brother, as long as you live, I will let you attack me all you want in the future, no complaints. Emo-chan said truthfully. Then senior brother, can I attack you once more? That feeling is very nostalgic. Lin Fan looked lifelessly at Emo-chan. In Lin Fan's heart, no matter how small the fly, it was still meat. Alright, junior brother, come at me. I am prepared. Emo-chan nodded without any hesitation. Lin Fan watched as Emo-chan gave a smile, then slowly closed his eyes. Senior brother, I will always remember you. Ding, countdown ended, entering false death mode. At this moment, Lin Fan went still and stopped breathing. Junior brother, Emo-chan shouted in grief. Ha! Lee Chu-jun shook his head helplessly. He already did all he could, but in the end, he was unable to revive the dead. Unless the sect had used some sort of supreme secret technique, nothing could be done. Only now it was too late to say anything. The person was already dead. Chapter 31, Another Genius Falls. Chapter 31, Another Genius Falls. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The area was silent. Everyone watched anxiously, not knowing what the current situation was. Han Lu gloated gleefully within the crowds and then left. Senior brother, is it really impossible to save junior brother Lin? Emo-chan asked relentlessly. Lee Chu-jun shook his head, it's hopeless. Even the sect head wouldn't be able to do anything now. Take him and bury him. Lee Chu-jun had experienced similar situations many times, but this kind of situation was a first. The previous outer sect competitions were all joyful, the outer sect disciples would all be satisfied. Although there were sometimes injuries, there would never be any deaths. But today, an incident had occurred. Junior brother Lin, Emo-chan was in disbelief, his previous lively junior was now suddenly dead. Senior brother, you have to take responsibility for junior brother's death. Lee Emo-chan snapped. Lee Chujuan's expression slightly changed and he cast his sleeves. Alright, this incident is now over. I will take care of it myself, bury the person now. Yu Feng was a 7th level post-celestial and a core disciple within the inner sect. Although no one wanted such a thing to happen, still, who would dismiss a 7th level post-celestial core inner sect disciple for a mere outer sect disciple? Lee Emo-chan was crestfallen and helpless. He understood the meaning of Lee Chujin's words. This incident was now over. Lee Emo-chan lifted Lin Fan's body up. Junior brother Lin, I am incompetent, not even being able to obtain justice for you. I am so useless. On the way. The passing outer sect disciples pointed at them while whispering amongst themselves. They knew what had happened previously, and felt pity towards Lin Fan's unfortunate demise. Although the person was a bit of a scum, other than that he was alright. And Ai Ming Yang hastily ran over upon hearing the situation. His face paled when he saw the body on Lee Emo-chan's shoulder. Junior brother Yin, what happened to junior brother Lin? Senior brother, Lee Emo-chan looked at Ai Ming Yang and shook his head. Ai Ming Yang lowered his head, his heart as heavy as Lee Emo-chan's. He already knew what had happened. This situation wasn't something an outer sect disciple could interfere in. The water was very deep here. Senior brother, before junior brother Lin died, he asked me to give this sword to you. Also, he asked me to give this other sword to a disciple that you know of. Lee Emo-chan's hand shook as he brought out 2 lower-graded swords from the storage bag. Ai Ming Yang looked at the sword in hand, and his eyes turned red. Junior brother Yin, we are powerless regarding this situation. We can only send junior brother Lin off respectfully. Ai Ming Yang said after a moment. Yes. Lin Fan's death left a considerable impact upon Lee Emo-chan. The Saint Devil sect had 9 peaks towering above the clouds like a celestial plane within the human realm. Each peak consisted of clean-cut stone steps. Originally, outer sect disciples were not allowed to go down the mountains, but since something like this had happened, the disciples guarding the sect's entrance gave grace and let them go. The foot of the mountain was green and lush. Lee Emo-chan and Ai Ming Yang dug a grave for Lin Fan under a vast tree, then slowly lowered the coffin into it. Junior brother, rest in peace. When I enter the inner sect, I will come see you. Lee Emo-chan looked at the black coffin with puffy red eyes and said. Ai Ming Yang patted Lee Emo-chan's shoulder. Junior brother, one must still walk the road. Death is inevitable. Our junior just left a bit earlier than us. In the future, we will meet again. Yes. Lee Emo-chan nodded. Let's bury him. Ai Ming Yang said. After it was all over, Lee Emo-chan and Ai Ming Yang stood in front of Lin Fan's grave for a long time before finally heaving a sigh and leaving. At the moment, the surrounding was peaceful and quiet. Suddenly, in front of Lin Fan's grave, ripple patterns began appearing as if space itself was distorting. A pair of jade-like feet slowly stepped out from the distortion, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Lin Fan's grave. The clothes of the woman were that of the Saint Devil sect's outer disciples. She raised a finger, and a flash of light appeared. The dirt covering Lin Fan's grave began rising into the air as if someone were controlling it. Gradually, a dark coffin began rising up from the ground. Clank! The nails sealing the coffin began dropping to the ground. The coffin opened, and Lin Fan's body floated slowly towards the woman. A trace of regret appeared on the beautiful face of the woman. Another genius falls. The world possesses many geniuses but only a few can truly grow. What a waste of a supreme pill, ha! A sigh that ran deep sounded, giving off the impression of helplessness and loneliness. Night. Complete silence. For the Saint Devil sect that had thousands of disciples, losing one didn't have much effect. In some people's hearts, Lin Fan's death brought pain, but for some people, who was Lin Fan? His death had nothing to do with them. Inside the sect, Lee Emo-chan lied on his bed for a long time, unable to sleep, looking at the storage bag in his hands, as if he sensed the scent of Lin Fan. An Ming Yang obtained a martial skill from Meng Yangshuan, and from today onward, he vowed to work hard to reach post-celestial stage and enter the inner sect to obtain justice for the death of Lin Fan. Han Lu was joyous and poured a glass of liquor to celebrate. The arrogant Wang Tianfeng was not himself today. He lit 3 incense sticks in the courtyard before heaving a sigh and returning back to his room. The next day at night. Ding, system update complete. Ding, unlocking true energy function. Ding, martial skill classification feature. Lin Fan, who had lied in the coffin for 24 hours, began opening his eyes. Although the insides of the coffin were pitch black, he could ignore this due to his current cultivation base. Lin Fan gave a heavy smack, and as a result, the ground shook. He then climbed out from the inside. Lin Fan took a deep breath and inhaled some fresh air. Ah, I nearly got myself killed, that was way too dangerous. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking back to what happened on the fighting stage, feeling a bit scared now. Lin Fan carefully observed his surroundings, particularly the 9 peaks behind him, and then understood he had now left the Saint Devil sect. Lin Fan felt very favorable towards the Saint Devil sect, but since he was already outside, he might as well play around a bit. Once he obtained a powerful cultivation base, he would then go back and surprise them. As for Yufeng trying to kill him, Lin Fan didn't take it to mind. One of the side effects of Monkey Steals Peach was that the ones who had their peach stolen would feel a sudden impulse of wanting to kill the other party after all. And Yufeng contributed greatly in helping him enter the post-celestial stage. Such a contribution, how could he not pay him back in the future? Lin Fan eagerly opened his data panel. The current system had upgraded, so he wanted to know what kind of new tricks it had, feeling extremely excited. Name, Lin Fan. Level, 20, first level post-celestial. Experience points, 0/2000000. True energy, 100. Storage experience, 0, can upgrade character level, can upgrade martial skill level. Body training skills, Eternal Demon Body second level to 00000/4000000. Mental cultivation, none. Martial skills, Monkey Steals Peach 15th level, 0/60,000. Tactics, none. Professions, Advanced Blacksmith level 21000/10,000. Equipment, 9/5 red brick, legendary weapon. Title, not conceding so just do it, cultivation base is doubled, time limit is 1 incense candle, one-time use. What are true energy, mental cultivation, and tactics? Lin Fan was clueless. However, his character level up experience had decreased and only required 2 million experience points now. It seems senior brother was right. Pre-celestial and post-celestial are 2 different planes, a boundary that is very difficult to cross. Since he needed to cross the plane from pre-celestial to post-celestial, the amount of experience he needed would be very high. But once he crossed over, the experience would then return to normal. Lin Fan restored his grave to normal. He was dead now after all, and if he were to leave his grave like this, who knows what would happen. After that, Lin Fan ran eastward deep into the forest. There was a huge dynasty in the east, called the Great Yan Dynasty. And Lin Fan's current destination was there. After all, where there were people, there would be fun. Chapter 32, Not Even Letting the Smut Go. Chapter 32, Not Even Letting the Smut Go. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. It was completely dark in the forest, and scary sounds would ring out occasionally. Lin Fan was generally fearless, but he still felt a bit scared of the eerie forest. If a ghost were to suddenly emerge, it would really be scary. I have been walking for a few hours. It should be far enough already from the Saint Devil sect. Let's take a good rest and head north tomorrow. Lin Fan found a spot and placed some tree leaves on the ground. He lied down, closing his eyes and preparing to rest up. As for whether this forest was dangerous, Lin Fan couldn't really say. Back when he was in the sect, he had only heard some rumors. The rumors said that this forest was very dangerous. As for what precisely was dangerous about it, he didn't really understand since he had never experienced it before. Sa. The surroundings were quiet. Lin Fan lied underneath a huge tree, his breathing light. In a patch of dark grass, a pair of red eyes flashed by. This pair of red eyes was filled with a vicious bloodthirst, but the sleeping Lin Fan didn't sense the gradually approaching danger. The owner of those pair of red eyes was a wild beast. The height of this wild beast was around half a human, with a horse-like tail, for rough and powerful legs, sharp curved claws, and 2 strands of red hair standing upright on its back. The row of sharp teeth seemed able to tear anything apart. From the front, looked somewhat like a dog. The moon-devouring demon hound was a common wild beast around the vicinity of the Saint Devil sect. If post-celestial or pre-celestial disciples were to run into one, they would definitely die. The moon-devouring demon hound stood mightily on the ground, its red eyes glaring at the human underneath the tree. It was previously interacting with another beautiful moon-devouring demon hound under the moonlight and was now exhausted, when it suddenly caught the scent of a human. So it naturally didn't hesitate to come over. Although wild beasts are cruel and bloodthirsty, they were still somewhat intelligent. The moon-devouring demon hound had been observing from the shadows for a long time. Its sensitive nose was able to detect the enemy's weapon and tell from the smell of a person whether they were strong. The moon-devouring demon hound had smelled Lin Fan for about a minute and came to the conclusion that this was a free dinner. The moon-devouring demon hound moved forward step by step. When it was just a few steps away from its prey, it bent its hind legs and pounced forth savagely. Clang! The moon-devouring demon hound's sharp teeth bit forth mercilessly towards its prey, but the unexpected happened. A snapping sound was heard, and the moon-devouring demon hound's teeth began chattering. How was this possible? Once bitten by it, its prey would normally reveal its soft and delicious flesh, but what was this current situation? At that moment, the moon-devouring demon hound became enraged. Its prideful sharp teeth couldn't even tear through a mere human. It was a complete disgrace. Bite. Bite. Bite, chomp. Ding, congratulations eternal demon body experience plus 1000. Ding, congratulations eternal demon body experience plus 1000. The stream of system notations sounded and the sleeping Lin Fan felt his head almost explode from the racket. So noisy. Lin Fan sat up disgruntled, but he was startled seeing the creature in front of him. Where did this dog come from? Ding, discovered level 1 post-celestial wild beast, moon-devouring demon hound. Lin Fan was surprised. It was not like he had never heard of wild beasts before. When he became an outer sect disciple, the booklet provided by the sect had an introduction of wild beasts. They were ferocious and brutal creatures that roamed the earth, and even the weakest wild beasts were at the post-celestial stage. Aside from that, the post-celestial wild beasts held an advantage over similar cultivation-level humans. Currently, the moon-devouring demon hound was becoming more and more violent, biting relentlessly onto Lin Fan's arm as if it were fighting him to the death. Woof woof. The moon-devouring demon hound then realized the human had woken up and gave a fierce howl. Lin Fan looked at the moon-devouring demon hound and blinked. Who would have thought that even a wild beast biting him would provide experience for eternal demon body? Just that drool was a bit smelly and disgusting. Woof woof. The moon-devouring demon hound became even further enraged. The black horse-like tail suddenly erupted into black flames, as if it wanted to burn this human alive. A brick to the head. Lin Fan took out the legendary 9-5 red brick from his bag without another word, and smacked it onto the head of the moon-devouring demon hound. The previously ferocious moon-devouring demon hound instantly fainted. Then Lin Fan brushed off his body. Too dangerous, way too dangerous, this sleeping habit still hasn't changed. Once I sleep, it's nearly impossible to wake me. Lin Fan dragged the leg of the moon-devouring demon hound while looking for a vine. If nothing else, at least he had breakfast for tomorrow. During his search for vines, whenever the moon-devouring demon hound woke up, Lin Fan would smack the brick over its head. When the moon-devouring demon hound woke up again, it began howling and prepared to rush forth to shred Lin Fan into oblivion. But then the moon-devouring demon hound realized it was unable to move its limbs. "Shut up! You're tied up to a tree, so do you really think you can still move?" Lin Fan couldn't help but admire the beauty of nature. The vines he had found were strong to the point where even a post-celestial like him could not break them, quite sturdy indeed. The sky gradually became lighter. Lin Fan was completely awake now as he glanced at the moon-devouring demon hound tied to the tree, carefully observing it. Black fur covered its entire body, but the area around the stomach was white, and it was a male. A day can't be wasted. Since you took the liberty of delivering yourself, I will use you as practice. Lin Fan rolled his neck, warming up in advance. The moon-devouring demon hound looked at the human in front of him, his heart pounding rapidly. What was this human trying to do? Why was his stare even eviler than his own? Woof woof, the moon-devouring demon hound howled, warning the human to not act too arrogantly. Lin Fan came in front of the moon-devouring demon hound, his eyes locked directly onto the bottom middle part of moon-devouring demon hound, and then he took a deep breath. The training begins. Under the ferocious stare of the moon-devouring demon hound, Lin Fan moved. The movement was completely natural, and although it was only one move, it was gradually reaching the path of true mastery. Monkey steals peach. Woof! Suddenly, a piercing cry rang through the entire forest. Ding! Congratulations, monkey steals peach experience plus 500. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Fan smiled pleasantly. It was just like he thought, monkey steals peach was a godly technique. Any male opponent of the world would suffer greatly from it. Monkey steals peach. Ding! Congratulations, monkey steals peach experience plus 500. Woof! Then Lin Fan began his path of experience farming. The moon-devouring demon hound's body trembled, its ferocious eyes looking confused and regretful. The bursts of piercing yelps told just how much pain the moon-devouring demon hound was in. It was getting bright. A ray of sunlight shone through the tree leaves onto Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan looked at the data panel. The experience of monkey steals peach was now at 40,000, about 10,000 points away from leveling up. Lin Fan brushed off his hands. Let's end it here for today, then looked towards the moon-devouring demon hound inside. For experience, I can't even let this mutt go, it's quite heartless. Woof, the moon-devouring demon hound was now deeply regretful. How did it turn out like this? It then looked at the human in front and wailed loudly. Lin Fan took out a middle-graded sword from his bag and looked reluctantly at the moon-devouring demon hound. Brother hound, I will return today's favor in the future. Ding! Defeated level 1 post-celestial wild beast, moon-devouring demon hound. Ding! Experience plus 5,000. Ding! Dropped unconventional martial skill black tiger steals heart. Chapter 33, Granddaddy is here. Chapter 33, Granddaddy is here. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Oh! Lin Fan was surprised. He originally was just thinking of cooking the moon-devouring demon hound to fill his stomach, but a martial skill had dropped unexpectedly. It was quite strange. Ding! Discovered unconventional martial skill black tiger steals heart. Learn? Learn! Lin Fan had now left the Saint Devil sect, but he now regretted playing around too much and forgetting to learn several techniques. Although black tiger steals heart was an unconventional martial skill, with monkey steals peach as a preliminary example, Lin Fan believed that as long as he increased its level, he would be able to destroy anything. Ding! Learned black tiger steals heart level 1, experience 0 out of 100. Black tiger steals heart, a self-created womanizing technique, obtained from moon-devouring demon hound. When Lin Fan saw the introduction of the martial skill, his expression slightly changed. In the end, it turned out to be merely a womanizer technique. What a rip-off! But Lin Fan wouldn't abandon this technique. As there was no good or bad technique, it just depended on who was using it. As Lin Fan believed he was a good person, he definitely wouldn't use it for bad purposes. After filling his stomach, Lin Fan packed up and continued heading north. After Lin Fan had left, a moon-devouring demon hound with a slightly skinnier body jumped out from the grass. It sniffed the air, and then suddenly roared out in anger. Along the way, Lin Fan encountered many wild beasts, but they were all defeated with one slash from his sword. His experience increased quite a bit as he was killing wild beasts, making him realize that perhaps it was a wise choice to leave the Saint Devil sect. In the Saint Devil sect, leveling up was quite hard, but on the outside, with wild beasts running amok, the experience from killing them had become quite a lot. Woof! Woof! At that moment, the bushes shook slightly. Lin Fan frowned and stopped, as something seemed to be happening. Tada! At that moment, a group of moon-devouring demon hounds jumped out from the bushes. Lin Fan looked at the group of moon-devouring demon hounds blocking his way and had a general idea of what was happening. They seemed to be here for revenge. Moon-devouring demon hounds were usually active during the night, and basically just slept in the morning. But this group of moon-devouring demon hounds surrounding him had obviously tracked him by his scent. Woof! At this moment, a moon-devouring demon hound with a slightly skinnier build bared its fangs, looking at Lin Fan with deep hatred. Its horse-like tail burned with fire, and the ground underneath it was burnt pitch black. Lin Fan wanted to negotiate with them, but the other party didn't even give him a chance and attacked him on the spot. This group of moon-devouring demon hounds all had cultivation bases up to level 3 post-celestial. If Lin Fan didn't have the eternal demon body, he would have been long dead already. Ding, defeated level 2 post-celestial wild beast, moon-devouring demon hound, experience plus 8,000. Ding, defeated level 1 post-celestial wild beast, moon-devouring demon hound, experience plus 5,000. Lin Fan slashed each hound with a sword, his movements quick and without any hesitation. Although there were many moon-devouring demon hounds and defending against all was difficult, the damage dealt by the moon-devouring demon hounds was all converted to experience by the eternal demon body. Hey, don't get too cocky. Lin Fan's sword flashed forth, and a moon-devouring demon hound was cleaved in half. But the moon-devouring demon hounds were ferocious. Even though they had lost half of their group, they refused to retreat. Ding, congratulations, eternal demon body experience plus 1,000. After Lin Fan eliminated the entire group of moon-devouring demon hounds, he then sighed slightly, why to go through all that trouble? Ding, obtained intermediate rank martial skill of the light category immovable imperial fist. Learn? Immovable Imperial Fist is an imperial martial skill pertaining to the Great Yin Dynasty. Ding, obtained low-rank martial skill of the light category Psychedelic Body. Learn? Psychedelic Body is a martial skill pertaining to the heavenly school of the Great Yin Dynasty. After eliminating the moon-devouring demon hounds, Lin Fan obtained 2 martial skills. It seemed many people of the Great Yin Dynasty died at the hands of these moon-devouring demon hounds. 2 days later, Lin Fan encountered 4 more attacks from moon-devouring demon hounds. At the same time, he faced many other wild beasts along the way. After entering post-celestial stage, Lin Fan finally understood the use of true energy. Using Psychedelic Body or Immovable Imperial Fist all consumed true energy, but what troubled Lin Fan was that he didn't know how to recover true energy quickly, and could only rest up each day to slowly recover it. Lin Fan also felt that the utilization of true energy also had something to do with the mental cultivation skill. It seemed there was a need to obtain a mental cultivation skill if he had the chance. Lin Fan also discovered something new about the moon-devouring demon hounds. They were a group of fierce beasts that would actively seek revenge. Because of the moon-devouring demon hounds, Lin Fan's cultivation base had also risen, and was now a level 2 post-celestial. The true energy had also doubled. After 3 days, Lin Fan felt that he should be close to leaving the dense forest. He wondered if the Great Yen dynasty was outside it. Lin Fan didn't have a clear goal and didn't know what to do. His current goal was just to raise his cultivation base and go back to the Saint Devil sect to give his fellow brothers a big surprise when he became stronger. Currently, Lin Fan was sitting underneath a tree. He had used psychedelic body repeatedly to quicken his pace, so the amount of true energy consumed was great. But the effect was not bad, as his usage of psychedelic body had made him move at 10 times his normal speed. Right now, psychedelic body was already at level 5, and immovable imperial fist was at level 3. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Fan felt the earth shaking violently. Lin Fan was startled and immediately stood up. Did something perhaps happen? But the moment Lin Fan stood up, a majestic sense of energy came surging over like waves. What the heck? What's that? Lin Fan was utterly stunned. Just which great god did this presence belong to? It's incredibly intense. Lin Fan then realized that the sky in front was darkening as if it was the end of the world. Lin Fan ran forth. It would be better not to get involved in such a dangerous situation. But still, he was curious. So, Lin Fan decided to go sneak a peek. After all, nothing bad should happen from that, right? Lin Fan began creeping forth stealthily. Moe Xian, hand over the treasure map of the 7th saint and I will let you live. Currently, up in the sky, 2 figures were engaged in a chase, the surroundings completely desolate. I didn't think a member of one of the 12 righteous sects, Lianlong Sword sect, would commit something like murder. The back-clothed male who was being chased twisted his face in disdain but didn't dare stay. The treasure map of the 7th saint is an artifact of the ancestral 7th saint, hand it over now. The other side. Suddenly, a flash of light surged forth. The area in front of the black-clothed male distorted and a momentous ancient stone bridge appeared from the air, cutting off the black-clothed male's path. Hand it over. The one stopping the black-clothed male was an astonishingly beautiful female with a mighty aura about her. Moe Xian looked warily at the woman in front of him, his hand clutching an ancient-looking scroll. And I'm Antian, do you really want to fight me to the death? Moe Xian asked warily. Just you alone? And I'm Antian laughed coldly, cycling sword. Lin Fan hid afar, watching the situation ahead while being completely dumbfounded. This was way too insane. If this were him over there, he would have been cut to death long ago. But at this time, something that puzzled Lin Fan occurred. They seemed to have fought too ferociously. The two who were previously just engaged in an intense fight seemed to be at their limits and stood motionless. But even so, Lin Fan didn't dare go over. And I'm Antian, experience comes with age. Although you are one of the top of this realm, you lack experience in actual combat. Moe Xian laughed, his face turning pale like dirt. Underhanded. And I'm Antian didn't speak anymore and closed her eyes to heal up. We don't know who will be the one to die today. I do admit that the Lianlong Sword sect is number 1 when it comes to swordsmanship, but when it comes to healing, they are dead last. Both of us can't move now, so I'd like to see just what you can do to me. Although Moe Xian talked big, he was also scrambling to recover. Lin Fan, who was far off in the distance, perked his sharp ears while listening in. What they said previously wasn't important, but there was one sentence of utmost importance. Both of us can't move now. They can't move. Lin Fan muttered, then his expression changed. F***ck, what's the point of watching if they can't move? Granddaddy is coming. Lin Fan's eyes lit up at that moment as he ran towards the two people. Chapter 34, A Good Example of Serving the People. Chapter 34, A Good Example of Serving the People. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. After coming to this fantasy world, Lin Fan didn't really think too much about others. Stuff like dominating the entire universe, that was reserved for the really powerful people. Since he had a system, he needed to make use of it and increase his own strength as quickly as possible. Now that such a great opportunity was in front of him, how could he miss it? Moexin and Ni Mantian were currently engaged in a furious struggle of healing, but at this time, they heard a joyful voice cry out, "Granddaddy is coming!" Moexin opened his eyes and saw a person running over from afar. His heart then leaped with joy. It seemed the moment of life or death had arrived. Fortunately, he was a disciple of the Infinite Devil sect. If the Infinite Devil sect claimed they were number 2 in tempting humans, then nobody would claim to be number 1. Ni Mantian frowned, not knowing who the person was. Although she was unable to detect the opponent's cultivation base, judging from the footwork, it seemed like he was someone of the Great Yin dynasty. Lin Fan ran forth as quick as a horse, his speed breaking through the limit, then glanced at the two's cultivation base. Level 7 Pericelestial. Level 8 Pericelestial. Lin Fan was dumbfounded after seeing them. Strong, way too strong. Unexpectedly, 2 big bosses turned up. It seems I will earn big this time. My fellow brother, I am a disciple of the Infinite Devil sect. We have been in good relations with the Saint Devil sect for many generations. If you help me, I can introduce you to the sect head of the Saint Devil sect. This was the territory of the Great Yin dynasty, and the Great Yin dynasty was a subsidiary of the Saint Devil sect. Since this person appeared here, he most likely derived from the Great Yin dynasty. As long as he promised enough benefits to the other party, he definitely would help. Ni Mantian was young, so she lacked experience. But at that moment, she still began to worry. This was the territory of the Saint Devil sect, and many dynasties were subsidiaries of the Saint Devil sect. Since she came from a righteous sect, she was at a disadvantage. She was also seriously injured and had fallen prey to Moexin's trickery, so she couldn't move. She had cultivated a body of Lianlong, so a mere post-celestial would be unable to harm her, but if he interfered and helped Moexin recover first, she would be in grave trouble. My fellow brother. Moexin secretly healed himself and prepared to continue tempting the other party. Lin Fan, who was rushing forth, stopped while realizing that perhaps going forth so openly wasn't such a great idea, but covering his face now was too late, so he could only endure and face it to the end. At this time, Lin Fan held the legendary weapon 9-5 red brick behind his back. Fellow brother Maya's asterisk. Without any word, Lin Fan jumped forth and smacked the brick on top of Moexin's head. Moexin, who was in the middle of healing, instantly fainted. Ni Mantian saw this from the side and let out a sigh of relief secretly. It seemed the other party was a person who could differentiate good from wrong. A devil sect, in the end, was a devil sect. Everyone who was a part of it would be punished. Just that it was unfortunate for the thousands of citizens under the Great Yin dynasty, for they were controlled by the devil sect. As a disciple of one of the 12 righteous sects, her future path was still very long. Thank you. Ni Mantian whispered, then closed her eyes and silently started healing. You're welcome. Lin Fan smiled and picked up his legendary weapon, smacking Ni Mantian over her head. When the two people both fainted, Lin Fan brushed off his hands while looking left and right. The male was handsome while the female possessed an inviolable beauty. Who he should start with first was a deep dilemma. Towards beautiful women, Lin Fan would always ponder with a pure motive. He would definitely never have any impure motives. Because Lin Fan was such a pure person. Lin Fan thought about it, a level 7 Pericelestial master. He had never thought that his own brick was capable of knocking out 2 Pericelestial masters. It was something he never dared to think about. Alright, gentlemen first. Let's start with you then. Now that Monkey Steel speech was already level 15, it had long reached a very high plane, but as for how high, Lin Fan was unable to say since he never tested it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and flexed his fingers to make them more movable. Ha! Monkey Steel speech. Lin Fan struck forth without any hesitation, leaving no scope for any error. Ding, congratulations Monkey Steel's peach experience plus 20,000. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, level up. When he first attacked, Lin Fan became instantly shocked and then very excited upon hearing the system notification. The experience was increasing so rapidly. Steal. Steal, steal. Lin Fan diligently cultivated monkey steals peach and became more skilled with each use. He had now essentially mastered it. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, experience plus 30,000. Hey, what happened? Lin Fan was surprised and stopped. The previous monkey steals peach were only worth 20,000 experience. How did it suddenly turn to 30,000? Did it perhaps have something to do with the handwork? Lin Fan then experimented again with stealing peach. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, experience plus 20,000. Lin Fan finally understood that it definitely had something to do with the handwork. With each level, the handiwork would become more and more important, and this was likely an enhancement brought by the recent upgrade. Lin Fan gradually immersed himself within the rules of monkey steals peach. The world was said to have 3,000 great paths, each path was a possibility. The world wasn't actually limited to 3,000 paths. Instead, 3,000 was a figure point. It wasn't saying that only 3,000 paths could be taken. Instead, it meant that the possibilities were endless. If one reached a certain point, they would be able to go beyond the limit. Monkey steals peach. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, experience plus 30,000. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, level up. Leveling up again made Lin Fan immensely joyful. Oh! At that moment, Lin Fan jumped. Oh no, I was so immersed in stealing peaches that I nearly forgot the time. He then picked up the brick and smacked it again on the two people's head without any hesitation. The two people, who nearly were about to wake up, fainted again. Lin Fan sighed in relief. It seemed he needed to pay attention to the time when he was stealing peaches. These two were boss-level beings. If they really did try, they would definitely be able to kill him. Lin Fan was risking everything this time to level up his skills rapidly by relying on them. Lin Fan then raised both hands and began crazily stealing towards the crotch of Moexin, the sect head of the Infinite Devil sect. Whenever the two were about to wake up, Lin Fan would unhesitatingly smack the brick over their head and cause them to faint once more. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, level up. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, level up. After monkey steals peach repeatedly leveled up some more, reaching level 19, Lin Fan stopped. The reason was that the experience for monkey steals peach had now reached 1 million. Before level 19, the experience had just been several thousand, but now, it had jumped to 1 million. Once it reached level 20, it would likely upgrade vastly, just like Eternal Demon Body. At this time, Lin Fan looked towards Moexin's crotch, sensing something to seem quite swollen. He then sighed. Serving the good people of society. Monkey steals peach. Steal. Chapter 35, The Flat Airport Became a Hill. Chapter 35, The Flat Airport Became a Hill. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach, experience plus 10,000. The experience began decreasing, but Lin Fan had already expected this to happen. In the Saint Devil's sect, the disciples merely provided experience in the hundreds or few thousands at the most. Now that he had been given such a grand opportunity, and met such masters that were willing to provide him points, he wouldn't let this chance go no matter what. Since stealing one peach now only provided 10,000 experience points, then leveling up would require stealing 100 times. This amount wasn't too big or too small, but Lin Fan was worried that Moexin would be long destroyed by then. But Moexin was a level 7 peri-celestial, so there should be nothing to worry about. The cultivation base was that high, so his body must be incredibly sturdy. Lin Fan thus entered an endless cycle of stealing peaches. Time gradually passed by. Lin Fan didn't know how many times he had stolen, and neither could he count the number of times he smacked with the brick. Afterward, he made a rule that after every 5 steals, he would smack the brick over the two's heads, then continue with his immersion of joyful peach stealing. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach experience plus 10,000. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach level up. Ding, congratulations, monkey steals peach upgraded to twisting heaven and earth. Lin Fan became joyful upon seeing monkey steals peach get upgraded. Plus, the new name also seemed very high-end to him. It was most likely very strong. Twisting heaven and earth, yin and yang for heaven and earth, reversing yin and yang. When Lin Fan saw the description, he instantly became stunned. How was that so? How did it become even more sinister? This completely doesn't fit my character. Lin Fan felt an impulse to cry. This was a completely degenerated technique. Twisting Heaven and Earth Level 1, Experience, 0/1000000. At this moment, Lin Fan became speechless. A proper move like Monkey Steals Peach had been upgraded to a degenerated technique. In the future, if he opened a clinic, would it perhaps be specialized in changing the sex of males? Lin Fan glanced at Moexin and sighed slightly. He then came in front of Ni Mantian. He looked at Ni Mantian and checked her out from top to the bottom. What a beautiful woman! Such a beauty, so heavenly. Such mighty presence. Her beauty was like that of a celestial. Oh! Suddenly, Lin Fan froze and then frowned. Such a beauty, yet why is she like a flat airport? Such a disappointment. Lin Fan stared at Ni Mantian's flat chest while shaking his head with a sigh. The gods were unfair, giving her such beauty but not a proud figure. Currently, Lin Fan was engaged in an internal struggle. Whether Black Tiger Steel's heart was dirty or not, Lin Fan felt that it was dirty. A womanizing technique couldn't be righteous in the end. But, Lin Fan believed in gender equality. Since Moexin suffered his attacks, this woman would also not escape his wrath. Black Tiger Steel's heart was a simple technique. Just like Monkey Steals Peach, it was only one movement. Yet, it was ever-changing. If he didn't observe and study it a bit, it would be difficult to raise it to a high level. Lin Fan then took a deep breath, his previous lax expression becoming immensely sharp. Black Tiger Steel's heart. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart experience plus 100,000. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart leveled up. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart leveled up. At this moment, Lin Fan was a bit sad. This one move and Black Tiger Steel's heart instantly rose by 10 levels. This speed was incomparable. It seemed this level 8 peri-celestial goddess was the one who would bring rich amounts of experience. Lin Fan wanted to take this goddess with him. That way, he could take her out whenever he wanted to level up various moves. Lin Fan took a deep breath and awakened from his joy of leveling, then unhesitatingly attacked again. Black Tiger Steel's heart. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart experience plus 60,000. Black Tiger Steel's heart. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart experience plus 60,000. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart leveled up. With each level up of Black Tiger Steel's heart, he saw that the experience gained was becoming less and less. But even so, the experience was still vast. If it were a normal person, they would have long stopped providing experience. This was a chance given by the gods, so Lin Fan wanted to make the most of it. There would be no next time. As Lin Fan continually immersed himself within his attacks, he realized in horror that Ni Mantian's original airport had now become a bumpy hill. Lin Fan was shocked to the point no words would come out of his mouth. What is this? Did they swell up from my attacks, or is it a side effect of Black Tiger Steel's heart? Of course, Lin Fan was not perverted to the point of ripping off the other party's clothes to check. After all, a decent and proper person like him would never do something like that. Lin Fan checked the level of Black Tiger Steel's heart. It was now level 14, and the experience required was around 200,000. This leveling speed was something Lin Fan had never thought of. Fast, truly fast. Lin Fan was able to attack so ruthlessly because these two techniques weren't fatal, and these two were willing to quietly lay there and let him attack them, all thanks to the legendary weapon 9-5 Red Brick. Lin Fan looked at the 9-5 Red Brick in his hand and gave it a kiss. What a good companion! Then, he smacked it on top of the two's head again. Lin Fan continually used Black Tiger Steel's heart, as Ni Montian's original flat chest became more and more bountiful and big. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart experience +1. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger Steel's heart experience +1. At this time, Lin Fan's expression changed. What's with this? The experience was good a moment ago. Why is it increasing by so little now? Currently, Black Tiger Steel's heart was at level 18, 2 more levels away from level 20. If it were like the previous pattern, then leveling up Black Tiger Steel's heart wouldn't be a problem. Ha! Lin Fan sighed rather helplessly. It seemed Black Tiger Steel's heart wasn't as simple as he thought. But, Lin Fan was still satisfied. These two techniques were now cultivated to this level, so it was totally worth it. If it weren't for these two, who knew how long it would take if it were just himself? Lin Fan took out his middle-graded sword and flourished it about, then stood seriously in front of Moexin. Poke. At that moment, Lin Fan stabbed the sword towards Moexin's body. At that time, something happened that left Lin Fan in shock. The instant the middle-graded sword touched his skin, it broke into pieces. Is this person's body perhaps like mine? It seems the difference in level is still far too big. Lin Fan originally was thinking of eliminating the two people to make his level skyrocket. But, upon seeing the current situation, he knew it was impossible. Lin Fan then put away the middle-graded sword and smacked the brick over the heads of the two again, causing the two to faint once more, then made his preparations for escape. Chapter 36, Thank you two for the hospitality, I will return the favor in the future. Chapter 36, Thank you two for the hospitality, I will return the favor in the future. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Ding, congratulations, discovered treasure map of the 7th saint. Lin Fan had heard the two mentioning something about a treasure map while hiding. At the time, he saw Moe Xian clutching a map in his hand, and naturally decided to check it out. The treasure map was made from an unfamiliar material and felt soft in his hands. It was unusually flexible, and even when Lin Fan tried to rip the map, it wouldn't tear at all. What kind of secrets does this map of the 7th saint have to make those two fight to death for it? Lin Fan opened the treasure map and glanced over it. Since he had just left the sect, the map was too confusing for him. He had no clue what the picture on it meant. But the map had 2 sentences, which he felt contained very deep meanings. Logically speaking, there should be secrets hidden within them. The heavens above heavens, a plane within the earth. Lin Fan knew this was valuable, and placed it into his bag, deciding to go over it when he gained more experience in the future. Then, Lin Fan searched Moe Xian's waist, but didn't find any storage bags. He has such a high cultivation base, but doesn't even have a single storage bag? Lin Fan searched a bit more but didn't find anything, and felt like giving up. Looting for the first time and being unsuccessful. At that moment, Lin Fan's eyes caught something shiny. He saw a dazzling ring on Moe Xian's finger, upon seeing which he thought of something. Then, he eagerly removed the ring from Moe Xian's finger. Ding, congratulations, discovered storage ring, open? Open. He would obviously open it, there must be treasures waiting for him within it. When Lin Fan saw the items within the storage ring, he began grinning from ear to ear. As expected from a powerful person, the items within the ring were all incredibly rare. But now was not the time to sort through the loot. He needed to find a safe place first and then go through it. Lin Fan placed all the items within the storage ring into his own bag. Of course, he wouldn't forsake the ring, so he took that too. Although he didn't need it, he could perhaps sell it for a good price. Lin Fan then searched Moe Xian from top to bottom but didn't find any more useful items. Ha! Lin Fan sighed. He didn't even have a weapon, and it was a wonder he could win against someone just by fighting with his bare hands. Lin Fan smacked the brick over the two's head, but as he smacked Moe Xian, his innocent eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Ding, congratulations, discovered intermediate legendary item, Black Dragon Clothes. Black Dragon Clothes, the scales of the wild beast Black Dragon, crafted with sky crystals, can block a portion of damage from stages under Lesser Celestial. Rank, Intermediate Legendary. Lin Fan froze. He didn't think that he would discover such a treasure by just randomly touching. Weapon and armor ranking went from lower graded, middle graded, upper graded, and then legendary. This was a super rare item. This Moe Xian was way too rich. Then Lin Fan searched throughout his entire body with shining eyes, not even sparing the underwear. Ding, congratulations, discovered intermediate legendary item Black Dragon Cloud Riding Boots. Black Dragon Cloud Riding Boots, the wings of the wild beast Black Dragon, crafted with cloud crystals, can boost speed. Lin Fan leaped up with joy. It turned out to be a set, and the effect also seemed to be quite good. Although he couldn't kill Moe Xian, the profit he gained this time was enormous. Lin Fan then quickly stripped Moe Xian naked without any hesitation. These two items were way too recognizable. He tossed them into his bag and planned on having a good makeover when he left the place. Seeing the naked Moe Xian, Lin Fan then gave a sigh, his eyes locked onto the area around Moe Xian's crotch. He was somewhat guilty that his attack had been a little too heavy. His crotch was now this swollen and was likely to not be good enough to be used anymore. How about using twisting heaven and earth to fix it up? But Lin Fan felt that today's benefits were quite plentiful, and if he continued, it would be somewhat presumptuous. Also, having Moe Xian display his entire figure to the world was a bit wrong, and being the good person he was, Lin Fan took off his own white undergarments and wrapped them around Moe Xian like a diaper. Since they were both men, Lin Fan, of course, couldn't let Moe Xian lose all face. What needed to be protected should be protected. After finishing everything, Lin Fan then turned his eyes over from Moe Xian to Mantian with difficulty. Such a beauty, Lin Fan naturally was hesitant. Such methods couldn't be used on the body of a beauty. But what needed to be checked would still be checked. Ding, congratulations, discovered intermediate legendary item, Violet Frost Sword. Lin Fan touched Mantian's sword and was joyful. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an intermediate legendary sword, not bad, confiscated. Ding, discovered lower legendary item, Flowing Cloud Boots. Lin Fan began searching her body. Mantian's shoes were lower legendary items, not bad, confiscated. Ding, discovered intermediate legendary item, Phoenix Clothes. Lin Fan was surprised, another treasure. Never mind, I will let this one slide. Making such a beautiful girl like you be naked to the world is definitely not something a man should do. Lin Fan kept Mantian's clothes on, but the clear and water-like ring on her hand couldn't escape from Lin Fan's hands. Confiscated, all confiscated. After he placed all the confiscated items into his bag, he then looked at the two selfless people, with his heart full of gratitude. He stood up straight in between the two people and then bowed down with a serious expression. Thank you two for the care, I will return the favor in the future. Though he thanked the two people, he still felt it wasn't enough. He then wrote a few words on the ground below Mantian's feet. I understand your pain. A prideful and beautiful woman, how could you not let yourself be perfect? But don't worry, your previous defect has been fixed by me. No need to thank me, just remember my name, Lei Feng. Lin Fan looked through it once more, and after confirming there were no problems, he then went in front of Mo Xian and left a few words. A man's pride isn't their cultivation base or family history, but instead, one's own worth. I have helped you remake yourself today and increased it by several times. You should be satisfied now. If you want to thank me, remember my name, Lei Feng. After finishing everything, Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and then smiled towards the two people. He then took the legendary knife 5 red brick in his hand and smacked it over the two again. After finishing with his hard work, he then without any hesitation and ran away like the wind. But after running away, he then ran back again. When he had left, Lin Fan's reluctant eyes had discovered a slight problem. Mantian's chest wasn't the same size on both sides. For the earnest Lin Fan, this couldn't be tolerated. Lin Fan smacked the brick over the two's head again and started his repair. Black Tiger steals heart. Ding, congratulations, Black Tiger steals heart experience +1. Black Tiger steals heart. Black Tiger steals heart. After continuing for about 10 minutes, Lina Fan finally stopped with satisfaction. Now it's perfect. After saying this, Lin then once again ran away like the wind. But Lin Fan was suspicious of one thing: did Black Tiger steals here actually have this kind of side effect, or was it actually just Mantian's chest swelling up? This question needed to be carefully analyzed in the future. Chapter 37, Everyone Going All Out. Chapter 37, Everyone Going All Out. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. A gust of wind gently passed through, stroking the two who laid under the vast sky, like a gentle pair of hands. Everything was absolutely silent and peaceful. The female's beauty was unrivaled, her body proud. No female in the world would be able to resist bowing down to her. And the man exposed a strong muscular body, devilishly handsome, his motionless eyes staring into the unending space. The worth of his crotch was immense and manly, and although a white cloth was wrapped around his crotch, it couldn't conceal the majesty that was hidden underneath. Mantian had a dream. Inside the dream, she had become the queen of all beings and had led the Lianlong sect to the highest plane. And the moment she sat on her throne, she felt a sound coming from the void beyond, and then, a pair of hands full of malice came crashing through the layers of the void and everything collapsed. Ah! Mantian suddenly opened her eyes as a gust of cold air surrounded her. She then realized that her trusted sword was missing from her hand. What's going on? Mantian's body trembled as she suddenly felt an unbearable pain surge forth from her chest. She then dropped to her knees, her previous flushed face turning pale and drops of beaded sweat dripping down from her hair, displaying another sense of style. Mantian tried recalling what happened previously. A person had come, but the moment she closed her eyes, she suddenly lost all consciousness. What happened? Just what had happened? She was a level 8 peri-celestial, her mental concentration deep and impenetrable. How could she have briefly lost consciousness? As Mantian was in utter confusion, she then read a distorted handwriting on the ground. This. The previously confused Mantian suddenly became enraged, her expression became ice-cold. Lei Feng. Mantian clenched her teeth in hatred. What happened? But by this time, Mo Xian woke up. Mo Xian, you. When Mantian saw the area around Mo Xian's crotch, a shiver ran through her entire body. You shameless person. Mantian, you. Mo Xian paled upon seeing his own appearance, but upon seeing Mantian's appearance, he was simply shocked. How did her previous flat chest become like that? And when Mo Xian saw the words written underneath his feet, his face instantly flushed red. But at the moment he was about to let loose, he felt a sudden pain surge forth from his crotch directly to his brain. Ah! The moment he screamed, the level 7 Priya-celestial Mo Xian felt an unimaginable pain run through his entire body, causing him to tremble. Moe Xian tried enduring the pain, but the pain surged forth wave after wave like the tide, catching him off guard. Have I become wasted? Moe Xian's heart was racked with horror, but he then realized that the treasure map of the seventh saint he had been clutching in his hand had gone missing along with his storage ring. The treasure map of the seventh saint, it's gone. Moe Xian was horrified. Moe Xian wouldn't have said anything if it was just the storage ring and his clothes that had gone missing. He would only feel regretful. But upon losing the legendary treasure map of the seventh saint, he completely lost control. Mantian was also trying to endure the waves of pain in her chest, and upon seeing the claw marks on her chest, she realized what had happened to her. When Mantian heard Moe Xian's words, she became shocked as well. The treasure map of the seventh saint was gone? Bastard, even if I end up overturning my cultivation base, I will send you into the deep abyss. Mantian lost her composure. That person had dared to do such things to her. It was unforgivable, completely unforgivable. Angering a paracelestial master was a scary thing. Before entering the paracelestial stage, one could still be considered human. But after entering paracelestial, one would no longer be human, but instead a celestial. Infinite Devil Cluster. Moe Xian invoked his paracelestial powers, his eyes burning with black energy and his momentum exploding, as he forcibly purged away all pains and distractions. He jumped into the sky, disregarding Mantian. Even if he was wearing a white diaper, nothing could stop Moe Xian's current prowess. A paracelestial's momentum was evident at this moment. Infinite Devil. Moe Xian floated in the sky and shouted out in rage. Swirls of black gas surrounded his hands, evil ghosts and spirits laughing within them as if they were about to be unleashed. Find him, even if you must turn the world upside down, find him. Moe Xian said with a wicked expression. Will of the Supreme Sword. Just as Moe Xian was invoking his infinite devil search, a will of the Supreme Sword containing immense bloodlust flew into the sky and penetrated through the layers of the clouds. The evil ghosts and spirits were instantly dispersed upon touching the swords. Mantian, what are you trying to do? Moe Xian looked towards Mantian with a dark expression. The map of the seventh saint must not fall into the hands of the devil sections. Mantian drifted into the sky, magnificent swords cycling behind her back. Senior sister. At that moment, a ray of light broke through the clouds in the distance. Moe Xian's expression changed. Mantian, you may have the upper hand today, but don't get cocky. The side effects of invoking celestial powers aren't something you can handle. Do you really think you can escape? The map of the seventh saint may have had been stolen, but Mantian didn't plan on letting the evil being in front of her go. Moe Xian looked coldly at Mantian and clenched his teeth. Mantian, let's see how you plan to stop me. At that moment, the momentum surrounding Moe Xian surged forth forcibly, tearing open a void, as his figure disappeared into it. Mantian was startled. Tearing open a void was an ability of a lesser celestial, and Moe Xian was only a level 7 paracelestial, which meant the void he opened was most likely unstable. A gamble against life or death. Mantian's face was currently ashen. A spurt of blood flew forth from her mouth, and she fell from the sky. Senior sister. At this time, a group riding forth with their swords flew next to Mantian. A woman among them held Mantian with a worried expression on her face. Go, the person who stole the map of the seventh saint must still be near. He must be found. Upon saying this, Mantian then instantly blacked out. The side effects of forcibly invoking limit-breaking celestial powers were huge, and Mantian would only use them as a last resort. If she had let Moe Xian invoke his ability, then the person who had stolen the map of the seventh saint would have definitely been found. Senior sister. Go, find. Yes. Currently, Moe Xian was within the turbulent void, his breath becoming more and fainter. As he drifted unstably, the moment he was about to close his eyes, an ancient, dark, evil palace opened its doors. In the midst of a forest, devoid of people. On a flat ground, a pair of eyes was hidden within the dirt, occasionally blinking while looking at the figures flying through the sky. Ha, luckily, yours truly is smart and buried himself. Otherwise, I would have long been found by you lot. Chapter 38, High on Medicine. Chapter 38, High on Medicine. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The sun and moon alternated. The people flying through the air were like some patrol brigade, and Lin Fan was becoming impatient trying to look for a good opportunity to escape. A day later. After confirming everyone had left, he carefully dug himself out. He had to thank the system for hiding his cultivation base. That way, he could safely avoid detection. Otherwise, his energy would have long been detected. People who had higher cultivation bases were more sensitive to energy, but now no matter how high the person's cultivation base was, they wouldn't be able to detect him. After this incident, Lin Fan also realized the vast difference between stages. If he had really faced those two paracelestials head-on, he most certainly would have been obliterated to the point even his ashes wouldn't have remained. Even against the level 7 post-celestial euphone, if the system hadn't given him a full resurrection, he would have been totally dead. Lin Fan then swore that if he didn't have a 100% confidence of winning, he would never again pick a fight with people whose cultivation bases were way higher than him. Lin Fan brushed the dirt off his body and sniffed his hand still having traces of aroma on them. Lin Fan couldn't help but become intoxicated. Pretty women were just simply not the same. Even after a day, the fragrance still persisted. Women really were deliciously sweet. Let's go, march towards the direction of the Great Yin Dynasty. Lin Fan pumped himself up and with a wave of his hand, strode forth. How far is it from the Great Yin Dynasty? Lin Fan didn't know anything and hadn't even thought about it much. As long as he proceeded forth directly, he would definitely reach the end. Ding, congratulations, psychedelic body leveled up. Level up? Lin Fan was surprised, then began laughing. Other people walked for naught, but because he had a system, he gained experience by just walking. Psychedelic body was a good skill, but it consumed a bit too much true energy. He only had 200 true energy at the moment. Lin Fan was dissatisfied with only possessing this little true energy, as using psychedelic body consumed 10 points of true energy each hour. If he were to run for his life, he would only be able to run for 20 hours. Also, the true energy wouldn't automatically replenish if he didn't have rest, which was quite troubling for Lin Fan. If Lin Fan had known his current situation would be like this, he would have attempted to learn more skills when he had entered the outer sect. Along the way, since it was temporarily safe, Lin Fan decided to sort through his loot. To be able to pull one over 2 peri-celestial masters, Lin Fan's heart raced with excitement even now. It was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. One level 7 peri-celestial while the other a level 8 peri-celestial, they were both more powerful than even Meng Yangshuan. Lin Fan first checked the storage ring of Moe Xian. As he went through it, he found quite a number of items inside and wondered what they were. Ding, discovered a bottle of lower dark class medicinal pills, darkness pills *10. Effects, after consumption will increase cultivation speed. Ingestion increase, experience plus 50,000. Lin Fan was delighted. He hadn't expected dark class medicinal pills, not bad, not bad. At the same time, Lin Fan came to understand that if he were to consume the medicinal pills for their experience, he should also check their effects. Medicinal pills that increased cultivation speed were naturally better than those support-type healing medicinal pills. A bottle of 10 darkness medicinal pills, Lin Fan dumped them all into his mouth as if they were candy. Ding, consumed 10 darkness medicinal pills, experience plus 500,000. After Lin Fan had eaten the medicinal pills, he continued searching. There were several other types of medicinal pills too, and it seemed this wave of looting paid off quite nicely. Ding, discovered a bottle of lower dark class medicinal pills, golden purging pills *5. Effects, after consumption, will purge all body injuries. Ingestion increase, experience plus 60,000. Though Lin Fan hadn't seen these types of medicinal pills before, he still understood their rankings: Saint class, Heaven class, Earth class, Dark class, Light class, Human class. These dark class medicinal pills were high ranked, but also at the same time not too high. If it weren't for those two para-celestials hoarding these medicinal pills, it was unlikely he would have even been able to obtain any. Without any care, he then directly started pouring all the medicinal pills he could find into his mouth without even bothering to identify them first. Ding, consumed 5 golden purging pills, experience plus 300,000. Ding, consumed 1 advantage god pill, experience plus 100,000. Ding, consumed 10 blood god pills, experience plus 200,000. At the moment, Lin Fan had become addicted to the medicine. He then dumped out all the items within Ni Montian's ring and grabbed anything that looked like medicinal pills, stuffing them into his mouth. Walking while stuffing his mouth, it felt very pleasant and luxurious. Ding, consumed 1 fusion sword pill, experience plus 200,000. Ding, consumed 6 male and female pills, experience plus 1800. Wait, what? Lin Fan had been joyfully eating the medicine and suddenly realized something was off. Why was the experience for this medicinal pill so little? Something must be wrong. These were the assets of a peri-celestial master. How could there be such a low-rank medicinal pill? Ding, male and female pill. Effects, temporarily prevents pregnancy during intercourse. PFTT blah. Lin Fan began frantically spitting out the medicinal pills that he had placed into his mouth. F***CK, I just swallowed birth control pills. Freaking rip-off item. This medicine obviously belonged to Moe Xian, a peri-celestial master. Ripping off a weak post-celestial like me, hello, what a complete rip-off. Lin Fan grunted, whatever. It increased my experience by over 1,000. I will forgive you this time. Lin Fan then slowed his pace when consuming the medicinal pills, and went through them carefully, afraid of any more mishaps and rip-offs. Ding, discovered Wuji White Phoenix Pill *10. Effects, provides nourishment for a woman's menstruation period. Ingestion increase, experience plus 10,000. When Lin Fan reached the last bottle and found this medicinal pill, his expression became strange. Well, it's a nourishment medicine, so let's eat it. Lin Fan directly swallowed the Wuji White Phoenix pills without too much hesitation. He couldn't give up on the 100,000 experience points after all. Ding, consumed 10 Wuji White Phoenix pills, experience plus 100,000. Lin Fan gave a burp after finishing all the medicinal pills. That was satisfying, extremely satisfying. Although the process was a bit annoying, the effects were well worth it. Ding, congratulations, character leveled up. After finishing the last pill, his character finally leveled up. Level 2 post-celestial successfully became level 3 post-celestial. But Lin Fan wasn't completely satisfied. Although the two peri-celestial had quite a number of medicinal pills, the ranks of them were rather low. After consuming this many and to only level up once. Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation. If either Moe Xian or Ni Montian were to find out that Lin Fan had just wastefully eaten all the pills like he just did, they would definitely die from vomiting too much blood. They had worked very hard to accumulate that many medicinal pills. Although they were both para-celestials, medicinal pills were still crucial for them. For example, the darkness pill, although the rank wasn't very high, the effect was still very useful, as it could double one's cultivation speed. Making them wasn't difficult, but the ingredients for the medicinal pills were hard to find. Lin Fan had wasted them all just like that, so it was rather heartbreaking. Chapter 39, Discriminating Martial Skills. Chapter 39, Discriminating Martial Skills. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. After finishing the medicinal pills and raising his cultivation base, Lin Fan pursed his lips in a bit of dissatisfaction. It would be so great if he could have more medicinal pills, that way, he could just rely on eating medicine to become invincible. After checking through the bag, he couldn't find any more medicinal pills, so Lin Fan switched his focus onto the martial skills. He remembered seeing several manuals earlier and wondered what kind of martial skills they contained. Lin Fan didn't expect much from Moe Xian, as he didn't seem to be a good person. So the martial skills he possessed were most likely useless. But Lin Fan repented quickly. He shouldn't be so discriminating as a person. Although Moe Xian wasn't a really great person, he was still able to become that strong, so his martial skills should be sufficient. Lin Fan took out a manual as he glanced through it, and smiled. Ding, congratulations, discovered upper heaven class mental cultivation, Faceless Sky Devil. Faceless Sky Devil is the Infinite Devil Sect's founding skill. The founder of the Infinite Devil Sect had visited hell, worshipped the Faceless Devil, and cultivated this technique after hundreds of years. Only those who possess the Sky Devil body can cultivate it. After seeing the description, Lin Fan cackled, how far-fetched. But whatever, a powerful person can lie all he wants. Since he just so happened to lack a mental cultivation skill, he might as well fix that. Learn Faceless Sky Devil? Learn! What a joke, he was troubled over not having any mental cultivation skills. Now that one came on its own, how could he not learn it? Ding, congratulations, learned Heaven Class Mental Cultivation, Faceless Sky Devil Level 1, Experience 0/1000000. Ding, congratulations, learned Faceless Sky Devil, True Energy plus 1000. Lin Fan was joyful that after learning the mental cultivation Faceless Sky Devil, his true energy had increased by 1000. It was quite strong, and going from the description in the manual, Faceless Sky Devil had a total of 9 levels. But he was curious how far he could cultivate it to. At the same time, Lin Fan discovered a problem. Since he had the system, if he upgraded Faceless Sky Devil, would that mean he would also level upgrade? But it was likely not that easy. When other people trained their own mental cultivation, their cultivation stage would also rise. But since he had a character level, he needed to rely on leveling up through experience, which was a rather sad thing. Lin Fan's head began hurting when he thought about it, not giving it any more thought in the end. As long as he continued gaining experiences crazily, he would have nothing to fear. Then Lin Fan began searching, finding some basic secret scrolls as he wondered what they could be. Ding, discovered upper heaven class mental cultivation Will of the Sword. Damn it, another heaven class mental cultivation. It seems this mental cultivation belongs to Ni Montian's righteous sect. Lin Fan sighed, strong people were really infuriating. It seemed both Ni Mantian and Moe Xian were quite important within their sects. Will of the Sword, the highest sword will cultivated by the founder of the Linglong Sword sect, only those who possess the will of the sword's body can cultivate it. Ding, learn? Learn! Ding, congratulations, upper class heaven mental cultivation Will of the Sword Level 1, Experience 0/1000000. Ding, congratulations, learned Will of the Sword, True Energy plus 1000. After learning 2 top-tier mental cultivation skills, Lin Fan's heart began swelling up with a sense of invincibility. Of course, it was only maintained for 2-3 seconds before he stopped himself. Lin Fan's previous joyful heart felt like cold water had been dumped over it. Twisting heaven and earth, Black Tiger steals heart, and now a deflowering finger. Won't I end up just becoming a human developer like that? Deflowering prince or deflower thief? No, absolutely not. As a person of justice, how can I learn such a lowly technique? Don't learn, definitely don't learn. Lin Fan then rubbed his chin in thought, his expression a little hesitant after finally obtaining a martial skill but not learning it. That's right, there are no good or bad martial skills, it just depends on the person who uses them. Yes, this is the truth. I can't be scared by just the martial skills description. Learn! Lin Fan then learned it without any hesitation. Ding, learned deflowering finger level 1, experience 0 out of 1000. Then Lin Fan looked towards the last manual. Since he had even learned deflowering finger, what other skills would he not learn? But this manual was a bit disappointing. This was Ni Montian's martial skill wind chasing sword tactics. Lower Earth class. Wind chasing sword tactics was presently the only proper attack skill Lin Fan encountered so far. But since he didn't use a sword, this was a rather awkward situation. He had essentially checked all the items, and the only things left were the equipment. Lin Fan wasn't really interested in these equipment. All of the defense gear was essentially unnecessary for Lin Fan, Eternal Demon Body being more than enough. Then, Lin Fan took all the collected clothes, shoes, and one sword, and tossed them all into the furnace for forging. Ding, profession advanced blacksmith level not high enough, unable to melt for forging. When Lin Fan threw them into the furnace, this notification came up. Lin Fan sighed in exasperation. It seemed this area still wasn't sufficient enough. Not continuing any further, he then placed the items back into his bag and decided to wait for another chance in the future. After finishing everything, Lin Fan began relaxing. After the sky had darkened, Lin Fan found a large ancient-looking tree and leaned on it while closing his eyes, and began cultivating Faceless Sky Devil. Lin Fan felt an energy flow within his body and began expanding. Ding. Faceless Sky Devil experience plus 10. Ding. Faceless Sky Devil experience plus 10. Lin Fan opened his eyes, a bit confused. The cultivation of this skill was so slow that it didn't make sense. Then, he began cultivating the will of the sword as an experiment to see what was going on. Ding. Will of the sword experience plus 1. Ding. Will of the sword experience plus 1. Just what was going on? Both were heaven-class mental cultivation skills, yet the experience gained was different. Perhaps, the upper-class mental cultivation will of the sword didn't suit him. Lin Fan was feeling exasperated. Leveling up required 100,000 experience, and with this speed, just how long would it take? There must be a problem. It definitely shouldn't be like this. Although these two skills required proper specifications, since the system allowed him to train them, it must have eliminated those needs. Yet, it was still being cultivated so slowly. So there must be another reason, it was just that he hadn't discovered it yet. Chapter 40, I am now a senior. Chapter 40, I am now a senior. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The sacred grounds of the Lianlong Sword sect were within the mountains up north. Many people wanted to join the Lianlong Sword sect, but because the sect was located in such a perilous place, those without high perseverance couldn't reach it. Dong dong dong. A dull bell sounded within the Lianlong Sword sect as many disciples looked around in confusion. Master, come out quickly, Senior's sister is about to die. At this time, a group of flustered-looking disciples landed on the ground and shouted out towards the hall. The Lianlong Sword sect was very strict, so naturally disciples weren't allowed to rush into the hall so brashly. But because the situation was so urgent, the disciples couldn't be bothered with rules for the time being. These 2 days, they had been running through day and night, not daring to slow down just so they could arrive at their destination quicker. Their senior sister Ni was becoming weaker and weaker, and if it weren't for the medicinal pills they had used, she would have long died. At this moment, slight tremors in the air appeared from within the halls, and a figure appeared from within. If it weren't for the clothing, it would be difficult to tell if the person was a man or woman. The air around the person's face vibrated murkily, like a pool of muddy water. Master, Senior Sister Ni. Supreme Will of the Sword, what exactly happened? Go to the peaks and summon the elders. Without any more words, the Lianlong Sword sect leader pulled Ni Mantian into the void with him. His expression changed, and feeling the graveness of the situation, he then immediately left. The surrounding disciples looked at each other and not dared to stop, immediately going to summon the elders from the peaks. Not knowing what he had caused, Lin Fan was currently enjoying each day as if he were on a break and continued heading north. Along the way, Lin Fan experienced the vast beauty of nature and encountered many strange plants. But what left the deepest impression on him was the vast amount of wild beasts here. Oh! There was someone up ahead. Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed and he stopped. He had heard the sound of voices up ahead and had also seen many footprints along the way, so he knew he must be nearing the Great Yin Dynasty. Lin Fan hid within the shadows and saw a group of people up ahead killing a wild beast. Lin Fan had previously killed one of these types, and although its strength was decent, that was all about it. The wild beast was killed by this seemingly strong group. 5 males and 3 females, their cultivation bases were all level 2 post-celestial. But if they were to fight alone, that level 2 post-celestial golden-horned beast could definitely kill all of them. Those people began resting on the spot and then disemboweling the golden-horned beast. They placed its horn into a bag, set up camp and began grilling its meat. It seemed they were planning on eating the wild beast. "Hey, how's everyone doing?" Seeing that they were all only level 2 post-celestials, Lin Fan was not afraid. Moreover, he was also hungry, so he wanted to join in and get something to eat. At the same time, he wanted to head out with them. Judging from their outfits, they were most likely from the same area, so if he were to mingle with them, he could avoid attracting attention. Something to eat and going to the place he wanted, it was 2 birds with 1 stone, so it was well timed. "Who are you?" The 8 had just begun resting, but when they heard someone approaching, they were startled and hastily drew out their weapons in alert. But upon seeing only one person they were relieved. But even then, they didn't lower their guard, as there were all kinds of people in a forest like this. In the outside world, there were far too many people with bad intentions. Lin Fan gave a smile seeing the group in such a panic. "Don't worry, I am not a bad guy." "Humph, a bad person will naturally not admit they are bad." A girl wearing long red clothes said with her sword drawn out in alert. "Fellow brother, we don't welcome you here, so please leave," one of the males said. Lin Fan glanced at the male. The other 7 didn't say anything, so this person was most likely the leader. Lin Fan smiled. "I would like to ask if the Great Yin Dynasty is up ahead?" The Great Yin Dynasty is 30 miles up ahead. Zhang Tianhao was vigilant towards Lin Fan, who appeared from nowhere. The person was carrying no weapons, yet was still able to appear here, so he was obviously no ordinary person. They had formed a party to come here to kill monsters. They had initially wanted to leave immediately after killing the monster, but its meat smelled very alluring, so they decided to eat first and then leave. "Thank you, but I am hungry, and it seems you all managed to obtain something good. So I am just going to be direct with you guys, let's all eat together." Lin Fan went forth without any hesitation. "Stop right there, otherwise don't blame me for getting violent." Zhang Tianhao snapped upon seeing the person refusing to leave. "How selfish, we are all traveling outside, so we should all help each other," Lin Fan said. "Brother Zhang, stop wasting your breath on him. Just look at how shady he looks. He is definitely not a good person. Let's just take him down first." Han Mengmeng, the girl in red, said and flourished the sword in her hand to stab the sword towards Lin Fan's neck. "One sword clears all." Han Mengmeng had a level 2 post-celestial cultivation base and her swordsmanship was also good. Her sword was covered with a layer of true energy and was glowing red, her momentum very aggressive. Lin Fan was disgruntled at that moment. "What do you mean by how shady he looks? I have such a pure and innocent face, how dare she call me shady?" Clang! A female attacking like that out of the blue, that just won't do. Lin Fan stood still, his left hand holding onto Han Mengmeng's sword as he said this in exasperation. "This?" Zhang Tianhao was stunned upon seeing the situation in front of him, his eyes popped out in disbelief. The person was able to block Han Mengmeng's sword with his bare hands. This. Senior, please wait. Zhang Tianoheo cried out after being taken aback. 9 ways of turning. Han Mengmeng became enraged upon seeing the person catch her sword with his bare hands, and her body began turning, trying to break Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan slightly shook his head. Since it was like this, he might as well try the deflowering finger. Then, Lin Fan released the sword and he gently turned his finger, and as if he were trying to deflower someone, his fingers stroked Han Mengmeng's sword. Ding! A snapping sound rang out as Han Mengmeng's sword shattered and fell to the ground. Ding! Deflowering finger experience plus 10. My sword! Han Mengmeng's expression changed upon seeing the shattered remains on the ground, her eyes turning a bit red as if she were in pain. Senior, don't get angry, we misjudged you. Please don't take what we said earlier to heart. Zhang Tianhao hastily said. In the outside world, one shouldn't go against someone stronger than themselves. When one needed to concede, one should concede. Hurry up and apologize to Senior. Zhang Tianhao hastily said. This person was able to block Han Mengmeng's sword with his bare hands, so his cultivation base was most likely very high. They must not anger him. Han Mengmeng looked at Lin Fan, then at her sword, and finally said a bit unwillingly. I'm sorry. No problem, our meeting must have been fate. Hurry up and finish grilling the meat. After finishing, let's head off together. Lin Fan then sat down on a rock without any hesitation and motioned for the surrounding people to continue grilling the meat. Currently, Lin Fan was very happy. Who would have thought that after just leaving the sect, he would be able to effortlessly rob 2 paracelestials, and then be recognized as a senior by a group of people? As expected, there were many wonderful things outside the sect. Zhang Tianhao was relieved and then sat down next to Han Mengmeng. Although the person hadn't done anything excessively rude, he was still a bit worried at the moment. You guys are traveling with horses? Lin Fan saw a group of horses eating grass underneath a tree, so he asked curiously. Senior, those are perfume horses, a type of horse that can emit hormones. Using that, we can lure over male wild beasts. If the beast we lure over is too strong, we can just hide and not come out. Zhang Tianhao replied truthfully. Ah, so the horse is bait. Lin Fan felt the animal was rather strange. Yes, perfume horses are quite common, so they are nothing valuable. Zhang Tianhao said. What a mysterious animal. If you guys run out of food, you can even eat these. This was the first time Lin Fan saw this kind of a horse. Senior, the horse isn't edible. Because it's a perfume horse, even wild beasts have trouble swallowing it. Oh, is that right? Even beasts don't like them? Senior, the meat is ready. Chapter 41, Are you scared or not? Chapter 41, Are you scared or not? Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The portions of the beast were split and finished quickly by everyone. Martial artists consumed a lot of energy, so even a girl like Han Mengmeng was only full after eating an entire hind leg. Let's go, it's getting late. I hope we can get to the Great Yin Dynasty before sunset. Lin Fan rose up while saying. All right, Senior. Zhang Haoyan nodded. Everyone had stayed silent during the meal, and he had been vigilant towards Lin Fan. He hadn't said anything unnecessary as he believed the more he asked, the more dangerous it would be. As they left, Zhang Tianhao had Han Mengmeng follow in the back, not letting her come close. That way, in case anything were to happen, he could stall for time to allow her to escape. On the way, the others also purposely quickened their pace, wanting to reach the Great Yin Dynasty as soon as possible. No one was excited with the appearance of the mysterious master. One would think that with the appearance of a master, one could perhaps get some benefits, but for them, just keeping their lives was good enough. Countless people had died within this forest, all becoming blood-filled lessons. Lin Fan realized everyone was purposely distancing these from him, but he didn't mind. As long as he could get to the Great Yin Dynasty, he was fine and nothing else mattered. Ordinary martial artists could no longer provide experience for his two skills, twisting heaven and earth and Black Tiger Steel's heart. Especially Black Tiger Steel's heart, even the Peri-Celestial Ni-Mantion couldn't provide any more experience, let alone others. Was it possible that Black Tiger Steel's heart was more advanced than twisting heaven and earth? Stop. Just when Lin Fan and the others passed a path that had cliffs on both sides, a group of unknown people surrounded them from the front and back. Hand over all your possessions, leave the women, then everyone else can leave. A man wearing black armor walked out menacingly with a large tiger blade. The man was bald and had a large scar that stretched down from his forehead down to his chin. The large blade in hand was white and black-edged, and the tiger carved on the hilt looked ferocious. Zhang Tianhao's expression changed upon seeing the man with a large blade. Tiger blade Chu Xianggu. Hee, what a good eye. Chu Xianggu swung his blade, sending vibrations through the air. Good eyes, now leave your possessions, leave the women, and get lost. Chu Xianggu, we are both students from the Sky Heaven School. Zhang Tianhao knew Chu Xianggu, an infamous bandit of the Great Yin dynasty and a disgrace of the Sky Heaven School. Stop talking crap. Chu Xianggu was enraged. He swung his blade, unleashing an energy towards Zhang Tianhao and the rest. They became frightened and covered with cold sweat upon seeing the unleashed energy. They had wanted to block the energy with his swords, but the ferociousness of the energy gave off an irresistible force. Chu Xianggu, you dare. Zhang Tianhao was startled. He didn't think Chu Xianggu would actually attack. Chu Xianggu was a previous student of the Sky Heaven School, but after receiving unfair treatment, he had quit from the school and became the leader of a bandit group. Numerous experts of the Sky Heaven School wanted to eliminate this disgrace, but because Chu Xianggu was well hidden, he was hard to find. Thus nothing happened. But now, the stroke of energy from his blade was something even Zhang Tianhao didn't think he could withstand it. Just as Zhang Tianhao prepared to fight to the death, he then realized a mundane hand had reached forth and blocked the energy from the blade. Zhang Tianhao's eyes nearly popped out from his sockets. How was this possible? Lin Fan looked towards Chu Xianggu, level 4 post-celestial. The cultivation base was fairly average, higher than his by one level, but Lin Fan felt the person was a waste of time. Senior. He had thought he was about to die, but now he looked gratefully at Lin Fan. If Lin Fan hadn't interfered, he would have long died under the energy from the blade. The level 4 post-celestial Chu Xiangji's sword skill was violent. Even people with the same cultivation base as his wouldn't be able to block the energy with their hands for too long. Who are you? Chu Xianggu looked towards Lin Fan. He had seen Zhang Tianhao enter the forest with a party of 8, but now there was an extra person. What was going on? Lin Fan glanced towards Chu Xianggu, his mind racking, then an idea came to mind. He looked towards Zhang Tianhao. You guys go ahead without me. I will catch up later. Lin Fan didn't want Zhang Tianhao and his party to remain. Otherwise, he couldn't use his full power. Senior, you. Zhang Tianhao looked towards Lin Fan apologetically. He had previously been suspicious of this person, but now the person wanted them to leave first and planned on staying here alone to face the bandits. As a senior, naturally I will let the juniors leave first. This is my usual style. Lin Fan righteously said this while crossing his arms behind his back. At this moment the sky began brightening. All filthiness was dispelled by the righteous and majestic words of Lin Fan. Even Han Meng, who had previously held resentment towards Lin Fan, was now looking at him in worship. The words of this senior had touched her heart. In Han Meng's eyes, the senior's figure had become tall and mighty. The rays of light shone upon him to the point where she could hardly open her eyes. Senior, I am sorry. I still doubted you previously. Zhang Tianhao said apologetically. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, no issues. As a senior, if I don't even have a forgiving heart, then I don't deserve to be your senior. Go, I will catch up shortly. Lin Fan said plainly. Yes, let's go. Zhang Tianhao didn't hesitate and left immediately with everyone. Xu Xianggu wanted to pursue, but upon seeing the mysterious person standing motionlessly, he held his breath, not daring to move. When Zhang Tianhao and the rest left, Lin Fan then looked towards Xu Xianggu and smiled. Alright, I think I will also leave now. Xu Xianggu froze, then came back to himself. Bastard, how dare you trick me, eat this. 5 Tiger Blade Cut. Xu Xianggu roared in rage. He leaped up as the violent swing from his blade tore apart the air with a crackling sound. Lin Fan squinted one eye. His deflowering finger instantly activated, flicking the hand of Xu Xianggu that was holding the broadsword. Xu Xiangji's face broke into several different reactions, a numbing drunken feeling yet at the same time a feeling of pleasure. A sharp pain shot through his palm and his hand loosened its grip, letting the broadsword drop into the hands of Lin Fan. Lin Fan's instantly kicked out and Xu Xiangji fell to the ground. Boss, are you okay? The surrounding minions immediately went forth. Xu Xianggu waved his hand, enduring the pain as he stood up. Well, it seems if I don't bring out my true strength, you won't know who exactly I am. Lin Fan looked towards Xu Xianggu and began sneering. What are you laughing about? Xu Xiangji's heart burned in rage upon seeing the other party laugh him off, an impulse of wanting to slice and dice the other party rising in him rapidly. What am I laughing about? I am laughing about how you all will kneel down and surrender to yours truly. Lin Fan roared out, raising the broadsword and swinging it down upon his own body. Xu Xianggu froze, believing the other party was crazy. The person was trying to commit suicide. His tiger blade was an upper-graded weapon, almost a legendary weapon, utterly invincible. Many masters had fallen prey to his blade. But the next second, Xu Xianggu and his group became dumbfounded. The blade had shattered into 3 pieces upon touching Lin Fan's body. My blade. Xu Xianggu stared stunned at the shattered tiger blade on the ground. If you don't want to die, kneel down and surrender to yours truly now. Otherwise, you will all meet the same end as this tiger blade. Lin Fan built up his breath and roared out. In his opinion, cutting down upon them all was a troublesome matter. He would just cut down upon himself and then see if they would submit or not. Xu Xianggu came back to himself. The person in front of him was very strong, immensely strong. The tiger blade wasn't an ordinary weapon. A human body couldn't possibly endure its power, let alone shatter it. Senior, have mercy. Xu Xianggu caved at that moment and dropped to ground kneeling. The remainder weaklings then followed Xu Xiangji's footsteps. Xu Xianggu was an insightful person. He didn't think that such a violent person existed in this world, to actually cut down upon himself and destroy his tiger blade. Lin Fan smiled at this moment, his smile extremely brilliant. Chapter 42, Such an Experiment. Chapter 42, Such an Experiment. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Senior, what are you doing? Xu Xianggu wanted to cry, the actions of this person were really strange. He had brought them into the forest then tied them to the trees using vines. Stop talking, it will be finished soon. Lin Fan directed the remaining minions to find a tree themselves and stand there without moving. Since their boss had been tied up, they didn't dare to defy him. Thus they could only beg for mercy. Xu Xianggu had been a bandit for some time now. He was cynical and knew how to protect himself under dangerous situations. His tiger blade was no ordinary weapon, although it wasn't comparable to a legendary weapon, it was still an upper-graded weapon. He had stolen it from a teacher from the Sky Heaven School. It was still a powerful high-class weapon. But now, the upper-graded tiger blade had been destroyed by this person with just his mere body, and that too with no injuries. This had left Xu Xianggu speechless. The person in front of them was a master. To escape from the hands of a master was simply an idiotic dream. Senior, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Xu Xianggu begged. The strange actions of this person frightened him and left a nasty feeling. Just what was he planning to do by tying us to trees? Also, the person's unnerving smile made Chu Xiangji's quake with even greater fear. Don't worry, I won't take your life. I just want you to cooperate. After all the bandits had been tied, Lin Fan brushed off his hands in satisfaction. Senior, I will cooperate. Chu Xianggu hastily said. Since it had become like this, he was now at the mercy of this person. Nothing was important as long as they could survive. I say, how much assets do you all have? You bandits seem pretty capable, so you must have stolen many things. Lin Fan glanced at Chu Xianggu, then went forth and started checking himself, not even bothering to wait for a response. What's this, just this much money? Lin Fan had found some money on Chu Xiangji's body, but nothing else. A level 4 post-celestial bandit, at least try to live up to the level. Senior, I really don't have any. I am a bandit, but this is our first go in these past few months. I am wanted by the Sky Heaven School, so I didn't dare to come out. Chu Xianggu said. Lin Fan looked exasperatedly at Chu Xianggu and shook his head. Trying to be a bandit like this, what a disgrace. Lin Fan didn't say anything more and pocketed the silver, then looked carefully at Chu Xianggu. Chu Xianggu became nervous as Lin Fan observed him, afraid of upsetting the person and getting himself killed. I want to ask you a question, answer honestly. Do you think men are better or women are better? Lin Fan wanted to test Twisting Heaven and Earth and Black Tiger Steel's heart. After Twisting Heaven and Earth had upgraded, he still hadn't used it yet and didn't know its effects. But now, the perfect opportunity had come. A test subject had delivered himself, so Lin Fan wanted to experiment. But even so, Lin Fan was a professional person. Before experimenting, he would, of course, ask the person's opinion first. Chu Xianggu froze, not understanding why this question was asked. He then thought about it and analyzed the current situation. Why did Senior ask this question? What meaning does it hold? In this world, the strong eat the weak, women either became strong or fall prey to men. But Chu Xianggu couldn't actually say this because he saw a light within the eyes of this senior. Senior, I think men and women are equal in this world because, in my opinion, both men and women are good. Chu Xianggu said contrary to his true thoughts. Because Chu Xianggu had always treated women as playthings and had never actually properly evaluated them. But he can only respond like this and hope his words could touch the senior's heart. If he could get the approval of this senior, perhaps he could escape unscathed. As Chu Xianggu saw the senior continually nodding his head, his heart jumped with joy. It seemed his words had been approved by the senior. What a relief. Good. Lin Fan's face lit up. Not bad, not bad. He then looked at the surrounding minions and asked, what do you all think? Upon seeing the boss words making the senior this happy, they naturally didn't say anything more and all started to nod their heads furiously. We also think so too. Yes, men and women are good. Ah, I even hate myself for not being a woman. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He had initially thought these people would be reluctant, but after seeing them nod their heads in agreement, his heart felt no guilt. Alright, then, in that case, I will satisfy all your wishes. Senior. Chu Xiangji's expression changed because the senior's eyes had become intensely sharp. Twisting Heaven and Earth. Lin Fan didn't know what effect Twisting Heaven and Earth had, but according to the description yin and yang would be reversed, perhaps men would also change to women? When Lin Fan's hand reached out, he suddenly realized it was a bit different. An inexplicable idea instilled into his own hands as if it were changing the very rules of heaven and earth. Ding, congratulations, Twisting Heaven and Earth experience plus 100. Lin Fan knew a level 4 post-celestial wouldn't provide much experience, but he didn't think it would give 100 experience. But this time, Lin Fan suddenly realized the ferocious face of Chu Xianggu was slowly changing. The previously ferocious face became weak, and even the Adam's apple had begun shrinking. Twisting heaven and earth. Lin Fan then once again attacked, and the experience went up by 100 again. Lin Fan then realized Chu Xiangji's previous weekend appearance began changing again, but this time, the appearance had turned back to normal. Lin Fan froze upon seeing this. Is it possible that I can also change him back? To confirm his conclusion, Lin Fan attacked several more times, but each attack was accompanied by Chu Xiangji's screams. After numerous tests, Lin Fan was positive. Twisting heaven and earth could change yin and yang, thus changing a person's gender. Lin Fan sighed. To be substantive, twisting heaven and earth was rather disappointing, as its damage paled compared to Monkey Steele's peach. Senior, what did you do to me? Chu Xianggo asked with a pale face. Lin Fan shook his face, nothing, just testing out a move. Alright, next up is Black Tiger Steele's heart. Currently, Zhang Tianhao and his party had long escaped the danger zone and stopped gasping for breath. Senior, will he be alright? He should be, Senior looked confident. Zhang Tianhao trustfully said. Brother Zhang, let's wait here for Senior. Han Mengmeng said. All right. Zhang Tianhao nodded. They had no other options but to hope Senior would be all right. Hey look, it's Senior. Zhang Tianhao, Han Mengmeng, and the rest looked over, their expressions in joy as they immediately went forth. Senior, are you all right? Lin Fan walked over slowly, his mind still on the experiment. He had discovered that the usage of twisting heaven and earth and Black Tiger Steele's heart were both strange. Lin Fan concluded that Black Tiger Steele's heart could cause a person's chest to swell up, but he didn't know what it would be like when upgraded. Upon hearing the voices of Zhang Tianhao and the rest, Lin Fan raised his head while smiling. I am fine, let's go. Seeing that Senior hadn't mentioned Chu Xianggu and his party, Zhang Tianhao didn't pursue the topic. They set off toward the Great Yin Dynasty in peace, about to reach it finally with their current increased speed. Chapter 43, This time I really am digging my own grave. Chapter 43, This time I really am digging my own grave. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The amount of people passing by grew more and more, so Lin Fan knew they were nearing the Great Yin Dynasty. The Great Yin Dynasty was a vassal of the Saint Devil sect and within the sect's jurisdiction. They would offer tributes every year to replenish the internal consumption of the Saint Devil sect. The Great Yin Dynasty was once also a great ruler, composed of many powerful and talented people. Even other subsidiary dynasties also had their period of power. But with the rise of powerful sects, many dynasties began declining. Thus, many dynasties began submitting to the sects to seek protection. For any sect, this was considered a good thing. At the very least, they wouldn't have any shortages regarding disciples. Along the way, Lin Fan obtained some information from Zhang Tianhao and his party. They were students of the Sky Heaven School. They had formed a party this time to hunt monsters. No matter what monster it was, their lowest cultivation base would still be in the post-celestial stage, so humans would be unable to compete with them normally. But luckily, humans had a strong will to learn, so many gifted people would also appear. The Heaven Sky School was the only school within the Great Yin Dynasty. Within it were many regular humans and geniuses, but compared to the Saint Devil sect their strength was still lacking. The school was formed by a group of powerful people deriving from the Great Yin Dynasty. Although it was incomparable to the sects, it was still a place that couldn't be underestimated. Senior, this is the capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. How about returning to the Sky Heaven School with us? Our teacher would definitely want to meet a master like Senior. Zhang Tianhao said expectantly. Zhang Tianhao was hoping he could woo the Senior into Sky Heaven School. I will meet you all again in the future if our fates should cross. Thank you for your help along the way. I, Lin Fan, am very grateful. Lin Fan clasped his hands together, preparing to separate. Senior Lin is modest. If it weren't for Senior Lin's help this time, we probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Zhang Tianhao said. Lin Fan then brought a sword he had crafted previously. I apologize for destroying your sword earlier. I will give you this middle-graded sword as compensation. Han Mengmeng was a bit reluctant upon seeing the senior about to leave, but when she saw the senior bring out a middle-graded sword and giving it to herself, she was both happy and surprised. Thank you, senior. Han Mengmeng was joyful, then received the sword in thanks. Mengmeng, how could you accept such an expensive weapon? Zhang Tianhao said sternly. A middle-graded weapon is already a very valuable weapon for them. Senior gave it to me, of course, I will accept it. Otherwise, isn't it disrespectful to senior? Han Mengmeng said while happily hugging the sword. No matter, it's just a mere middle-graded sword. Nothing valuable. Lin Fan smiled lightly while waving dismissively. Chu Xiangji's upper-graded tiger blade had been shattered into 3 pieces. Lin Fan had taken them and reforged them into 3 middle-graded swords, one of them being the compensation. Thank you, Senior Lin. Zhang Tianhao said thankfully. As expected of Senior, his viewpoints on things were different. A middle-graded sword was treated as mere compensation. Lin Fan then parted with Zhang Tianhao's party and headed into the city while walking eastward. Lin Fan was unfamiliar with the Great Yin dynasty, so he walked aimlessly, just wanting to see what the Great Yin dynasty looked like. But Lin Fan wasn't dispirited with this random exploring, and was full of energy, so this is the Great Yin dynasty. Watching seniors fading back, Zhang Tianhao's party then returned to themselves. I wonder when we will be able to meet Senior again. Zhang Tianhao hadn't known Lin Fan for long but was still affected by Lin Fan's righteous attitude. Senior Sister Han is lucky to be able to receive Senior's middle-graded sword. What name will Senior Sister give it? The others stared enviously at the sword in Han Mengmeng's hand. Han Mengmeng hugged the sword as if she were holding a precious treasure, smiling with delight. I want to be righteous and awe-inspiring like Senior, so I will call it the Sword of Righteousness. Currently in the forest. Chu Xiangji's party was unconscious on the ground. A falcon flew nearby in the sky as if checking to see if its prey was dead. Chu Xianggu began stirring, then opened his eyes, his expression changing. I'm not dead. Chu Xianggu observed his surroundings, realizing he was still in the same place. But upon saying those words, his expression turned into one of disbelief. My voice, how? Sharp, low, and gentle, was this his voice? Chu Xianggu then felt his own face. The previous rough skin was now incredibly smooth, his fingers trembled as he touched his throat. Flat. Where's my Adam's apple? Just what happened? Chu Xiangji's forehead began sweating, as a wave of fear swept over him. At that moment, Chu Xianggu felt a strange feeling within his crotch, as if it were missing something. Perhaps. Chu Xiangji was in disbelief, but still endured the fear in his heart and opened his pants. But upon seeing it, a rage swept over him and he spat forth blood. Gone, how can it be gone? Just what the hell happened? Did you see a person clothed in black pass here? At this moment, the panicking Chu Xianggu heard a voice next to him and shouted in rage, get lost. But at that moment, a cold hum traveled forth. Chu Xianggu was suddenly in shock. A spray of blood spat forth, and his face paled. Chu Xianggu saw a person in black then float down from the sky. His face couldn't be seen, but he could tell this person was very dangerous. Senior, Chu Xianggu wanted to speak. But then the person in black jolted, and Chu Xiangji's body then floated involuntarily in front of the person in black. Senior, have mercy. Chu Xianggu currently felt like dying. Why was every person he met even crazier than the previous one? He was a powerful level 4 post-celestial, yet he was captured like an ant by this person. A body of yin and yang, a body that only appears every 1,000 years. To be discovered by Zhong Hentian, The person in black cried out loudly to the heavens. A swirl of dust and stones began rising as a soaring momentum shot forth to the sky, displaying the immense joy. Senior. Chu Xianggu wet himself in fear. This person was definitely a maniac. What's this body of yin and yang? Just let me go. It seems I didn't come for nothing since I found such a devilish body. In that case, might as well bring it with me. As for the rest of these ants, I might as well reduce them to ashes. Zhong Hentian ignored Chu Xianggu, talking to himself. But just when Zhong Hentian was preparing to eliminate Chu Xiangji's minions, he became utterly stunned. 1, 2, 8, 24. How is this possible? 24 bodies of yin and yang, how can it be? Zhong Hentian was trembling with excitement. Upon seeing this scene, he found it difficult to remain composed even with his high cultivation base. The opportunity for Zhong Hentian has come, you will all come with me. Senior, I beg you let me go. Chu Xianggu was now wailing. To escape from a pervert only to be caught by a maniac. Why am I, Chu Xianggu, so unlucky? Chapter 44, Lin Fan becomes a teacher. Chapter 44, Lin Fan becomes a teacher. Translator, Cao's editor, Hitesh. The Great Yin Dynasty had many people, an endless stream of vendors called out through the streets. Lin Fan watched the many different people on the streets, his mood pretty jolly as a result. Compared to living in the sect, Lin Fan preferred walking around here. But of course, this was short-lived. He still hadn't thought about a long-term stay here, because he was planning to become stronger and then return to surprise his fellow sect disciples. He wondered what would happen when he returned with an invincible cultivation base in front of his fellow brothers. Lin Fan happily walked down the lightly colored brick road aimlessly. He naturally wanted to tour the imperial city first. Fellow brother, are there any influential families within this imperial city? Lin Fan was drinking tea in an open-air tea stall as he asked casually. Yes, the Yin family, the Han family, the Shao family, and the Yin family, these 4 families have a long history within the Great Yin Dynasty. The reason we can now live peacefully is all thanks to those 4 families. The owner of the tea stall was a young man, and his expression lit up in admiration when he spoke about the 4 families. Lin Fan nodded, not asking anything more, then left the silver he obtained from Chu Xianggu before leaving, preparing to continue his tour of the imperial city. Lin Fan passed by many mansion compounds and also saw the houses of the 4 families the tea stall owner mentioned. Judging from their residence, it was as expected of the 4 families, magnificent and rich. Lin Fan had actually been thinking of an idea. Currently, he could only raise his cultivation base through killing people, killing monsters, and eating medicinal pills. For Lin Fan, eating medicinal pills was the most straightforward method. It was fast, and without side effects. But when Lin Fan arrived at a heavily guarded place, he stood there for a long time. This was the Imperial Palace. The Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty resided here. This was a vast treasure house. This was also a difficult area to face. You there, what are you doing? Stop, don't run. When Lin Fan saw the guards in front of the entrance come towards him, he ran away scared. At the same time he was angry, he was just observing, no need to be so unfriendly. After confirming that the guards were no longer chasing him, Lin Fan sighed in relief. Lin Fan was planning on investigating these places a bit more, and when he became familiar with them, he would then begin his plan. Sky Heaven School entrance. Lin Fan didn't know where he was, but upon seeing the Sky Heaven School he stopped. There were 2 announcements on the entrance, seeing which Lin Fan then began thinking. Currently, he lacked an identity, but the Sky Heaven School was now seeking teachers and students. Of course, Lin Fan felt that the position of student was too low, so he would definitely go for the position of teacher. After all, he believed that he did possess the qualities for being a teacher. Currently, a long line formed in front of the Sky Heaven School. They were all young people, all seeming to be around the age of 13-14. Lin Fan came to the other recruitment table, where there were no people. "Hey, I am applying for the position of teacher." Lin Fan came to the other recruitment table and said. Sitting at the recruitment table was a fat man with a mustache. Upon seeing someone come to apply, he quickly sat up straight. "You want to be a teacher?" The fat man looked at Lin Fan with a small light in his eyes. "Yes," Lin Fan nodded. "Okay, the Sky Heaven School treats their teachers very lucratively, but first, you need to pay an application fee of 12 silver. The fat man said with a smile. Lin Fan wasn't too concerned with the concept of money. It was all looted anyways, so he didn't care about it, so he threw numerous amounts of silver down onto the table. The fat man's heart jumped with joy upon seeing the money. He then welcomed Lin Fan passionately. "Follow me, as long as you pass the examination, you can become a glorious teacher of the Sky Heaven School," the fat man said. The fat man soon brought Lin Fan to a wooden bamboo house. "A person inside will examine you. I wish for your success." When Lin Fan entered, the fat man closed the doors, weighing the silver in his hand with a slight smile. Not bad, another 12 silver." The fat man believed that the person would soon be rushing out with his face beaten black and blue. This recruitment for teachers wasn't fake, but the requirements were high. Numerous people had come to apply for the position of teacher when the Sky Heaven School began recruitment, but all of them failed. The fat man waited happily in front of the entrance, counting the time, wanting to see just how long the person could last. Then a person walked out from inside. The fat man was surprised. "Really, that quick? Fail?" Seeing that the person was Lin Fan, the fat man said with a regrettable tone and a feeling of sympathy. Lin Fan flexed his neck, then smiled slightly. "Take him to D class." A voice came from inside. The voice was plain, but a trace of anger was brimming within it. The fat man froze in disbelief. The person had actually succeeded. Over 100 people had applied before, and no one succeeded. This. But D class wasn't really that good. It seemed that the person just got lucky and his strength wasn't really that high. So going to teach these untalented disciples wouldn't be a problem. Understood. The fat man responded respectfully towards the person inside, then took Lin Fan and left. Before leaving, Lin Fan looked back. This time, Lin Fan could accurately measure his strength. Lin Fan hadn't used twisting heaven and earth or black tiger steel's heart. Instead, he used the proper techniques: immovable imperial fist and wind-chasing sword skill. Lin Fan also understood now the advantage of having a large amount of true energy. It enhanced the damage of true energy. He currently had 2,200 true energy, which could compete with a level 5 post-celestial, but fighting full force with para-celestials still needed to wade. Then, the fat man brought Lin Fan to the living area of the Sky Heaven School. "If you want to move in, just inform me. I will report the news of you becoming the teacher of D class as soon as possible, so you will be able to start tomorrow." The fat man then explained all the things clearly. "How is this D class?" Lin Fan was a little excited. This was his first time teaching students, so he wondered what would happen. The fat man looked at Lin Fan. "The Sky Heaven School is split into the class ranks of A, B, C, and D. D class is the lowest in the school, which is composed of regular civilians. Their talent isn't too good, and their future potential is limited." Li Fan rolled his eyes. That guy was way too narrow-minded. All he did was tear up the guy's clothes. Was there a need to place him in the lowest class? But the lowest class was also fine. "Yours truly didn't come to teach. I just came for the identity. The 4 families in the Imperial Palace will not escape from my grasp." Chapter 45, You Are What I Say You Are. Chapter 45, You Are What I Say You Are. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The next day. D class, the lowest class rank within the Sky Heaven School. Every day, the students would come to the class dispirited, and the moment they passed through the school's entrance, they would lower their heads, avoiding the surrounding stares. The color of each class was determined by the Sky Heaven School. Blue was D class, and also represented the lowest clothes. The surrounding students laughed upon seeing the students in blue. After all, useless people weren't welcomed anywhere. Cultivation was about talent. Those with no talent were absolutely unlikely to have much success if they didn't have good opportunities. Thus, those without talent were just waste. These were the words they heard the most after entering the Sky Heaven School. They had been informed last night that a new teacher would be instructing them, but for them, this wasn't really significant. Basically, they had all given up on themselves. They just wanted to graduate after 3 years and open an honest small business, living as a regular person. On the road of cultivation, those with no talent couldn't be involved. As for the teacher, they didn't think much. The students weren't even pre-celestials, and even teachers despised them. What else was there to think? Lin Fan rose up early in the morning and washed himself well. Today was a big day. To have the chance to obtain the mighty position of teacher, the feeling was quite good. Along the way, Lin Fan asked about and learned the location of the D class. After arriving in front of the entrance of D class, he then stopped, took a breath and then walked in unhesitatingly. The moment he entered, Lin Fan felt a surge of depressing momentum wash over him. It made one kind of want to lose hope in life. I am your new teacher. My name is Lin Fan, and today is my first time meeting everyone. I hope everyone will respect me and not attempt any cheap moves. Lin Fan walked in and saw the students he will be teaching, each one sitting with a disheartened look at their desk. He then placed the things in hand on the podium. Did you all hear me? At this moment, when Lin Fan saw the brats ignoring him, he raised his voice and shouted out. The students who had given up the path of cultivation were all greatly shocked by Lin Fan's shout, but after letting out a sigh of relief, they again returned to their disheartened attitude. Alright, I will take attendance now to familiarize myself with you all. Lin Fan picked up the attendance sheet, but upon seeing the names, he frowned. The words were all very complicated. They looked like traditional Chinese words from his previous world, but at the same time, they were a bit different. But since Lin Fan was a teacher now, he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Although the words were difficult to read, they were still somewhat familiar, so they should be similar to Chinese characters. Lu Shui Shui. Lin Fan read one name, but no one responded. Lin Fan glanced at the students. Which one is Lu Shui Shui? Did the person not come to class? The disheartened students looked at each other, not recognizing the name the new teacher had called. Then a slightly timid-looking girl raised her hand. Teacher, my name is Lu Miao Miao. Lin Fan coldly breathed in, feeling his face redden a bit, then forced himself to remain composed. He was a teacher now, and he couldn't afford to lose face, so he replied. What, you think I can't read? Today, I am going to call you Lu Shui Shui. Humph, disrespectful towards your elders. Next. Lin Fan opened his hands and said while shrugging his shoulders. Chao Tianjiao, which one is Chao Tianjiao? Lin Fan looked at the sheet. He recognized the characters for this name, so he shouldn't be mistaken this time. The students looked around at each other, again not recognizing the name the teacher called. Which one is Chao Tianjiao? Why aren't you responding, absent? Sick, or something? If you don't come to class, how can you expect to advance along the path of martial arts? Lin Fan hollered. Then, a dignified-looking student who was looking around finally shook his head, thinking it must be his name. Teacher, me. Lin Fan saw the hand and immediately stepped forth. Why didn't you respond when I called your name? Do you think I won't slap you? For Lin Fan, a teacher must act the part. They must leave a strict impression on their students, a strict teaching style. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control them in the future. These were all things Lin Fan experienced during his time in school. Teacher, my name is Chao Fushu. Chao Fushu timidly said, feeling the new teacher was a bit off. How could he even misread names? At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly took a deep breath. If I say you are Chao Tianjiao, you are Chao Tianjiao, understood? Lin Fan said stubbornly. Chao Fushu. Chao Tianjiao. Chao Fushu. Chao Tianjiao. Chao Fushu looked at the new teacher, a bit exasperated, a bit hurt. In the end, he could only reluctantly nod. All right, that's me. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this. That's right. Good, next. After he had finished taking roll, Lin Fan swore he would never take attendance again. Taking attendance was even more tiring than fighting a boss. If I ever found out who invented the characters for this world, yours truly would definitely kill him. Out of 13 students, Lin Fan finally read one correctly while the other 12 students had their names forcefully changed by Lin Fan. Alright, since today is the first day, I will lay out the lessons from now on. In the morning would be moral lessons, and in the afternoon, practical lessons. The class will start now, everyone rise up. Lin Fan said strictly. The 13 students were confused. Just what was this moral lesson? Also, why were they standing up? Say good morning, teacher. Seeing the students stand there stupidly not knowing what to do next, Lin Fan began to feel a great burden upon him for the future. Good morning, teacher. The 13 students stared at Lin Fan dumbfounded, then finally cooperated with the crazy person in front of them. At the same time, they felt like bursting into tears. No matter how bad, how useless D-class was, handing them over to a crazy person was still too much. Good, sit down, the class is starting. Seeing the students being very obedient, Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Even if they had no talent, as long as they were obedient, then they were good students. Good, for today's first lesson I will talk about Fighting Through the Sky Chapter 1, Fall of the Genius. Ding, congratulations, unlocked profession, teacher. Chapter 46, can't you see the main point? Chapter 46, can't you see the main point? Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Today was a very meaningful day for Lin Fan. The profession of teaching was so sacrosanct, every word, every movement would affect a student's future development. Thus, Lin Fan was very serious. And now he had unlocked the teacher profession, which made Lin Fan a bit curious. Just what use did it have? Profession, teacher. Effects, every word, every sentence will greatly influence the students who hear them. Each word is sacred for students. Lin Fan scratched his head when he saw the description. He still didn't understand just what use the teacher profession was for. Although he didn't understand the use for the teacher profession, his current situation was clear. As an honorable teacher, he needed to prepare his next lesson for these cheeky, eager students. Lin Fan had read many novels before. Although he didn't remember them clearly, he was still able to talk about the earlier chapters. He was right now talking about Chapter 1 of Fighting Through the Sky to bring these students that had lost hope of the future a full bowl of chicken soup for the soul. The students looked at the new teacher up at the podium. Just what was this teacher doing? And just what is this fighting through the sky? Lin Fan gave a light cough. In the far distant continent of Doki was a very small city, and a young boy called Xiaoyan. The students didn't understand what the teacher was talking about. Just where was this continent of Doki? But as the teacher continued his story, they gradually became immersed. The teacher's voice was spell-like and directly touched their hearts. Lin Fan looked at the students and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the effects weren't bad, so he continued his lesson. Xian Yan was a genius, proud and confident. People admired him and envied him, but no one could surpass him. But one day, the acclaimed genius Xiaoyan lost his cultivation base overnight and became useless, and the people who had tried to curry his favor before turned and mocked him. His past glory was all gone in just one night. Lin Fan was confident of his eloquence. Although he didn't remember the plot in detail, just talking about the outline was still doable. He continued on for a while, then stopped, and the immersed student then looked anxiously at Lin Fan. Teacher, what happened next? Yes, teacher, what happened after Xian Yan became useless? The students became impatient seeing the teacher not continuing. When Lin Fan saw the student's expression, he knew the effect had been achieved. He then smiled, don't be hasty. Now you all can discuss and say your opinions. Zhu Yu, you start first. Lin Fan pointed to a round-faced boy sitting in the back. Teacher, my name is Zhu Di, not Zhu Yu. Lin Fan frowned, slightly unhappy. Okay, teacher, my name is Zhu Yu. My opinion is that after this genius Xiao Yan became useless, he felt very sad and lost hope in life. Zhu Di said after thinking. Yes, you are right. He had become even more useless than all of you, becoming insignificant in his family, losing everything he once had. He lost all hope, and for 3 years suffered countless humiliation and ridicule. But the tragic days were far from over, and something even more devastating then happened. His former fiancée then withdrew her engagement. Alright, now again say your opinions. Lin Fan then stopped before getting to the main point and instantly pointed to a student. Chao Tianjiao, you answer. The students were a bit exasperated. Why was the teacher like this and kept stopping halfway? This made them restless. Chao Tianjiao looked at the teacher while feeling a bit down. His name wasn't Chao Tianjiao, but after seeing the teacher's expression, even if it weren't, it would be from now on. Teacher, I believe this is a great disgrace for any man. Aside from public humiliation, he even suffered the humiliation of his fiancée breaking off their engagement. If it was me, I. Chao Tianjiao felt it was injustice, but when he started talking about himself, he then stopped. If it were you, what would you do? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Chao Tianjiao looked at the teacher and then scratched his head in embarrassment. I think I would accept it. I am not good enough for the other party after all. When Chao Tianjiao said this, the surrounding students began laughing. Lin Fan motioned them to settle down and continued the story. Then, Xiao Yan using his blood as ink and wrote a letter canceling the engagement. Life has its ups and downs, but don't look down on poor youths, this saying expressed Xiao Yan's inner rage and resentment. At the same time, it also carried the full fury of his past 3 years. Lin Fan's tone also changed with the scene. The students listened, and at the end, their hearts felt like they had been moved, as if an invisible force had begun assaulting their heart that had lost all hope in the future. Ding, teacher profession experience plus 10. Lin Fan then realized that his experience had increased. He paused in a bit of confusion. It hadn't increased earlier, but why did it increase now? It seemed he would need to carefully inspect the teacher profession later. The expression "don't look down on poor youths" is so accurate. I will also work harder from now on. So what if my talent can't compare to them? At the very least, I have to live up to myself. Zhu Di clenched his fist, his plump face flushed red. That's right, I will also work hard from now on. Lin Fan paused. Was it that easy to make them regain their confidence? This didn't make sense. Was it perhaps the effect of the teacher profession? Lin Fan didn't understand, but continued on. Xiao Yan suffered such humiliation, so he wanted to become stronger, but he had become essentially useless, so how would he achieve that? Just when Xiao Yan didn't know what to do, a mighty and powerful master emerged, who was swayed by Xiao Yan's unyielding heart. He believed Xiao Yan had potential, and took him under his wing, and assisted with his growth. Lin Fan then summarized. Xiao Yan worked hard and raised his cultivation base, then reattained his position within society and regained his glory. Of course, Lin Fan had changed several areas of the story, as just using the original plot wouldn't do. After Lin Fan finished, the 13 students were now brimming with motivation. Boys and girls clenched their fists and were flushed red, feeling an unlimited power towards the future. After the lesson, the previous dead-like atmosphere had disappeared. The depressing attitude now replaced with an unyielding confidence. Lin Fan was satisfied. He had been thinking of saying more, but who would have thought just this little would have so much effect? Alright, the story of Xiao Yan is finished. Now, after hearing the whole story, what do you all think the main point is? Lin Fan crossed his hands and smiled confidently at the students. Teacher, I think the most important point is to have an unyielding heart. To be strong, endure humiliation, never give up. Work hard and strive. Lin Fan looked at the talking students and shook his head, disagreeing with their words. Teacher, what do you think the most important point is? Lu Miao asked in puzzlement when she saw the teacher shaking his head. Lin Fan looked at Lu Miao, Lu Shui, and everyone else. What you said are also important. But I believe the most important point is that Xiao Yan met a good teacher just like me. What do you think? Lin Fan felt that this group of students wasn't particularly smart. It lost all meaning if he had to say it, to not even know the main point. Lu Miao froze, apparently caught off guard. Lin Fan shook his head. You see, Xiao Yan had become useless. How could he rise up by just himself? It's all because he met a good teacher. That's why this teacher is crucial to why Xiao Yan was able to regain his glory. Without the teacher guiding Xiao Yan, he wouldn't have been able to achieve all the later stuff. Do you agree with what I say? Lu Miao and the rest re-evaluated their opinions after hearing the teacher's analysis, feeling that the teacher's words made sense. After everyone glanced at each other, they all immediately stood up respectfully and then bowed to Lin Fan. Teacher, please take care of us. We also want to become like Xiao Yan. We don't want to be looked down on by others for our entire lives. Please, teacher. Lin Fan nodded very in satisfaction. They were worth teaching. They understood the story's most important point. That wasn't an easy task. Ding, congratulations teacher profession, experience plus 10. Ding, congratulations teacher profession, experience plus 10. Ding, congratulations teacher upgraded to mentor. Ding, congratulations unlocked mentor. Chapter 47, How can the qualities of these teachers be compared with mine? Chapter 47, How can the qualities of these teachers be compared with mine? Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Lin Fan didn't think the teacher profession would be upgraded so quickly, which caught him off guard. Today's lesson ends here. I hope when you all will come without fail to my afternoon lesson. He was a mentor now, so naturally, he needed to be strict. Strictness was also a form of nurturing, which wasn't inaccurate at all. Yes, teacher. Teacher, take care. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction when he felt the students' admiring gazes upon him. This chicken soup for the soul was as expected a peerless godly soup. Just drinking the soup could make someone rise again even after taking a devastating hit, and motivate themselves again. He had been using the identity of a teacher to hide his identity, but now that he had the power of a mentor, Lin Fan didn't mind guiding a few good students. This group of talentless people was considered useless by others. If they didn't have the guidance of a radiant and dazzling mentor, then it was likely they would be like that for their entire lives. Lin Fan walked while examining the upgraded profession. After his examination, Lin Fan realized the mentor profession was a bit complicated, and not as easy as he thought it was. After the respected teacher had left, the 13 students looked at each other and clenched their fists, bringing them to their hearts. From today onwards, I will start anew. I don't want to be useless anymore. That's right. Don't look down on poor youths. I am going right now to tell those guys from C-class to not look down on me. Let's go. Then, the group of students that had been successfully brainwashed by Lin Fan headed off to tell off the people who had humiliated them as if gods had possessed them. Don't look down on poor youths. There were several new functions after the teacher profession upgraded to mentor. Initiation can transfer one's own skills to disciples. The martial skill taught to disciples can be raised 3 levels higher than its original level. Wisdom can teach others, explain the meaning of stories, and enhance students' understanding. Encouraging hand, when students report to the teacher, they hope to gain the teacher's acknowledgement. The teacher's hand, when patted on the student's head, can raise the abilities of disciples. Can raise into the abilities of a genius. Lin Fan felt these three skills were very crazy. Especially wisdom and encouraging hand, they were completely against the law of nature. A person's abilities come from birth and were decided by the gods before exiting the mother's womb. Unless one had the Saint-class supreme medicinal pill to change their own qualifications, it was impossible. Lin Fan also knew of the different qualifications: mediocre, genius, great genius, peerless genius. Lin Fan had heard the 4 ranks before from his senior brothers, and now his mentor profession could raise the qualifications of his disciples to the genius level. But these current 13 students hadn't even reached pre-celestial stage yet. This was quite rare for people of their age, so it likely wasn't something as simple as mediocre. If there were another lower rank, his students would most likely be idiots. The Sky Heaven School was divided into A, B, C, and D. Each grade had several hundred to several thousand students. The D class was essentially composed of the forsaken students, which didn't have any special requirements to enter. One just needed to be of age. Going from the large population of the Yen dynasty, if everyone were to apply, the Sky Heaven School wouldn't be able to support them. But with children who weren't talented, they could have them give up on the path to cultivation and instead just open a small business or study, and if they were lucky, maybe they could even be a low-rank official. Lin Fan also came to an understanding after he finished analyzing these 3 effects. The initiation effect was not bad. For example, he could transfer titanium-grade demon body to the students. Then, those students would be able to raise the level 3 titanium-grade demon body to level 6. For a regular person, this would already be a huge achievement. Of course, someone as crazy as Lin Fan, it couldn't be even considered. Not long after, Lin Fan came to Sky Heaven School's dining hall. This dining hall only gave food for teachers. Most students lived at home, and for the ones that lived in the school, they would have to pay to eat here. Lin Fan looked around the dining hall, and saw both teachers and students. From the students' extraordinary atmosphere about them and the clothing of the A class, he could feel a vast difference compared to his students. First level post-celestial. Second level post-celestial. Lin Fan realized that mostly everyone was post-celestial here. In the Sky Heaven School, they could be considered the top, but compared to the Saint Devil's sect they were a long way off. Although there might perhaps have been a hidden master that hadn't appeared yet. Just as Lin Fan was observing his surroundings, a man sitting near Lin Fan looked at him suspiciously. "Are you a new teacher?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded while smiling. 5th level post-celestial. The cultivation base was alright, but it could only be considered average. "I thought you looked unfamiliar." "I am the teacher of B class, Lu Qingfeng." Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. "Lin Fan, teacher of D class." Lin Fan said. As soon as Lin Fan said D class, Lu Qingfeng paused a bit and looked slightly disgusted. Then, the previously warm Lu Qingfeng became uninterested in an instant. Lin Fan shook his head, not taking it to heart. He was not interested in a mere level 5 post-celestial. Eternal demon body was already level 2, and a level 5 post-celestial couldn't provide much experience anymore. He couldn't be bothered to care. But even Buddhas could get angry. Lin Fan, being an honorable and sacred teacher, naturally would also get angry. Lu Qingfeng was conversing with other teachers, not even paying attention to the nearby Lin Fan, and continued talking bad about D class. "Those students of D class, I don't know what they are thinking. With such mediocre qualifications, they have no hope in martial arts. Garbage among garbage, hundreds of classes and only a few teachers. Can those even be considered teachers? They are only pre-celestials. Even the worst student in my class is a level 1 post-celestial. They're not even class. Lin Fan sat to the side eating, and for some reason felt the words distasteful. If Monkey Steel's peach hadn't upgraded and still possessed its devastating damage, I would really like to deal one to each of you. They continued displaying their own superiority in front of him, and this made Lin Fan even unhappier. Even inside the Saint Devil sect, no one would despise the outer sect disciples. But it would seem the Sky Heaven school was apparently good enough to discriminate. Lin Fan could see from this point that the dream of Sky Heaven school wanting to surpass sects was entirely impossible. Those snobbish teachers couldn't be compared to himself. This professional quality was far too vast, just like the heaven and earth. Chapter 48, Acting Superior, Will Make You Suffer. Chapter 48, Acting Superior, Will Make You Suffer. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. Hey, you lot, are you insulting my students? Lin Fan put down his utensils and glanced over at them. Trying to act superior in front of yours truly, that won't do. Although the 13 students were idiots right now, with an honorable and sacred teacher like himself, did they really think they would remain nameless? What, you have a problem with that? A teacher sitting in front of Lu Qingfeng said in an arrogant tone. Lin Fan glanced at him, also a level 5 post-celestial. His presence was violent, and it seemed that he trained in those violent types of martial skills. Teacher Hu, calm down. This is a new teacher of D class, and probably doesn't know the rules here yet. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. In this world, the strong ate the weak and power was respected. Particularly in the Sky Heaven school, the strong had a total say. Although the D class existed in the Sky Heaven school, in these teachers' eyes, they essentially didn't exist. The amount of students that came daily were only about half, and it was basically a forsaken grade. The main reason it was created was because the founder had proposed not giving up on anyone. Even if the person had no talent, as long as they were willing to stay on the path of martial arts, they would do everything possible to ensure they received the best guidance. The current school's principal still adhered to the founder's policy, but just didn't enforce it anymore. Rules, I really don't know them. But, insulting my students means insulting me, and I am not a very forgiving person. Lin Fan laughed dryly. Teacher Lin, if you aren't satisfied, we can have a match on the school's fighting stage. There's no point in arguing about it here. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. The fighting stage was built for the reason of settling disputes within the Sky Heaven school. It was a place decided by strength. Private conflicts were prohibited within the school. But naturally, the fighting stage was still used for private conflicts between teachers and students. After the school was divided into the 4 grades of A, B, C, and D, conflicts between teachers lessened, but conflicts between students were still common. Alright, meet me in the fighting stage in the afternoon. Of course, not just you 3 too, in the afternoon, you all will end up like this table. Lin Fan lightly tapped the table. Deflowering finger instantly activated and true energy surged into the table. Lin Fan rose, then left without looking back. In the afternoon, he would give his 13 students their second lesson. Lu Qingfeng watched Lin Fan left and snorted in disdain. Alright, a mere D-class teacher dares to act this arrogant. I want to see if he will dare to face us in the ring in the afternoon. Lu Qingfeng said. A mere clown. A person like him teaching D-class, they will never amount much. Rather than amount much, they won't even cause a ripple. The students of D-class have mediocre talent, they can't even reach pre-celestial. What use do they have? Enough, there's no point in continuing, it will just ruin our mood. Let's just continue our conversation. Alright. Clank. Just as Lu Qingfeng and the rest were about to continue their conversation, the iron table suddenly cracked and turned into ashes. This. Lu Qingfeng and the rest froze, not believing the spectacle in front of them. Lin Fan had exited the dining hall with a small smile. Deflowering finger wasn't really elegant, but in terms of destructive power, it was Lin Fan's current strongest martial skill. Afternoon. The students Lin Fan were teaching had long arrived at the classroom, and had changed greatly now. Earlier when they came to school, the atmosphere about them was dead. But now, each one of their faces was brimming with indomitable vigor and spirit. Currently, the 13 students were bruised, as if they had just been beaten up, but their pain only made them even more vigorous. Today I went to see 6th class and told them about not looking down on the poor youths. I said I will reattain my dignity one day. Although they beat me, I didn't feel any pain. I felt like I had regained the confidence I had long lost. Zhu Di said excitedly. Me too, although the guy was stronger than me, I believe I will definitely become stronger under teacher's guidance. Xiao Fushu said and clenched his fist. I was also beaten up, but when I went back for lunch and told my parents that I would work hard, they became moved and told me to do my best. Teacher for a day but father for life. I will work hard, I won't let teacher Lin down. Alright, everyone do their best, we must prove ourselves. Lin Fan walked into the classroom, and after seeing the excited students, he felt a bit curious. What happened to you all? The students looked at each other and then stood up respectfully. Teacher, we will work hard and will not let you down. Lin Fan froze, then smiled slightly. Seeing the students having such confidence in him was very gratifying. But just confidence alone wasn't enough, qualifications decided all. They weren't even mediocre level, and even if they tried as hard as they could, it wouldn't do any good. It seemed he was needed, and he must use his noble light to lead this group of lost sheep to the top of life. Lin Fan was very confident for the time being. Before he would ransack the 4 families in Imperial City, it seemed he would need to properly train this group. As a role model, he must do his very best. Alright, since you all have such confidence, I am very pleased. Everyone follow me now, I will give you the second lesson for the day, that is squashing. Lin Fan said. The 13 students looked at their teacher, puzzled. Squashing? What is that? What is teacher trying to teach? The 13 students followed behind him. They were very curious, just what was teacher trying to teach them? Currently, many people were gathered around the fighting stage. Students and teachers from all 4 grades stood there, and were extremely curious towards the fight between teachers. After all, the fighting stage hadn't been used for a long time. Birds of a feather flocked together. Everyone was standing in groups. Accordingly, students and teachers of A, B, C, and D all stood with their respective grades. They didn't interact much with people outside their own grades, and thus, conflict was rare. Even if there were fights, students would deal with them privately. As for the teachers, they were more mature, so they wouldn't openly pick a fight with people stronger than them. This time, they heard a mere D-class teacher had dared to challenge 4 different teachers of B-class all at once. This made them wonder if that D-class teacher had perhaps lost his mind. Chapter 49, Lin Fan's honorable teacher image leaves a deep impression on others. Chapter 49, Lin Fan's honorable teacher image leaves a deep impression on others. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. You think the D-class teacher is perhaps stupid? To dare challenge 4 B-class teachers all alone, I wonder how he will die. One B-class student dressed in silver said and shook his head in disdain. The world is big and full of wonders. Teacher Lu Qingfeng, Teacher Huban, Teacher Jun Wuchang, and Teacher Li Xiaojun are all veteran level 5 post-celestial masters. Against the 4 together, even a level 6 post-celestial would find it difficult to handle, and yet a mere D-class teacher has confidence. Today sure is strange. I passed by C-class earlier, and there were some garbage from D-class trying to pick a fight saying something about not looking down on poor youths. I was also in tears when I heard that. There is no need for this. Even if he wants to prove himself, there are better methods. It's a waste to even watch this fight. It's better to just go select a book from the library and read it. Senior Brother Lu, I heard you borrowed an upper earth class book called Immeasurable Sea. Did you already cultivate it? As expected, senior brother Lou is a genius, to even cultivate Immeasurable Sea already. Of course not, Immeasurable Sea has 6 levels, I have only raised it to level 3. There's still a long way to go from it being finished. Since I haven't progressed much recently, I also picked out a few other martial skills to cultivate, as there's nothing wrong with learning more skills. Senior brother Lou was prideful inside, but humbly dismissed it on the outside. Hey, senior brother Lou, someone is coming. It looks like people from D class. Currently, Lin Fan was leisurely walking over, completely paying no heed to the upcoming match. Teacher, why are we coming here? Chao Fu Shu asked in puzzlement. Tiaojiao, I am going to show you all your second lesson. Lin Fan replied with indifference. Chao Fu Shu froze. Why were they having their second lesson here? They were D-class students, but they still knew this was the fighting stage, and today, there were many people here at the stage. Perhaps someone was going to have a competition? Perhaps the teacher brought them here to observe the match. Teacher probably wants us to observe a match between masters to show us that if we become masters, we will also be like them. Lu Shueishui was a girl, so naturally, she thought more. She had a good brain, but it still didn't change the fact that her qualifications were on the idiotic level. Lu Shueishui respected her teacher very much. Since teacher Lin had called her Lu Shueishui, she was prepared to change her name to this for the rest of her life, as the name was given by her teacher. Shueishui, you sure are smart, we didn't even think of that. Zhu Yu honestly said. Lu Shueishui raised her head high, but when she saw her teacher suddenly walk up the stage, she was startled. Teacher, what are you doing? Squashing people. Lin Fan said without looking back. The 13 students froze upon hearing this, not understanding what their teacher meant. You better call a doctor for your teacher, otherwise when he starts vomiting blood, it'll be too late. One B-class student said in a superior tone. Chao Tianzhou and the rest heard this and were stunned. Teacher was going to compete? But teacher didn't mention this. Besides, it was teacher's first day, how could he already have a conflict with other teachers? Your D-class sure is special, aside from garbage, even the teacher is stupid, to challenge 4 at once. He's just asking to die. The B-class students began mocking them. Don't you dare insult our teacher. Chao Tianzhou glared hotly at the B-class students. Ha ha. The B-class students shook their head in disdain. Lin Fan walked slowly upstage. Seeing the 4 teachers standing there, he smiled, then turned to look at his students. Chao Tianzhou and the rest turned to look at him. Seeing that people of all kinds were gathered, Lin Fan felt that it was a prime opportunity to give his students their second lesson. A teacher acted as a guide for students, so naturally, he had to carve his own image deep into the hearts of his students. Honorable, majestic, sacred, and mighty. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back, then looked at them with piercing eyes, his voice low and majestic. In other people's eyes, you are all garbage, mediocre, but in my eyes, you all are the smartest in this world. These 4 people said you're all garbage and unteachable idiots. I will prove right now that they are even lower than idiots in my eyes. Teacher. At this moment, the students looked tearfully at their beloved teacher. They didn't think that the reason their teacher was competing was because of them. They were used to people calling them garbage and idiots at the Sky Heaven School, never fighting back even when they were bullied. Upon hearing the words of their teacher, they were touched to the deepest depths of their hearts. Broken upon impact, their tears flooded out, pouring out endlessly. Your words are quite righteous, but I wonder how much confidence you have to back them up. Lu Qingfeng said cynically. Since the person had gone this far, there was no point in holding back. Lin Fan looked at the 4 level 5 post-celestials. They were a bit challenging with just his cultivation base, but only if he wasn't serious. Then, it was time to get serious. Today, I will let you taste my double-edged axe and cut you into pieces. the violent Huban roared out. Lin Fan stood on stage, his breath the same as he plainly said, "My students, watch carefully now. In the future, you will be just as strong." "Yes, teacher." The 13 students nodded their heads furiously, the tears still flowing. This was the first time they were valued by people other than their families. The spectating students suddenly realized that this D-class teacher was somewhat different from other teachers. This was the first time they had heard a teacher say these kinds of words. But then, they shook their heads. Here strength was respected. If one wanted others to look up to them, then one needed to have the corresponding strength and talent. Otherwise, it meant nothing. The talent of the D-class students had already been determined. No matter how strong their teacher was, it didn't change their destiny. "You four come at me. I will let you understand what terrible price you all will pay for looking down on someone." A wind blew by, lifting up Lin Fan's robes. Lin Fan, who held his hands behind his back, suddenly had a peerless image in the eyes of the students, just like a master ever so bright. "Ha, triple-layered axe." Huban couldn't hold back any longer and jumped up, his energy rushing about. The double-edged axes cut towards Lin Fan's shoulders with unimaginable power. The triple-layered axe was Huban's specialty, one axe carrying triple strength. Even people of the same level would have difficulty withstanding it. Lin Fan stood there motionless, a slight smile on his lips. "Teacher." The 13 students paled upon seeing the current scene. Why wasn't teacher dodging? Lu Qingfeng and the rest laughed. Was he perhaps trying to endure it? Simply an idiotic dream. Chapter 50, Crushing You All from the Highest Point of Morality. Chapter 50, Crushing You All from the Highest Point of Morality. Translator, Cao's editor, Hitesh. Lin Fan smiled, standing there pleasantly. His shoulders slightly moved as he endured Huban's triple-layered axe. Not bad, not bad, the power of triple-layered axe is stronger with each layer. All 3 layers at once, a normal person indeed wouldn't be able to endure it. Lin Fan was completely unfazed and smiled. Ding, congratulations Eternal Demon Body Experience plus 3000. When the triple-layered energy surged into his body, Lin Fan had actually thought it was quite comfortable as he converted the energy into the experience. How can this be? Huban's expression changed, not believing what had happened. His triple-layered axe had been blocked by the mere flesh of this person. How was that possible? The 13 D-class students had originally wanted to close their eyes, but upon seeing the current scene, they began cheering. "Teacher is awesome. Teacher, you're so strong." The students from the other grades began frowning in disbelief. Lin Fan smiled as his finger delicately stroked Huban's axe, his nails gently rubbing against them. "Triple-layered axe is a good martial skill, just that it seems you haven't completely mastered it. What a shame," Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Deflowering finger instantly activated and Huban's axes gave off a humming sound. The subtle burst of strength startled Huban as his axes were pressed down. "Humph, it seems I underestimated you." Huban looked indignantly at Lin Fan, realizing that the person wasn't as weak as he appeared. No one would actually be stupid enough to dare challenge all 4 of them if they didn't have anything to back themselves up with. When Lin Fan looked at the group of students cheering for Huban, he said in a regrettable tone, "I worry for all of your futures since you're his students." Lin Fan didn't attack directly and had pushed back Huban with that one move. Using that chance, he started preaching. "Bastard, enough nonsense." Huban heard this and his face flushed incredibly. He raised his 2 axes and swung towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, ignoring it. "The axes are gone, and you still want to fight? What did you say?" Huaben was startled and even more enraged, but at that moment, his originally intact axes suddenly cracked and then broke into pieces. "How is this possible?" Huban stared at his 2 empty hands, then at the shards on the ground, his rage skyrocketing. "You dare break my weapons? I will kill you." Roaring Tiger Fist. Huban roared as energy enveloped his two fists, and just like the roar of two tigers, his fist flew over WTH great momentum. Ha, as a beacon for students, there is nothing wrong with losing. But when you don't even have the courage to admit defeat, how can you expect to properly teach your students? How disappointing. Lin Fan said regrettably, then looked towards the group of students. I feel sad for your futures. The students who had been previously cheering Huban were stunned, not knowing how to respond. Bastard, you. Huban's face was beet red, as the power in his hands increased several-fold. Teacher, watch out. Lu Shuai exclaimed loudly. Lin Fan smiled. No matter, evil cannot win over good, the world is as big as your heart. Die. Huban's two fists crashed onto Lin Fan's body and a swirl of dust flew up from the ground. Ding, congratulations Eternal Demon Body Experience plus 2000. Lin Fan shook his head at Huban. Can't you at least punch harder? With 4 million experience and just going by thousands, who knows how long that will take? Teacher Hu, your cultivation is still lacking. Lin Fan continued regrettably shaking his head. Immovable Imperial Fist. Bam! Lin Fan slightly moved, and then a light fist landed on Huban's body. Huban then flew out of the stage with an expression of disbelief. The 13D class students were long dumbfounded from start to finish when they saw this scene. They didn't think their teacher was strong to the point where a B-class teacher couldn't even fight back. Teacher is awesome. Zhu Yu and the rest began cheering in excitement. Lin Fan dismissed it and said in a serious tone, the purpose of this lesson is first to teach you that you shouldn't be afraid of losing. You should be afraid of not accepting the results. On the path of cultivation, one would face many perils in order to reform themselves and to further advance. Teacher Huban refused to accept his failures, so his success on the path of cultivation would not be too great. As my disciples, I want you all to remember not to be like him, understood? Teacher, we understand. We will not be like Teacher Huban. The 13 students replied at the same time. Yes, you are all worth teaching. Lin Fan happily nodded. At this moment, Lin Fan's image became even mightier within the 13 students' hearts. They previously had just thought that their teacher was strong, but now they felt Teacher Lin was the very guide of their life, there to lead them out of the most troubled times of their lives. Even the spectating students felt a change slowly happening deep within their hearts. This teacher is extraordinary. How does D-class have this kind of teacher? Is that why the words they said made so much sense? Huban, who was beaten off stage by Lin Fan, spat forth blood and anger upon hearing these words, a rage attacking his heart. He didn't think in his many years of teaching, he would be taught a lesson by someone else and in front of so many students. Just how was he supposed to keep up his dignified image in front of the students in the future? In the Great Yin Dynasty, when a person reached a certain cultivation base, if they wanted to advance even more, they must join a sect and receive even further training. But some people held on to the thoughts of rather being a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail, staying within the school to teach students and possess the feeling of superiority. Huban's failure startled Lu Qingfeng and the rest, who felt the power to be way too incredible. They were all level 5 post-celestials, but in a one-on-one fight, Huban would have the upper hand. Now that Huban had lost, there was essentially no hope for them to win. The 3 people were now fretting that if they lost, the humiliation they would face in front of the students would be immeasurable. It's you 3's turn now, make your move. Lin Fan said plainly. Lu Qingfeng and the rest looked at each other, then Lu Qingfeng stepped forth bringing his hands together. Teacher Lin, your skills are superior. All 3 of us concede, so let's end this matter here. Lin Fan looked at the 3 while frowning slightly. This pattern was off. According to logic, these 3 would try to fight me to the death. How could they give up so soon? If they gave up, he wouldn't be able to display his own glorious image in front of his students. This won't do. Teacher Lu, Teacher Jun, Teacher Li, when you go on stage to fight, only one can remain standing. A human's heart should be forgiving, so usually, I wouldn't be so aggressive. But you insulted my students, so as a teacher, I feel you must admit your own mistakes and act as a role model in front of everyone. That's why you should apologize to my students. Lin Fan said in a casual manner. What? Lu Qingfeng and the rest were all startled. This was impossible, teachers couldn't apologize to students. This was an unprecedented matter in history. Lin Fan slightly frowned as a middle-graded sword appeared instantly in his hand. Ha, so disappointing. Humans aren't saints, they aren't perfect. To not even have the courage to admit your errors, how can you teach students like this? Lin Fan sighed, then looked down at the students. You and you, or any other students currently here, was there ever a time where you were right but when in front of the authority of a teacher, you had to concede even though you were right? Lin Fan felt his charismatic skills were getting better and better. A chicken soup for the soul must be drunk in big gulps. This truth also came in handy. Power was only a surface facade. Only when one stood on the highest point of morality could one effortlessly crush all in front of them. Ever happened before? Lin Fan looked at the students off stage, his tone rising. Upon hearing those words, a feeling rushed in the students off stage. Things they had locked away began slowly unlocking when they heard Lin Fan's words. Chapter 51, Brightest Figure That Shines on All. Chapter 51, Brightest Figure That Shines on All. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The 13 students looked at the dazzling image of their teacher on stage, their hearts boiling. Ever happened before? They wanted to shout out to their teacher that it had. Even though they were garbage, they still had times where they were right, but they had faltered due to their inner fears and could only stay silent in the end. Lin Fan looked at the students immersed in their thoughts, then slightly sighed. They were still kids, and their hearts were too pure. On the path of martial arts, one must be straightforward and true to their hearts. If you bury the truth in your heart due to something like fear, you will never go far in the path of martial arts. Now, tell me clearly, has it ever happened before? Lin Fan's momentum was like a sun of justice, shining down on all the students off stage. The voice traveled deep into the hearts of the students and completely blew them open. The students who were initially here just to spectate felt their blood begin to boil on hearing him. The unhappiness they had buried deep in their hearts began to surge forth. Yes. I have. Teacher Lin is right. No one is perfect. Just because we have different opinions than the teacher, why are we in the wrong? One time, the flow of my true energy became blocked. I believed it was due to one of the martial skills I was cultivating, but my teacher said it was a health problem due to my body and forced me to drink bitter medicine. I kept this incident buried in my heart and never said anything because he was my teacher. The students under Lin Fan's encouragement began pouring out all the anguish they had in their hearts. Lu Qingfeng and the rest on stage began to look extremely displeased. How did a simple competition turn into this? They had become the target of public criticism. Just what was going on? The collapsed human repeatedly spat forth blood upon hearing Lin Fan's words. It was infuriating, incredibly infuriating. Reversing black and white, how could he be so despicable? Lin Fan looked at the agitated students and motioned for them to settle down. Although you all aren't my students, you are still students of the Sky Heaven School. I want to tell you all that if you believe you are right, then don't let others influence you. Stay true to your heart and do what you believe is right. The students looked up at Lin Fan, their respect gradually rising. Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your lesson. The students were all good students. They knew how to be accepting, they weren't stupid. If they thought about it, they would be able to realize who was wrong or right. It was just that they were still too innocent. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The results were good, students were indeed easier to sway. Then Lin Fan looked towards Lu Qingfeng's party. You three must apologize to my students. The expression on Lu Qingfeng and his group changed repeatedly, then they lightly said, Teacher Lin, you have to leave us a lifeline for the future. If you make us apologize to the students, how are we supposed to keep up our image in the future? Lin Fan closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, raised the sword in hand and flourished it. In that case, be prepared to receive my attack. Teacher Lin, wait. Lu Qingfeng's party hastily lifted their hands. They knew they weren't a match for Lin Fan. If they really fought, their outcome could possibly be worse than Huban. Furthermore, they didn't know what other kinds of things the person would say to the students. Are you all going to apologize? Lin Fan looked at the three and smiled. This. Lu Qingfeng's party hesitated. Just how could they do something like apologizing to students? They were teachers, how could they apologize to a bunch of D-class students? If the word got out, they would become laughingstocks. I think Teacher Lu should apologize. After hearing Teacher Lin's word today, I feel that I shouldn't have looked down on people. I apologize to fellow students of D class. Yes, me too. Teacher Lu, apologize. 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 The students who had been initially quiet began chanting out together. This was the desire of their hearts. The decision had been set in motion and was irreversible now. Lu Shueishui and her class watched the current scene. They were speechless and surprised. They had never thought a day like this would come. Lu Qingfeng's party looked at their surrounding and finally nodded. All right, we apologize. Lin Fan slightly smiled and then beckoned towards Lu Shueishui and the class. Everyone come over and accept the sincere apologies of the three teachers. Lu Shueishui and the class were surprised and a bit scared, but under Teacher Lin's encouraging eyes, they plucked up their courage and walked on stage. The 13 students formed a line and stood upright, but they couldn't bring themselves to look into the three teachers' eyes. Remember, when you receive someone's apology, you must look them straight in the eyes. In the future, you must remember to be forgiving to others, understand? Lin Fan said. Teacher, we understand. Lu Shueishui and the rest said as they flushed excitedly. Lu Qingfeng's party were very angry within their hearts. Huban, who was collapsed on the ground, remained motionless on the ground pretending to gravely injured after seeing the current scene. Yeah right, like I would apologize to students, not even in your dreams. I will just quietly lie here and avoid this situation. My fellow three teachers, come. Lin Fan spread out his hands and said. Lu Qingfeng's party looked at each other, then sighed helplessly and walked over to the 13 students. Lu Shueishui and her class clutched the edges of their clothes nervously, but they still obeyed their teacher and looked straight ahead at the three teachers. But after looking, they realized that the B-class teachers were actually not so scary after all. We apologize to you all. Lu Qingfeng slightly closed his eyes and finally said these words. Then he looked towards Lin Fan. Excuse me then. After being embarrassed in front of so many students, they didn't know just what would happen in the future. Wait. Lin Fan spoke up at this moment. Lu Qingfeng's party stiffened. Did he perhaps want to demand something else? Since the teachers have apologized to you all, then you should accept them in good faith. Tell the three teachers, we accept your apology. Lin Fan smiled deviously in his heart and said. The 13 students nodded, then looked towards the three teachers. We accept your apology. The 13 students felt like they were dreaming at this moment. They had never thought a day like this would come for them. For B-class teachers to apologize to them, it was something they never even dared to think about before. The faces of Lu Qingfeng's party became paler and paler, then they left without looking back even once. Huban then also quickly got up and slipped away dejectedly. Lin Fan looked towards the 13 students while smiling, and nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked at the students off stage. You all remember these words. Stay true to your hearts. Dismissed. Ding, congratulations mentor profession, experience plus 200. Lin Fan then smiled happily. As expected, those with brains live the best while those with no brains like Li Qingfeng's party can only walk away in gloom. Life needs to be grasped when the opportunity comes. Chapter 52, Mysterious Hidden Arts. Chapter 52, Mysterious Hidden Arts. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. After the lesson at the fighting stage, his glorious image must have been carved deeply within numerous students. Of course, the more perfect a person, the more people would envy him. Just as soon as the competition ended, many insults of all kinds emerged. A bunch of mediocre students. No matter how hard they work, they will never amount to much. Talent decides everything. A pheasant cannot become a phoenix. Lin Fan paid no heed to these insults. Yours truly will just train a bunch of great students for you all to see. Today's lesson was very beneficial for the 13 students. They felt as if they had found the very teacher for their lives, a teacher that understood them. After the competition had ended, Lin Fan gave his students the half-day off, telling them to do what they wanted. When Lin Fan was in the Saint Devil sect, he regretted not going to the hidden library to pick out some martial skills. Since he had come to the Sky Heaven School, if he continued to neglect the martial skills, he would really just be asking to be struck down by the heavens. As for the level of martial skills, Lin Fan didn't bother with that. He was fine as long as it was a martial skill, since he could level them up endlessly. Even unconventional skills like monkey steal speech could be raised to godlike damaging levels. Thus, there were no skills that were beneath him. The Sky Heaven School was founded by powerful people and supported by the imperial family. Although the martial skills they had in their library couldn't be compared to the Saint Devil sect, they still couldn't be underestimated. When Lin Fan signed in and entered the library, he saw numerous students inside selecting martial skills, making him lament for a while. The library was huge. Rows and rows of shelves contained numerous different kinds of manuals, but some shelves were also really empty. It seemed martial skills were indeed quite scarce. Lin Fan's finger brushed a manual, checking to see if anything fit him. Ding, discovered unconventional martial skill crescent feet, learn. Ding, discovered unconventional martial skill iron crotch, learn. Ding, discovered low-rank martial skill of the light category hidden arts, learn. Lin Fan checked through all of them and felt exasperated towards the Sky Heaven School. They were all unconventional martial skills. How could they be used to teach good students? What a disappointment! At that moment, Lin Fan found a low-rank light-class martial skill and was overjoyed. This was a good start. A low-rank light-class martial skill wasn't very good, but among the other terrible selections, to even be able to find one low-rank light-class martial skill was already pretty decent. Hidden arts? The name seemed to have potential. Lin Fan took out the hidden arts and carefully inspected it. The cover was a bit worn out and appeared to be quite old. Lin Fan opened to the first page and read it carefully. This was a martial skill theorized by a past teacher of the Sky Heaven School, but no one had been able to cultivate it. So the sole cultivator was the teacher who had theorized it. Lin Fan glanced through it and then understood. The theory was derived from the teacher's encounter with a monster that was capable of camouflaging itself under any environment. The theory was to disappear right before someone's eyes. But the teacher had split hidden arts into 3 levels, each level more strange than the previous. Upon reaching the 3rd level, one could circulate their inner true energy and change according to the surrounding colors. But when Lin Fan read the rest, he became speechless. This teacher had been hacked to death. It turned out that the teacher had been fighting an enemy and had tried to stealth attack by using hidden arts to camouflage himself. He had thought the enemy couldn't see him, but it turned out that the enemy was pretending that he couldn't see him, and had purposely let him draw near before cutting the teacher down. After the enemy had cut the teacher down, he left a few words before leaving, "You think I am blind?" Thus the teacher before his death had used his blood to write a message to warn future cultivators of hidden arts to be cautious when cultivating it. Isn't this just transforming yourself into a chameleon? Lin Fan cackled, feeling the teacher's idea wasn't bad, but it was a bit stupid. Even if a chameleon changed colors, as long as one wasn't blind, they could still see it. But the martial skill was still not bad, so Lin Fan was a bit interested. The martial skill only had 3 levels, but under his endless leveling, he could raise it to a crazy level. Ding, congratulations, learned hidden arts. Hidden arts level 10 out of 100. Then, Lin Fan continued his search through the first floor of the library, but all the martial skills here were either unconventional or light class. Some had a little practical value, and Lin Fan always adhered to one idea, which was quality over quantity when it came to martial skills. He still hadn't raised wind-chasing sword skill, deflowering finger, immovable imperial fist, psychedelic body, and black tiger steel's heart to their max levels. So if he also learned a bunch of unconventional skills along with them, he would never progress much. Lin Fan then saw someone descend from a staircase, his heart leaping with joy. So there were more books upstairs for him to check out. But when he tried to go upstairs, a white-bearded old man stopped him. "You may not go upstairs," the white-bearded old man said while squinting. "Why? They can go upstairs, why can't I also go up?" Lin Fan was disgruntled. Wasn't this discrimination? Only B class and above can enter. You don't have the privilege, the white-bearded old man said. Lin Fan looked towards the crotch of the white-bearded old man, thinking about stealing his next 18 generations. "I will make you cry later." Then Lin Fan left, preparing to head back and analyze hidden arts. After returning, Lin Fan closed the door and began cultivating hidden arts. This martial skill was different from other martial skills and needed to be raised by himself. As Lin Fan cultivated hidden arts, his true energy slowly began decreasing. Ding, congratulations, hidden arts experience plus 100. Ding, congratulations, hidden arts leveled up. Hidden arts level 20 out of 1000. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't think he would instantly level up as soon as he started cultivating. It was easy as expected. Lin Fan also felt a gradual change. The true energy inside his body was imitating the surroundings. It seemed the martial skill really changed oneself into a chameleon. But no matter how one changed, as long as the other person wasn't blind, they would still be able to see a human figure in front of them, just a bit blended in with the surroundings. Lin Fan then began multitasking, cultivating hidden arts on one side while cultivating the upper mental cultivation technique Faceless Sky Devil he had stolen from Moe Xian. Ding, congratulations, Heaven Class Mental Cultivation, Faceless Sky Devil, experience plus 10. Ding, congratulations, Hidden Arts experience plus 100. Ding, congratulations, Hidden Arts leveled up. Hidden Arts level 30 out of 2000. The two Heaven-class mental cultivation techniques troubled Lin Fan because the experience gained for them was far too small, almost to the point where it made one despair. Who knew how long it would take before he could level those two techniques up? Although both techniques were currently still on the first level and only required 100,000 experience, increasing it by just 10 experience each time was essentially a crime. Also, cultivating them depleted a lot of true energy, so it required him to stop every now and then to recover his true energy before he could continue his cultivation. Chapter 53, Righteous, Selfless, Loving. Chapter 53, Righteous, Selfless, Loving. Translator, Cow's editor, Hitesh. The next day, Lin Fan awoken from his cultivation, then opened his data panel and carefully inspected it. Not bad, not bad. The experience for Faceless Sky Devil was near 30,000, and Hidden Arts had reached a terrifying level 12. Going from the past experience with Monkey Steals Peach, Lin Fan believed Hidden Arts would likely upgrade at level 20. In a single night, he had raised Hidden Arts, which had a max level of 3, to level 12. No one could compete with him. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He brushed his teeth and prepared to shower his students with love once again today. When Lin Fan headed off towards his class, he overheard some students and teachers discussing yesterday's incident. Overjoyed, he crept up near them, wanting to hear how they were evaluating him. The new D-class teacher has quite the talent to be able to make Lu Qingfeng's party face such humiliation. He is a competent person. Lin Fan was pleased upon hearing these words. As expected, people were praising him. But when he continued listening, he realized something was off. That new teacher sure doesn't know how to properly act, forcing Lu Qingfeng's party to apologize to students. What's up with that? How are those four supposed to hold up their image in front of their students from now on? To be able to defeat Lu Qingfeng's party yet to still be in D class, his strength only should be enough to become a B class teacher. That's what you all don't understand. Some would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. The B class has many hidden dragons. Lu Qingfeng's party is only considered average. If he goes to B class, he won't receive as much as attention compared to being in D class. That is quite reasonable. Who would have thought that person had such plans in his heart? It will be better if you all don't get too close with that guy. Lu Qingfeng has quite good connections within B class. I heard even the dynasty's 13th prince has a very good relationship with him. Lin Fan felt that these people were portraying him as some sort of scheming person. How could he let this be? Everybody, I believe your analysis is wrong. Lin Fan then walked over pretending to be part of the people, discussing the same topic. Oh. Do you perhaps have some inside information? The people discussing asked puzzledly. Lin Fan's expression lit up, then he began his stream of lies. This all started yesterday. I was just casually wandering about inside the school and then happened to see a person standing next to the school spawn talking to himself. At the time, I thought that person was perhaps trying to commit suicide or something, so I decided to check things out and secretly eavesdropped on him. It was unexpected when I heard the person's first words, which completely shocked me. He was saying how he wasn't teaching D class for the fame or profit, but instead just wanted to do all he could to bring the lost and wandering D class students back to the right path. Think about it, these D class students suffer ridicule and are ostracized. Their hearts are likely warped, so when they graduate, what do you think they can do? Lin Fan looked at a few people and inquired. Those D class students most likely will either just end up as mountain bandits or some other lowlife scum. The bystanders frowned slightly and replied. Correct, if no one is there to guide them, won't they really just end up going astray? Think about it, the person was able to defeat Lu Qingfeng's party, so his cultivation base is likely not weak. If he goes to B class, isn't it likely he will become a well-respected teacher? But instead, he decides to remain in D class and endure the discrimination from other teachers. Just this dedication only is very admiring, don't you all agree? Lin Fan sincerely said this, to the point where it felt like it was actually true. These people also began doubting and started feeling ashamed of their previous gossiping. That analysis seems accurate. It seems this new teacher is perhaps really broad-minded. Shameful, shameful. The other person is so broad-minded, and we are here talking behind his back. This is really despicable. Thank you, fellow brother, for your intake on the matter. Otherwise, we would have misunderstood the new teacher. Seeing that everyone realized their mistake, Lin Fan also smiled in satisfaction, then waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Although I am unfamiliar with this righteous, selfless, and forgiving person, I just felt that facts shouldn't be flipped. If you all are really repenting, then do speak of this to others, as it's also a good deed for the society. Of course. This kind of thing cannot be miscommunicated. We will definitely notify the others of it. A few of the passerby hastily said. I have other matters, so I will leave now. Lin Fan was overjoyed and brought his hands together before leaving. He couldn't let a good deed he had done be miscommunicated, that would tarnish his reputation. As Lin Fan joyfully hummed a tune and walked into class, he realized the 13 students were all doing their own things and had completely ignored him. Lin Fan slightly frowned. Where did all the previous respect for him go? Ahem. Lin Fan pretended to lightly cough a few times. As soon as he coughed, the students all jolted, and when they saw their teacher standing at the podium, they all instantly rose and shouted in unison. Teacher, good morning. Yes, you can sit now. Lin Fan nodded and said, What were you all doing? I was inside for some time now, did none of you see me? Ah, teacher, when did you come in? I was just looking at the door wondering why teachers still hadn't arrived yet. Lu Shuei was the only girl in the class and acted very cutely. Yeah, teacher, we didn't see you enter at all. Chao Tianjiu also felt it was bizarre. Then the other students also began agreeing. Lin Fan was currently confused. A full person like yours truly walks through the door and stands in front of the podium, yet you all couldn't see me? Are you all perhaps nearsighted? Then Lin Fan suddenly remembered he was currently cultivating his hidden arts. It seemed the reason his students couldn't see him was probably due to hidden arts. After figuring out the situation, Lin Fan smiled. Good morning. Let's not waste any more time, I will be empowering you all today. Teacher, what do you mean by empowering? Zhu Yu tilted his head and asked. Yes, this empowering is a unique martial skill of mine. Explaining it is rather difficult, but after you experience it, you will all understand. Alright, Zhu Yu, let's use you as an example. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain and then continued on dismissively. Teacher, my name is Zhu Di, not Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu said with depression. The name change sounded a bit bad. Lin Fan frowned and he stared straight at Zhu Yu, as if saying, you dare defy your teacher? Zhu Yu could only concede, alright teacher, I was wrong. Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction, the boy is worth teaching. Lin Fan had already decided on this time's empowerment, let's give him titanium grade demon body. This was a body training skill, and once it reached level 3, its power would be quite good. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to cause any damage, and once it reached level 6, it would jump drastically in strength. People of the same cultivation base would not be able to do any harm. Chapter 54, Master's Empowerment. Chapter 54, Master's Empowerment. Translator, Chaos Editor, Hitesh. Teacher, will this empowerment hurt? Zhu Yu gulped and looked towards Lin Fan with a bit of worry. It won't hurt. Relax, I will be gentle towards you. You will soon realize your abilities will have changed. Lin Fan smiled, then took Zhu Yu's fat hand and brought him to the podium. Lin Fan thought of a television program where a master had given someone an empowerment. He had made the person sit cross-legged and then pressed all 5 of his fingers on the person's head. As a teacher, other stuff didn't matter, but a sense of style was definitely needed. Zhu Yu, sit cross-legged and begin circulating your energy. I will begin. Lin Fan gave a cry and spread his 5 fingers, then placed them on Zhu Yu's head. The atmosphere he gave off was impressive, and it startled the other students.